Up, folks. We're here, and we're ready. So we're gonna just get it kicked off and rolling. Not with this one. This is just a save from the live stream the other day. Game against the dwarves. It was really fun, man. I've honestly enjoyed the handful of Empire matches I've been playing lately. But regardless, we're gonna move on. All of the replays are theoretically outdated because they put a hotfix in today, which is a little unfortunate. Hopefully none of them are just completely borked, and they're still, like, playable, so to speak. So we're kicking it off here. Got Legatus versus Kin here. Norsca Bretonnia is honestly pretty even. I really do think that Bretonnia, with the right kinds of builds, has a really good matchup here. They're especially strong fire arrow archers here. Like, this is one of the few matchups where the fire arrow archers are a pretty clutch unit to have. I actually think we might have seen this one on Saturday, but we'll go through it again. The reason the fire arrows are so strong here is because obviously Norsca's got a abundance of regenerating units, and one of their more common options in this matchup, lord-wise, is Throg, and Throg only has 55 armor. That's gonna mitigate a little bit of damage, about 35% of base weapon strength. But there's still the AP from the Pox, or the Peasant Bowman with the fire arrows, and they honestly do hit pretty hard, just regardless. They're not as strong as some other bone units might be, if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of them. They're squishy, they don't have good leadership either. Their HP pool is itty-bitty, terrible armor. They just fold up in melee combat, but if you can just bring a bunch of bodies and keep these bowmen safe, especially with the fire arrows in this matchup, there's not a lot that Norsca can do to break through and get on top of them sometimes. Mostly because your opponent's going to be geared up for the knights. So you can see here you got Melkoths, Mystifying Miasma. You don't have a Firecaster. And instead you're getting the anti-cavalry clear with Penumbral Pendulum, which does respectable damage to missile units in these tightly packed formations. It's an expensive spell, and it would mitigate the consistency of Melkoths being procced off. So you can bring in the fire arrows, you can bring in a bunch of Knights of the Realm, and generally just massively uptrade into the Norskins. The area where you're going to struggle the most is infantry. Your infantry are really bad in this matchup. They don't hold up well. You've really just got the Beast Slayers of Bastone and Foot Squires. For decent infantry, Battle Pilgrims are useful, but are also pretty pricey. They're about 600 gold, as opposed to Marauders, who are 400 for the Norskins, and Norscan Marauders trade pretty favorably into Battle Pilgrims, so trying to go as cheap as possible and winning the mobility game is generally where Bretonnia is going to profit the most. Fight's kicking off on the front line. Archers are all kind of firing at different targets. There's no real focus fire going on here. Leaving your stuff on fire at will is fine for the most part, but when you've got a big monster like a War Shrine Mammoth, like, bulldozing into your back line like this, you need something here, and you need to get the bows turned onto this immediately. Every single one of them that is not currently engaged. And the cavalry fight over here, going a little too deep into the infantry with the Thamir countercharging them. Not ideal. Bretonnia generally wants to be the one that's, like, countercharging enemy units. If you go back and watch the stream from Sunday, the two games that I played against Attack Speed Enjoyer, who was playing Bretonnia, will give you a pretty good idea of how you can strategize and build some Bretonnian armies to counter some of the more aggressive Chaos factions. And Bretonnia, honestly, since the buffs, has been a pretty good faction. They have pretty favorable matchups into a lot of very aggressive factions because they've got fairly solid kite play and missile units, as well as really strong anti-large options. So bigger units can get shut down really hard. You've got lots of cheap knights with good charge bonus to run over infantry. There's a lot of nice units that Bretonnia can fall back on to really do well. Here, though, you're losing all of your peasant bowmen. They all got shut down, and now the Marauders have broken through the front line because those men-at-arms, they just don't have the stats to be able to hang in against Norscan Marauders. These guys are just too chunky. For a 400 gold unit, they're pretty insane. They've got, you know, reasonable stats, decent weapon strength, they get a bunch of physical resist, and they get extra melee attack and leadership from just being in combat. So as long as they're engaged and they're just doing their thing, fighting people, they're going to be self-buffing. And then you can, like, stack on top of that the War Shrine Mammoth buffs. Unfortunately, the War Shrine Mammoth is getting shut down by Bretonnia pretty reasonably well here. So it is going to be running for its life. Throg, though, is beating up on Lewin here pretty badly. Lewin's still able to scrap reasonably well, but Throg just has a really good bonus versus large. So in a straight-up fight between him and Lewin, they both have heal effects that are pretty comparable. Lewin does have a little bit of an edge with the ward save plus the Beloved Son of Bretonnia that procs whenever he goes below 50% HP. Throg in general, though, just tends to be very difficult to kill. The Wintertooth Crown is a really nice item for him because it imbues Unbreakable and melee defense. So it can give him a little bit of extra time to, like, value trade and avoid any leadership penalties. Real Pegasus Knights flying around. Bretonnia kind of cleaning up the backfield, trying to push up onto the number 3 objective, but just losing so hard here on the middle right now. Skinwolves running. If you're in a position like this as Bretonnia, where you've kind of got a little bit of a rally going on with your missile units, retreat these guys back away from all of this infantry, cavalry, and the, oh my god, and the Marauder Spearmen, and then maybe you can get them into a position where they can really rally up and start to chip away at your opponent. But that was a really good pendulum there. Hard punishing the Bretonnian forces over here. And the Vimmer Balefiend, just with the solid magic choices of Melkoth and Pendulum, has been pretty impactful. Definitely helping give Norsca the edge over Bretonnia so far. Lewin's up in the air. He's just hanging out. He's just been taking so much damage. He's been fighting in the he's been fighting in too many Norscan units as well for too long. Lewin really is a hit-and-run character. He flies in, he lands on something, gets a rear charge, maybe gets a terror out, then you get him back up in the air, and he goes looking for opportunities where he can support his allies with something like this sort of Corone, or just ride around, pop the Lion's Shield, soak up a bunch of missile fire and aggro, keep the rest of the Bretonnian forces safe just by being such a big target that people are going to hyper-focus. Knights Errant also don't want to be charging directly into Brace Spearmen, going to be just plonking into these guys and taking a bunch of damage from that Charge Reflection, man. Charge Reflection's really nice. It actually does a lot of damage to units getting into combat. As long as you're braced, it gives you a big leg up over cavalry. We're seeing Ice Wolves moving in, clean up a bunch of stuff. We do have the Mounted Yeoman being used to sweep up some of the units that are routing back here for Norsca. It's just an absolute mess for both sides right now. But Bretonnia, again, just because their infantry got beaten so badly early and they've lost their bow line, just doesn't have the tools available to really get back on any of the objectives. They snuck away the number 3 with all the mounted yeomen, but one mounted yeoman unit over here getting locked in combat with some armored skinwolves. Leggett definitely needs to make sure not to miss opportunities like that to get the skinwolves charging onto the targets directly next to them. Norsca is a really good faction, but they are very high micro intensity. And the better and sharper your micro gets over time with them, the more consistently you're going to be able to outperform even factions that can scrap reasonably well against you, like Bretonnia can. Just because this is a decent matchup for Bretonnia doesn't necessarily mean it's favored. It's probably pretty close to even. I would say that the side that's going to make the fewest micro mistakes is going to be the one that takes this matchup more often than not. And, you know, Bretonnia, if they lose the infantry fights, and they're not able to, like, hold on to a couple of objectives and force Bretonnia into a more concentrated fight where the Bretonnian Knights can get their countercharges off, that's where the Bretonnians can run into a lot of problems. Because in a straight-up brawl across the battlefield, Norsca has higher quality units, or just a little bit more durability, with all the regeneration and physical resistance. It can be a little tough for Bretonnia to counteract both of those things working together in tandem.
One of your units has been
Regrowth
destroyed.
going down on Lewin, the Green Knight is out. Bretonnia's still scrapping in this one, but just having a lot of trouble again, rallying up onto the objectives. The Fimir, great weapons, doing a lot of damage. Lewin, the healing cap now, hanging out over here, trying to stick in with the forces at his disposal remaining. The Green Knight being pretty much the only decent unit left. Norsca flipping the middle back, continuing to keep it locked down, retaking their home objective as well now, pushing back these Knights Errant and the Mounted Yeomen that were over there. A ton of Ice Wolves out on the field. Very annoying unit. The Frostbite and the good speed on these guys makes them very, very complicated to work around. Chariots actually attacking the Mounted Yeomen now as well. And the Ice Wolf Chariots, early in the match, they ran over some of the archers. They got some reasonable value. Got killed by the Grail Knights, though, which wasn't great for them, but being able to rally in here in the late game and just, like, run down all the peasant mobs and any mounted, or, not mounted yeomen, but any men-at-arms that might come out, gonna be good for Norsca's battlefield control here. Spearmen moving up, and Norsca still holding Bretonnia's home objective, so the triple cap coming in now. And time just very quickly running out here. I would say Leggett could probably have stood to be a little bit more aggressive in the mid-game. Got a little bit complacent, I think, with holding the middle and the home objective, and just wasn't microing around very aggressively to try and finish Bretonnia off when there was an opportunity. Not that that's a bad thing per se. You can definitely play it cautiously and slowly in these battlefield positions where you've got the leg up and you're holding the points, and just because you can table your opponent doesn't mean you necessarily have to go for that. It is just something to keep in mind for the future, because if you play too passively, then you let your opponent build their forces back up. If you play too aggressively, you can overextend into them. Finding a nice happy medium, generally a pretty good idea. And that's kind of been found here, just holding these back points, as well as the infantry being brought up with all the skinwolves, was generally enough to keep Bretonnia at bay there. Fimir did great. Mammoth got overextended and punished, but it sucked in a lot of attention that gave Norska the opportunity to finish up the frontline fight, kill some of the Knights Errant, and really start to establish some battlefield dominance in the mobility game that Norska was able to just capitalize on for the remainder of that match. Bretonnia was just never quite able to rally up enough forces at any one point to be able to scrap back into that one, unfortunately. But Foreskin did keep the value pretty respectable, which is a win in its own right. What's up, Levis? How's it going, man? Alright. So we're getting in here on Hashut's oil field. We got Smoky Loco with the Thunder Barge. Demon Slayer Lord, you know, pretty small Dowie infantry corps. Not super surprising considering the Thunder Barge is 3,500 gold in cost. I mean, it's more than a third of your starting army's cost, so, you know, you gotta make do with what you got in the infantry game. And just focusing in on 1 or 2 points early, generally speaking, gonna be the best thing you can do with the Thunder Barge out. It's actually pretty slow trying to rotate between objectives. That's really where the Thunderburner comes into play. It can definitely utilize this to make some ground up between these two objectives if it has to fly back and forth, but it is going to be looking to get after the Orc Arrow Boys, Savage Orcs, and the Orc Boy Spears over here. Orc Boy Spears into the Dwarves, I'm not 100% sold on. It really does behoove you to keep in mind the kind of roles and importance that, while yes, Orc Boy Spears are one of the better units on the roster just because of their uptrade potential, a lot of that is tied up in the bonus versus large itself. The extra melee defense doesn't really do anything for you against the Dwarves. Dowie are just more heavily armored, and they'll just outlast Orc Boy Spears 9 times out of 10. Even if it's a unit like a Dowie Warrior that doesn't have good melee attack in its own right, you're still wasting a lot of time with the Orc Boy Spears trying to chip away like that. It just isn't going to work out for you too often. Snagless Death Thrower coming out. It will be a good answer to the Thunder Barge. Oh, and a Gyrocopter Brimstone Gun are going to be moving up over here as well. Greenskins honestly really should just have retreated from over here. With the Thunder Barge being on this side of the battlefield, trying to retreat away and maneuver over to the middle point early, I think, would have been a much better option. Because they're just looking so vulnerable over here. They don't really have anything to punish the Air Force. They've got 1 bow unit. And Orc Air Boys can do respectable damage to the Thunder Barge as well as Brimstone Gun gyros. The issue they run into is if it's just one of them, they just get hard focused and their leadership breaks pretty quickly with all the damage incoming towards them. They run away, and then you have absolutely nothing here to protect yourself with. Slayers rushing in, Savage Orcs intercepting 1 of the Slayers. But the Death Throw, you gotta be very careful with your artillery pieces, and you gotta check your micro. Just giving orders to attack something is oftentimes not the best possible option. Like, just keeping the Death Thrower back here and poking away at the miners would have been a better option for you than force pathing it over to try and shoot at the Thunder Barge. You got all these shot blockers here. It's just an incredible distance away from the bolt thrower to begin with. And in all that time, you've just trickled it like right into a unit that was like diving on top of it. Random Cuban does notice it, though, but has to drop the artillery piece itself. And while the Slayers will go down here and not value trade amazingly, They still did quite a decent amount of damage to a very flimsy artillery crew. The Slayer's going to be pulling out, and the Dowie, when they're done over on the #1 objective, will probably be able to send the gyrocopters over to just roast the rest of the crew into oblivion. Orc Airboy's getting hit by blasting charges. Grom doing some respectable damage, though, on his chariot. Very, very strong ever since the buff, where he got all the AP, but not enough to be able to save these poor Airboys who are just getting absolutely canned by the Ekron's miners here, who have really good blasting charges. Really just the number of blasting charges they have available to them. They don't really do any extra damage. They're just a little bit more able to clear out mass numbers with some efficiency. Because regular miners only get 1 charge. Ekrons get 3, which means that they can hit multiple units and just rack the damage up with little to no issue. Cannon coming in, shooting at the Shaman. Not really the best target. Hitting the flank of the Airboys here would be the better option. Because they're enfiladed right now to the cannon. So when the cannon would be hitting them, it'd be cleaving through like half or more of the formation. Just racking up the value. So Dowie barely are able to hold the #1 objective here. They did manage to outscrap the Greenskins over here, though, so full credit to them on this side of the battlefield, but the Slayers are really beat up, the Miners ain't looking much better. And the Dowie just got absolutely rolled on the #2 objective, despite getting some good blasting charges off and compromising the Bolt Thrower crew here with the Slayers. They are not holding on to the #2 anymore, and they don't have a lot of infantry presence. They summoned in all these gyros, and then also the Thunder Barge coming out. It's a big investment on stuff that has no cap weight. This oftentimes ends up being the death sentence for these Thunder Barge builds. It value trades amazingly. It is an awesome unit. It really is. It can easily get you 6-7k. But at least your force is thin everywhere. You just don't have the numbers to be able to lock down points after that. It just flies around, uptrades tremendously, but your opponent just keeps throwing bodies out onto the objectives, and they just keep things capped away from you, and you're never able to fully establish yourself anywhere. We'll see if Random Cuban runs out of steam, though. The Demon Slayer probably needs to stay alive, if that's going to happen, if the Dowie are going to come back here. Because while the Dowie are, reasonably high leadership faction, even their miners have like 60 plus leadership, you just don't want to be losing any leadership on any of the units that you do end up bringing out, because, rear charges, terror routes, just raw damage is going to be enough to be able to cleave off a lot of these Dowie units. And the caps, again, end up being the big issue whenever you bring the Thunder Barge. And they just still don't have any infantry, man. They got 1 miner over here, and they've got 2 Tronic out on the other side of the field. They're going to get killed by the cycle charging from the Borcav. And an Orc Boy in a straight-up fight against a miner actually wins that engagement, because miners are just so god-awful in melee combat. They really are just an atrocious combat piece. Doesn't do any damage, but beautiful Spear of Grungni coming in from the Thunder Barge there. Nailing Grom. I mean, taking about 1,500 of his HP off. And actually routing Grom, so perhaps the Dowie get back in this game if they're able to chase him off the field, excuse me. The leadership penalties for any faction can be pretty severe, but they're especially brutal for the Orcs. 55 leadership we're talking about on a lot of their units at base. Orc Boys at 60. It's getting into the danger zone if you're getting that -16 penalty from your Lord routing off the field. It will dissipate eventually, But in that time, it could give the Dowie the opportunity that they've been lacking up to this point to be able to like consolidate up onto 1 or 2 objectives. Oh no, the cannon gets shut down by some Wolf Riders. Just screaming up the field, very tattered, mind you, but still able to compromise this piece. And while Dowie artillery crews, on the whole, are a little bit stronger than most of the other cannon crews in the game, they still take ridiculous amounts of damage just from that one tattered Wolf Rider cavalry. Luckily able to save themselves. They should be able to get back on and recrew all of the artillery pieces here. But they do need something to come out over there and help them. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, Dowie Great Weapons, and a miner moving up to the number 3. 2 miners coming up would be nice. Oh, and the artillery crew just trickles in. Smokey Loco making a mistake here by not paying attention to his artillery crew now. Throwing them up into melee combat. These Savage Orcs are very beleaguered on the leadership front and HP front. With 35 models, though, they might still be able to kill that cannon crew. Grom did rally, so no way of keeping him off the field. Dwarves just need to find 2 objectives to sit on. They don't need to be like constantly contesting all 3. There are times where you can contest all 3 objectives in domination games. But when you're down on points and you really need to cap, the Dowie did finally kind of get the message and just focused on the 2 and the 3 where they had the most advantage in terms of local forces. Boar Boys mopping up miners over here. Orc Boys holding that point. Now it's the Greenskins who are looking to be a little bit battered and beleaguered. Thunderbarge is super healthy with 2,900 value. Gyrocopters are like diving into melee combat against these goblins. Maybe not the best use of their time. Not atrocious, I guess. I mean, at least they're going to be able to do some damage to these little goblins. Usually you just want to unsummon your gyros, though, and get the money back and summon some infantry out. Almost always going to be a better use of your time. Okay, so the miners, I think, would actually be better served going forward. The unit you want to keep back here is the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. Because these guys have crazy high melee defense. They've got a decent bonus versus infantry. They can kill garbage orc units that are trying to like cap this objective away from you, while having really high leadership and just being able to hold until the end of time with their stats. Miners not going to be able to do that. Miners with the blasting charges are better used hitting these Savage Orc Biggins, and then the Dowie Great Weapons can go in and finish off any of the other targets. So a little bit of a misallocation of forces, in my opinion. Not the end of the world, of course. Dowie still hold that point, and they will for quite a while longer. Cannon Crew is routing off. They did get beat up by the Savage Orc Biggins before the Ekron's Miners were able to save them. Got 1,000 gold in the bank. I'm not sure what the Dwarves are saving up for. They will need some help on the number 3 objective. You got multiple units tied up here by one Savage Orc. Orc Boy Spears trotting out. There's no armor-piercing infantry for the Greenskins, which is a big mistake. I genuinely believe very firmly that while there are times that cavalry can be effective against the Dwarves, relying on them as your AP, regardless of the typical uptrade potential for cavalry in this game, against the Dwarves, it's just not going to happen nearly as often. Dowie are one of those infantry factions that they can just bring so many bodies out onto the field with so much range that cavalry can oftentimes end up being a bit of a trap for you. If you're just diving them lonely-like into the back line of the Dwarves, they get focus fired and dragged down by numbers. If you're using them effectively, they can get big uptrades, but you typically don't want more than a handful. And having something like a Black Orc with the Great Weapons would be really nice, because the Dwarves cannot stop Black Orc Great Weapons. The Thunderbarge can do damage to them, of course, pretty capably, but really it'd be the bombs and the guns on the side. And the guns on the side do respectable damage, but it takes them a long time to drag down numbers on an infantry unit. Because they do respectable damage, they have a decent reload time. There's just so few of them. I mean, it's like, what, 7 guys firing at any one time? Yeah, just 6 dudes. So, not even that impactful. Even into a Thunderbarge build, I think the Black Orc Grey weapons could do a lot of good for you, because they hit hard as hell. They got amazing weapon strength and reasonable melee attack to, like, grind through the numbers on the Dowey, and they just eat miners for breakfast, and they have heavy armor, so they can also eat blasting charge volleys without too many issues. Because blasting charges did lose some AP. So against armored infantry, they hit 33% less strongly. Grom's still alive, rolling around. Brimstone guns need to get active. They can't afford to be left unengaged. Number 2 and the 3 secured very comfortably. The number 1 is flipping for the Dowey now. This Thunderbarge just locking down the middle objective, and random Cuban's been playing into it way too much. If your opponent has the Thunderbarge on an objective, you just have to go somewhere else for the time being. You'll be able to outspeed the Dowey. You can just leave them to, like, try and consolidate a point. And what you want to do is you want to try and catch the Thunderbarge in no man's land with your missiles. So you can then, like, get a jump on it and just smack it out of the sky. Because while it does have 80 armor, which is pretty respectable, it can just get gunned down by mass arrows, because it's a massive target. It is very easy for missile units to hit the Thunderbarge. Bugged out here at the end. So we can't see the unit values, but the Thunderbarge had like 5,700, which was pretty crazy. Lovely stuff for the dwarves there. Okay, let's see it. Greenskins into Khorne. This is a very Khorne-favored matchup. There was once a time where I would say the Greenskins were kind of the scourge of Khorne. Before Omens, that is. Omens gave Khorne so many extra tools to work with in this matchup that I don't really think there's a lot that the Greenskins can do here. They've got units, they've got some interesting stuff like Fanatics that can do very well clearing out infantry. But typically speaking, the Greenskins just fall apart when they run into the Khornate elites. And we do have the Bloodwake Berserkers on the field. The Hellforged Bellowers is an excellent option as well. It actually is a respectable counter to Grom because of its melee attack. It hits pretty hard against him. It's got fire and magic attacks. So, it hits extra hard against the Chariot fellow. It can hold its own, even fighting somebody like Gorbad. It'll take damage, but it's just kind of tanky, man. It's got a lot of armor. It's got much better leadership than your typical Skull Cannon. And its missiles, while they did get nerfed, still hit hard as hell. I mean, it is a nightmare artillery piece for a lot of factions. And I do think this is one of the matchups where it can be used to its maximum potential, because it lost a ton of range, which is the biggest holdback. So a lot of shooting factions, you know, and the Greenskins are a shooting faction just because of the air boys that they can bring to, like, focus stuff down. Typically, you're able to counterfire against this thing pretty efficiently now. But Airboys, while they are a respectable uptrade tool for the Greenskins, only have 140 range. And good micro on the Hellforged Bellowers, it should be able to just, like, ride up to the front, fire into the front line, then pull back, go somewhere else, and do it all over again, and just pull the missiles all over the place, trying to, like, reposition and focus fire it, keeping the Greenskins on the back foot. And then the Bloodwake Berserkers can just kind of do their job. They can like rush up into the front line while the archers are occupied or overpressing. And these guys can just like cleave up into the backfield and do massive damage that way. Khorngor's getting taken apart by the Night Goblins, as well as the focus fire from the Morgrove's Mangy Marauders. And now you got the Arrow Boys opening up on them. A good choice of target. The Khorngors should be going down fairly soon here. You can see they are getting hit by Itchy Nuisance, lowering their melee attack. And there's the Night Gobbos, man. Deceptively strong unit. They don't have great leadership. Very bad at 44 base, but respectable stats, and the poison's really nice. Hellforge Bellers hitting some infantry out here. Honestly, could stand to get up and help out on the middle objective here. Greenskins overpressing with Gorbad right now. Valpia and the Cultists are all fighting him. Keeping him alive is really important here. You don't have the support to keep him safe. These Night Goblins are not going to be able to keep him alive. And losing Gorbad, again, losing your Lord, never a good position for the Greenskins, just because you got so many poor, low-quality units on the field oftentimes. Stuff starts routing, they see their allies running away, and then they start getting antsy and want to get out of there. Broken Tusk Mob do start to get after the Hellforge Bellowers here, which is really nice. What kind of units do we have? We got some Forsaken coming up. There's a bunch of Fleshhounds on the back point here. Letting them get sandwiched, though, not great, man. If you're in a fight like this, say your opponent brings out that really cheap Wolf Raider unit, you got to be paying attention to back pressure like this, especially if you've capped the point up. You know, the Night Goblins are engaged on your Fleshhounds. Your opponent brings up the Wolf Rider. You have to get the Fleshhounds off of the Goblins and countercharge the Wolf Riders before they just get a free charge off on your rear. Because Fleshhounds are a strong unit, but they have leadership that leads them to crumble very aggressively if they're caught in situations like this. Neither of these units individually would be able to beat a Fleshhound, but with the surround off and the countercharge from the Wolf Riders, they're going to be able to crumble out this 750 gold unit without too many problems. And you can see they've got about half their HP and they're already crumbling, which is just brutal, man. Fleshhounds are a countercharge unit. You don't use them to press back objectives like this. It's a little risky. Gorbad loses most of its HP, but does escape, actually. Bloodwake Berserkers chilling on the middle point. Halman needs to get them moving. And these Marauders... Okay, so these Marauders are just not being used well at all. They should not just be sitting here, man. There's a fight here they can engage. They can engage a fight against the Orc Arrow Boys. Sometimes there are moments in the battle where you do want your infantry to just sit in place and hold the line, but that's typically if you have a mobility and a missile advantage, and Khorne has neither of those things right now. The Marauders kind of need to just engage somewhere so they can start to grind some value and occupy the bow units. That way, the Fleshhounds and the Bloodwake Berserkers can move unhindered without getting chipped down from afar or by, you know, just mass numbers for the Greenskins. Morgrove's rolling around, 900 value, really respectable stuff for them. It's a 600 gold unit. They can easily double their value as well. That's just from shooting Khorngors and a few volleys off on the Bloodwake Berserkers here at the end, I would guess. Given more time, I think they could have gotten even more work done. Khorngor's getting overwhelmed by the bodies here for the Greenskins. But some Marauder Horsemen, if they charge in here, they can probably actually break the spears. Just because of the good combat stats. They got so much weapon strength and charge bonus, they wreck stuff that's lightly armored on the charge. But just kind of sitting here, man. Hallman's just being a little slow on maneuvering units around and actually engaging them into high-value combats. The Marauder's still just sitting on the point here like this. Blood Beasts also just sitting. You need to clean up these tattered units. Bloodwake Berserkers need to go intercept the Savage Orcs off of the point. With the Fleshhounds, like, protecting their flanks. Because the Boarboy Biggins attacking the Bloodwake Berserkers, not going to go well. The Fleshhounds can always countercharge against the Boarboys, but them running out here, engaging a braced spear, and then getting countercharged is just the absolute last thing that you want to allow happening to these units, man. The Fleshhounds have been bleeding a lot of value back to the Greenskins. You had one out here that crumbled with only about 200 value. This one over here got about 300, so another 450 that's being bled away. More Fleshhounds rolling it up. We do get a good shot from the Hellforge Bellower onto that blobbed up Orc Airboy. Beautiful Sword of Khorne onto the Savage Orcs here. Big damage. Freeing up the Bloodwake Berserkers and the Marauders here to scrap against the Swamp Fangs. Swamp Fangs reasonably good fighters, but definitely not wanting to scrap here in a toe-to-toe fight against the Bloodwake Berserkers. These guys are going to be able to kill them pretty easily. They will take a decent amount of damage, I would guess. It's just not a winning fight, and this is a very expensive unit, and more importantly, they have Terror. They're very good at bullying, like, lower quality Khornate units. Just because Khorne has ITP with Frenzy active doesn't mean that Terror's not important, because once Frenzy wears off, and it wears off fairly quickly on a lot of units, Terror becomes just as impactful as it would be against, you know, any unit that just doesn't have Frenzy to begin with. And Khorne can definitely struggle against high-quality terror-causing units because of that. They do rout. They've got 10 models left. They'll regen a decent amount before they get back in here. Forsaken fighting against the Savage Orcs that have moved in here. Blood Beasts getting pushed back. I don't think they've been used very efficiently. I mean, they're just, like, running up into the archer lines. They're not very high armor. Truth be told, I think they would have been better out here on this side. So the Fleshhounds could have been out here countercharging stuff, while the Blood Beasts are trying to hammer down the Orc Boy Biggins over here. Fleshhounds do find one of the Air Boys, routing a Night Goblin as well. Should be able to finish off this last one that's out here. Oh, there's another one over here, never mind. But getting rid of these Air Boys is pretty important, because they've been doing a lot of damage to a lot of very high-value units. The Forsaken getting taken apart at the seams by just numbers. You got Stone Trolls here, you got the Swamp Things, Morgrim's Mangy Marauders, and a Feral Wyvern out on the field. Yeah, there's Marauders getting a little bit worried for their own limbs. Are going to be ratting back. Blood God probably going to be pretty pissed at them. Definitely going to be revoking their marks after this one. Bloodwake Berserkers chillin'. You could, okay, so what you can do here, this is how you break down this, blob here in the middle. Cultists and the Bloodwake Berserkers engage. Minotaurs move out to the flank. Horsemen charge down the Air Boys. Minotaurs get a rear charge. Hellforge Bellowers moves up and either fires into the fight or just drives in, and with its charge bonus and strong melee attack starts fighting against the trolls here. Because it will actually survive pretty handily. It's got all the tools it needs to be able to just rock up in there and do big damage. What happened to its physical resistance? They removed Physres on Skull Cannons? What the hell's going on here? Yeah, demonic units are supposed to have physical resist. Hello? I'll need to check on that after the game. That seems odd. No idea what's going on there. Valky has been used fairly effectively. She was fighting Gorbat earlier. Gorbat's just hiding in the trees. He's never coming out of there either. Missing out on his buffs is a little rough, but It's better to keep him alive than to lose him, potentially. I don't know where the hell the Bloodwake Berserkers are going. What is going on back here? Are we just going to give up the middle objective? I mean, you got the cultists in here, but they're just going to die without any support, which is the big problem. I mean, it's just the Morgrim's Mangy Marauders. You could use the Hellforge Bellowers to chase these guys down. You can get the Furies in there to help out as well. And the rest of your units need to get up to help hold that middle objective, because you're going to lose your cultists and the single entity cap weight as a result. Valkia is also stuck in over here. And as good as she is, fighter-wise, against a bunch of stone trolls just, like, surrounding her and smacking into her, she's definitely going to be going down here. In fact, she gets terror-routed. Very unfortunate. And now she actually has her leadership broken. You could just send something to, like, trickle after her and run her off the battlefield at this point if you really wanted to. Recapping the point here, Fury's getting shot up by the bows, and a good intercept with Feral Wyvern from Random Cuban. Number 1 being capped up here. Greenskin's floating a little bit of supplies. You could just get a Boarboy Biggin in to go retake the number 1 here, and in situations like this where your opponent's backcapping you, you don't really have anything but tattered units off on the sides, it's best to just send these in to do damage and slow the caps down, because the Greenskins are very far behind. They finally are getting the middle objective. They've had to fully commit to this, and they're leaving that back point open, and they're probably going to need the home objective of Khorne here in a minute. They're like force pathing through the Fleshhounds here, which is never a good idea. Fleshhounds have a lot of weapon strength. When you're force pathing through stuff, you're taking free attacks on your units, and the Fleshhounds are going to rack up the kills against these goblins and the Savage Orcs here, who are very reliant on the physical resistance to save them. These guys have probably gotten 50 or 60 kills just killing those guys trying to push through them. Brutal stuff. If you're in a position where you're being roadblocked like that, just commit to the fight. Force your opponent to have to retreat, or stay in and lose that unit, and then just rush in to take the objective. Broken Tusk Mob moving up. They need to go get this point. The Hobgoblin Wolf Riders can go over there as well. Not alone, though. The Goblin Wolf Riders go in for the surround. The Broken Tusk Mob go in to get the initial charge. Although maybe we'll see a little bit of a hammer and anvil here. This has just been a really messy fight, man. It's just a really messy game. Like, not a lot of tactics and strategy. It's kind of been just units banging into one another, which I guess in terms of flavor and lore, pretty appropriate, considering the two factions we're seeing here, but both sides definitely had some big opportunities to maximize some value. Just have so many units just sitting around the battlefield, not engaged. The Bloodwake Berserkers should never be away from the main fight, man. I mean, they need to be up on the middle objective and scrapping against anything that they can get their hands on. They moved out to the number 3, and they've just been hanging out back here with the Minotaurs for ages now. I don't know if Hallman's just, like, completely forgotten about them. I would guess so. Gonna be getting away with murder a little bit here. The Greenskins have been very slow and a little haphazard playing the points. They've let Khorne cap that back point multiple times. They could have just sat a spear here, and the Fleshhounds are just not going to be able to take that point. Instead, they've just been trying to, like, throw mobility and night goblins in over there, which is not a good tool for holding objectives or fighting Fleshhounds. Yeah, that's gonna be a win for Khorne.
There is only defeat.
Damn, dude. Greenskins, they needed a spear here. The reason you bring a spear up over here, 2 Fleshhounds will be able to outcap 1 Orc Boy spear. It's going to be kind of hard for them to fight the spear unit, though. And if they just sit there trying to cap it away, it's going to take them like 4 or 5 minutes to be able to take the point because it's going to be so slowed down by the infantry unit. Fighting over the middle objective was pretty messy. They did get a back cap here at one point, but they never really committed to trying to hold it, which I don't think is a bad idea. But they were just scattering the reinforcements way too far out across the field and never really concentrated on any of the areas where Khorne was also overstretched. So you just had like all these very broken up fights going off across the field, and in that kind of a scenario, Khorne is almost always going to win. Even if they downtrade every now and then, their units on the whole are just a much higher quality option than what the Greenskins have. The Orcs really have to utilize combined arms to out-trade Khorne, and that just never happened this game. They got good value on the Airboys for the most part. Broken Tusk Mob kind of overextended in the early game. Got respectable value, but didn't do much until they were coming out there at the end where they could have made a big difference. It was just a little too late for them. Khorne needs to be a little bit better with the Hellforged Bellowers. It got respectable value, but it didn't do nearly as much as it could have there. Bloodwake Berserkers also got forgotten about. They could have easily gotten a 2k plus value fighting on that middle objective all game. A lot of the infantry kind of left to their own devices without any mobility support, and then dragged down. Just being able to hang in there, though, and persevere against the melee troops that the Greenskins were throwing out, though, really nice for Khorne. Being able to win the infantry fight as hard as they are does tend to mean that the Greenskins fall back on their mobility, which, while very effective, can leave them in a position where they're value trading well against Khorne, but they can't get an overwhelming trade up. And then they have to re-engage into melee, and Khorne's able to replace the losses while still being able to scrap back value once all is said and done with the ammunition being gone. Morgrim's Mangy Marauders with 2300 value is kind of wild. Really well used skirmish cap there. Everything else, I would have liked to see just a little bit more focus on maintaining cohesion. And a little bit more hammer and anvil, especially against the low numbers that Khorne has in this opener. Could have been a little bit more aggressive with the missiles, like poking down the Khorne Gores, and then the Broken Tusk Mob and the mass numbers could have really hammered down the Bloodwakes while the Khorne Gores are getting killed by the bows. Then you can disengage. The Bloodwake Berserkers are a little bit more worn out. Then you can use the Airboys to swap targets and focus down the Berserkers there. Alright, give me a sec. Let me go get my water, guys. Okay. Oh, we got a Tomb King coming in here. Is he on foot? No freaking way. Foot Tomb King? Against the High Elves. Absolute madness, dude. I don't even know when the last time I've seen this guy on foot was. Ages ago. Tons of Screaming Skull catapults. Chosen of the Gods here. This is going to be really hard to defend for the Tomb Kings, man. I mean, artillery is really good in Dom, but once you start getting into the I'm bringing 4 or 5 artillery pieces territory, you can run into some serious issues trying to protect these things. Especially if all you've got are, like, skeleton warriors, because they just don't do any They just don't really do any damage. They'll get ground down by anything engaging them in melee, and your opponent does have some big SEs here. Flamespire Phoenix is going to be nice. It's got a bombardment. So it can kind of just like fly back and forth over the artillery pieces and bombard them into the dirt. You got Piercing Bolts of Burning, which is actually really good at destroying artillery pieces. Burning Head is also very strong against the crews. Piercing Bolts can destroy the actual models, like the actual catapults. Burning Head kills the crew, so doubling up on that. High Elves are going to be having a really good time in this battle, I would guess. They've also got Illyrian River Archers, who can kind of move up through the woods and get into the backfield and kind of poke away there. That'd be really nice. A little bit of a waste on the bombardment. A little bit of damage on those skeleton spears. Fireborn chilling in the trees. They can definitely hang out in there for a little while. Don't need to move up just yet. Piercing Bolts coming down. Yeah, these three artillery pieces are probably going to be dying pretty quickly here. Actually only kills one of them. Oh, that's brutal, dude. Very unfortunate for the High Elves. The Flamespire Phoenix taking a bunch of damage from the Ushabti. You could pull back here. The Screaming Skulls are finally getting into range. Hells need a unit up here. They're not capping this point yet. Big mistake. You gotta make sure that you just, like, stick your unit, like, tip of their unit onto the point. That way you can cap it. Because what you can do here, you send the infantry forward, you just cap the point, and then you can kind of pull these guys back off of the objective for a little bit and force the Tomb Kings forward, you know? The Tomb Kings just sitting all the way in their back line and being able to, like, fire in here is gonna just value trade really well against you, which you can't really afford, because there's no way you're going to be able to get your infantry all the way in time for the Screaming Skull catapults, focus fire them all down. You just need to be patient, use Burning Head to wear out the artillery crews, and develop out mobility that can then collapse all at once onto these artillery pieces. Fireborn will be really good for that. I'm a little surprised the Tomb Kings are not focus firing the Fireborn here, because they are very exposed out on the edge here. There's no support. They're fighting a spear unit in combat, and the Chosen of the Gods finally opening up on these guys. Going to start to rack up some really good value against this cavalry unit. A little inaccurate with the first volleys, but they'll be going in really nicely in a moment. Flamespire Phoenixes landing in here, getting good damage on this catapult. Take down one of the catapult models, working on some of the others. Fire Mage could get back in there and drop a Burning Head on one of the other crews. And Spearmen moving up, if they just get engaged into the Skeleton Warriors, it'll be a little bit harder for the catapults to shoot them. Not impossible, but it'll be like friendly fire territory for the Tomb Kings. And the Spearmen will just be able to hold off the really poor cap weight that the Tomb Kings are pretty reliant on. Sepulchral Stalkers getting on top of the Fireborn. Very, very unfortunate for the High Elves. No reason that this should be happening. This is why diving onto back points with Cav early is a bad idea oftentimes. Your opponent is, like, prepared. They're almost always going to be sending something over here to cap anyways. They can push you back. They can sneak stalk units up, get damage with the laser eyes. The Sepulchral Stalkers probably got a couple shots off. Then engaged in melee. They got pretty respectable value here. Chosen of the Gods shooting down one of the Flamespire Phoenixes just about. It is on its last frickin' legs here. Maybe it gets the rebirth here, which would be really nice, but the Archmage has not been used very well so far. It's just hovering up here in the middle of all of the shooting here for the Tomb Kings. It either needs to be well out of range of all of this, all of the Sepulchral Stalkers and the Ushabti, or it needs to, like, be coming back here and, like, landing in combat while mobility moves up and actually engages these units. The High Elves are just being very fair. They're not building up. They're kind of just trickling their units forward slowly, gauging all this infantry. They have done reasonably well, but they're still getting hit by the Screaming Skull catapults. And these guys are going to rout in a minute here, potentially, and get chased down by the Skeleton Spears. First stage of... Oh, sorry, that's the final stage of Realm of Souls procs. We'll get the Ushabti summoned in a minute. Wow, and the Archmage of Fire, just basically dead now. High Elves have a good ticket lead, but there's no way they're going to be able to hold all the points. Skeleton Horses maybe going to move to the number 2 objective now. I don't think they really need to. They can just focus on fighting the Illyrian Reaver Cav. Fireborn being dragged down over here by more horsemen. Needed to unsummon them, honestly. And just no value anywhere to speak of. This is just a beginner's game. It's got all the hallmarks. Overextended mobility early. Confused about how to tackle the artillery. If you run into an artillery build like this, this is actually pretty easy to shut down. The Tomb Kings, they can definitely bully you if you try and play slowly into this. Like I said, what you want to do, you want to cap the middle point early. Then you want to just pull all your infantry back. And honestly, you want to start spreading out as much as possible. Typically, you want to keep a very compact formation in domination mode, but against an artillery build like this, spreading out means it's going to be a lot harder for them to concentrate fire, and you can maneuver your units around the flanks. Because if you kill the artillery that the Tomb Kings have, their infantry can't do anything. Tomb Kings can hold the points for a little while, but they'll get out-capped. Like, one skeleton warrior is not going to be able to... Or you can get... Sorry, let me say this a different way. You can have 3 skeleton warriors on a point, and they barely out-cap a single High Elf Spearman. So you got 900 gold, barely out-capping 500. So the High Elves, if they throw 2 500 gold units up onto a point, there is nothing that the Tomb Kings are going to be able to feasibly do to be able to cap that away if all they have is skeleton spears. It is brutal. It is a very favorable position to be in against the Tomb Kings if you're trying to play the cap weight game against them. The Horse Archers, they've not been microed very well either. These guys are great, but only if you're going to be able to use them and keep your attention on them to maneuver away from your opponent's units. Sisters of Avalorn into the Tomb Kings. Theoretically very good against the constructs. Little late of a junction for them to be brought in now. Tyrion is just so far behind. Wait for your units to get in, get all your mobility up, and then try and like collapse onto the artillery all in one firm go. And use your caster. What you can do, artillery and missiles in general don't fire accurately into trees. Even if you're flying in the treetops with your dragon, your unit's pretty safe from the shooting. So the Archmage can maneuver up over on this side of the battlefield, get really close to the catapult and skeleton archer crews, and jump out and just drop burning heads onto the artillery crews. You'll kill them pretty quickly. They have no armor. Burning head is an absolute nightmare for low armored units. And clearing them out that way will just put the Tomb Kings massively behind on their game plan, and give you a huge, huge advantage over your opponent. Tomb King is just chilling. He's still a little bit of fighting. I don't know how the High Elves are going to be able to take this game. Sepulchral Stalkers kind of isolated out in the open field, but there's nothing to punish them, really. The Dragon is way too low on HP. Piercing bolts of burning going down. What is going on? Maybe the replays are all borked.
One of your units has been destroyed.
That was just bizarre. I don't even know what to say about that. Sisters moving up, getting shots. Sepulchral Stalkers chilling. Yeah, looking to open up on the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Good focus fire here with the Sisters of Avalorn and the Talons of Tor-Kalita. Finally utilizing some counterpunch against these tools. But still just trickling units forward into range of the catapults, man. And the artillery just across the field, just tremendous amounts of damage that they've been able to do here. Not something that you can afford. The back cap, you know, Tomb King's taking it. They're not engaging the Rangers just because they want to slow the cap down here. The Rangers need to be the ones moving in to try and get the Horsemen off the point so they can take this back in time. As the triple cap has come in, and they're just going to really quickly overlap the High Elves on the ticket front. Archmage hanging out, Sepulchral Stalkers chasing the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Trying to get into melee combat against them, I guess. What the hell is going on here? This is baffling, dude. We may need to change the game plan for the stream up. I'm starting to think maybe these replays are broken. So I know Apostrophe is a pretty high-level Tomb King player. Just throwing the Sepulchral Stalkers unsupported into the Fireborn, I don't think is a mistake that they'd be making too terribly often. They got the infantry up on the point, but you can see you got 3 infantry here, and they're barely capping this. Oh, they have a Tomb Guard Halberd, so that's going to help with the cap weight. But the others are just Skeleton Warriors, and it's still taking a little bit of time for the Tomb Kings to take that back point. But they could win on just the 2. They don't really need to go up over there anymore. Tomb King hanging in here, fighting against the Phoenix Guard, who are very tattered, still getting a little bit of damage done. Sisters of Avalorn being run down. Yeah, I mean, definitely a GG here for the High Elves.
You have the foe's victory.
Halberd hanging on to the number 1. Archers poking away at them. I just don't see a human player not diving onto the artillery pieces here. Freaking hotfixes, dude. I think it might have broken all the replays. I had no idea they were going to be releasing one today. Now I'm a little sad I wasn't able to do these yesterday. Spearmen being hit. We might do quick battles. I'll check one more replay out. And just see how it plays out. I'll probably actually do one of mine. That way I'll definitely know if the replays are all messed up or not. That was a bizarre game. Alright, I remember this game pretty well, so we're going to see if it plays out the way that I remember it or not before we potentially move on and do something else. I want to be able to do the new player replays, but I can't do anything with them if they've all been messed up by the hotfix, which is something that happens on occasion. Because what the replay files are is just lists of orders. And when the game files get changed, sometimes the order patterns get messed up, the unit interactions are different, and then it's just kind of like as if the AI were playing it out, rather than like what's actually happening in the game that you played. So I brought the Master Engineer here just to try him out against the dwarves. I mean, he's an anti-infantry unit. He's got a cannon on the top, obviously. Moving up with my artillery, I mean, it looks like I'm getting them into the positions I initially ordered them into. Looks about the same starting off here. Yeah, my opponent moving the cannons in. Miners with blasting charges taking the number 3, bringing out the stuff in reserve. On the side here, just a bunch of Ranger Great Weapons, really sneaky. You can see when your opponent summons in stalked units, they go into stealth immediately, but you do see a little indicator telling you that they got summoned out. Maybe that would be something that'd be interesting to see changed. Although I think it would probably make factions like the Beastmen even more frustrating to play against. Send my Knights of the Black Rose over here. I knew there was something going on, but my opponent being very sneaky and just keeping them well back. I don't want to overextend too far, so I'm going to bring the Knights of the Black Rose back and keep them in position where they can maybe answer the units moving up onto the number 1 that I know are incoming eventually. Some Nuln Ironsides out here. Get the Hellblaster Volley Gun chilling. Black Powder Discipline is available and ready. I forget that they get extra accuracy and reload skill just from sitting in place, which is really nice. They fire really fast, dude. Doomseekers get nailed by the Master Engineer's cannon. Misses there, but he did hit 4 of the models just a minute ago and actually killed a decent number of them. Now firing in the grenade launcher, which is another really strong tool he's got. Steam gun firing as well, just knocking these Doomseekers completely off balance here, doing big damage to them. Rangers firing in against the Master Engineer, normally they're very good against units of this type, which is like War Machine SEs, but this guy has a directional shield, so 70% of ammo from the front, not really going to be able to do a whole lot. Maybe the replays are not broken. Maybe our opponents that last game just weren't on the top of their game that time. Rangers getting terror routed thanks to the Master Engineer, who does have terror. It's really nice. Dowie don't actually have a lot of ITP. They're very susceptible to terror routes, actually. They only have a handful of units that have access to it. Slayers, obviously. Longbeards have ITP, and the Ekron's Miners. And I think Ironbreakers do too. Outside of that, though, you can just ride around and torment the Dowie by terror routing all their units like you would any other faction. Flagellants fighting the remaining Doomseekers, doing a pretty good job of taking these guys down, man. Flagellants of honestly a pretty good unit. Even into the Dwarves, where their light armor can leave them very vulnerable to blasting charges, as well as stuff like Quarrelers. I like them just to be able to fight Doomseekers, as well as Slayers and units of that type. So Hellblaster Volley Gun, taking some focus fire from the Dowie Artillery here, you can see. Actually routing this unit here. 3 of the guns are still online, but the crew is very tattered and not having a good one. This Hellblaster, 3 models, opening up. We do lose the number 2 objective, but we do have the Knights of the Black Rose pushing into the Quarrelers. I'm trying to break through here. My idea was to kill one of the Quarrelers and then bulldoze past the remaining Dwarves to get on top of the cannons here. Because the cannons are really shutting down the Nuln's Ironsides as well as the Hellblasters. Master Engineer moves back, helps re-secure that position with the help of the Nuln Ironsides, who rush into melee combat, actually. Just to fight. They've got okay melee attack. They can actually do some reasonable damage. A little friendly fire from the Master Engineer there. Unfortunate stuff. He fires a grenade launcher from the top here. It's very good against unarmored or medium armored infantry. My opponent trying to rally and get up onto the number 1 objective. We've got Free Company Militia, the Sterling's Revenge, as well as these great swords advancing now, and the Nuln Ironsides, just making sure the Rangers don't rally. Getting a little damage on them. Hellblaster firing in against the Quarrelers, doing some decent damage, and the Knights of the Black Rose being dragged down slowly just by the Miners as well as these Quarrelers back here, but do compromise 1 cannon crew and well on their way to shutting down the second here, which will give me the long-range advantage against the Dwarves, which is going to be really nice. My infantry, surprisingly, holding up pretty well. Great Swords have gotten some pretty respectable damage done here. They are pushing up into the Ekron's Miners, as well as the Quarrelers, who are remaining here. Flagellants making their way down, and the Terror Routes and the Master Engineer just still super effective, very good at keeping the Dowie honest, and pushed away from the Nulns, who are contributing some pretty decent damage in their own right. Holding the line very capably for me, especially this unit over here. Wrecking the Rangers, definitely need to give them a new order onto the great weapons here. who are rallied. Sterling's Revenge helping to shut down that Ranger Great Weapon. Do kite them back. I guess the replays are fine. I mean, this seems about right. Next to the Black Rose, very tattered. Drag down both of the cannons. Big Dowie route in the middle of the game. Big value lead here. Still a long way to go, though. I mean, Dowie are very durable, and this is a really tough matchup for the Empire. Nulns just massacring the Dowie Great Weapons on the way in. Sterling's Revenge, unfortunately getting locked down by the single Doomseeker remaining here. Some of these guys are firing their pistols, though, and they do push back the Great Weapons. And some brave soul gave a mighty chop to the neck of that Dowie and took his head off at the stem there. Great Swords do lose to the Slayers, pretty surprisingly. I would have figured the armor would help them out enough in that fight, but they got decent enough value here. Slayers, very beleaguered. They're going to be going down here in a second. And the number one objective, very firmly secured for me here. Hellblaster Volley Gun here, still chipping away, getting some effective damage in. Slayers, Dowie Warriors, Ekron's Miners moving up. Flagellant screaming down the hill, trying to engage the Slayers here. Definitely the best target for them. And the Swordsmen, they have done reasonably well holding. They got a lot of room to work with. And the Master Engineer is going to be riding up in here and running over the Slayers. You might wonder why I'm sending a large unit into an anti-large specialist. These guys don't have that much AP. And the mass on the Master Engineer means he's just not going to get locked down by the Slayers. He's just going to do big damage to these dudes as he's rolling over them. Pigeon Bomb going to be coming down here. Flagellants on their way out. So, you know, a little bit of Broken Arrow action coming in here. A nice little pocket of Dwarf Warriors get really heavily punished, taking about half the HP off of that Dwarf Warrior in one good go. Nuln Ironsides do get locked down, but they've gotten decent enough value, and they are occupying the Slayers while the other Nulns gets a little bit of damage from the flank, and the Master Engineer is going to help clean these guys up. Losing momentum on this back objective, and the Dwarves have a big second wind coming in. Gray banked up a ton of supplies there to bring that all onto the field. You know, I've got a decent amount of supplies. I did just bring out a Greatsword and a Hellblaster Volley Gun. I'm pretty thankful that I decided to resummon the artillery piece here. It's definitely going to be able to get into a position to really contribute nicely for poking down all these bunched up infantry. Barely hanging on to the point. Just ignore Dowie Lords as much as you can. They're really bad if there's just one character. Over-focusing them is often a big mistake, because they just don't cost that much to resummon. Your gains are negligible for killing them. And keeping back the rest of the Dowie forces is always the more important choice. There are definitely times and places that you can kill them, but as a general rule, just using your units to kill the rest of the Dowie army will usually pay off a lot better in the long term. Hellblaster are going to be opening up on the Dwarf Warriors here, who are, you know, pushing up the hill, doing their best to get into a good position to start to take the number 2, which shouldn't be too difficult. I don't really have any infantry here to hold the point. Greatswords are taking a long time to get here. We do rout the Quarrelers. We got a very tattered Greatsword that I noticed. They were kind of hanging out back here. They're going to be rallying in, trying to occupy some attention. The Master Engineer doing a lot of work for me. There is a lot of shooting here, though. You know, the Thunderers are doing some decent damage. There's the Ranger Great Weapons moving up, and the Doomseekers, they may not be an anti-large unit, but they do have AP, which means that they can actually do some pretty serious damage to the Master Engineer, given the right kind of time and opportunity. You can see finally starting to hit in against him a little bit there, but surprisingly hard to hit this guy, I guess. It's just so funky, man. Like, he's kind of a weird unit. If he's totally stationary, he's very easy to hit. You can see the Doomseekers and the Rangers finally doing some big damage to him. But he is unbreakable, and he's still got 3,000 HP despite being under half. So I'm just going to pull him out here, and we're going to do the very fair and not cheesy strategy of using regrowth to heal our, you know, mechanical machines here. Pigeon bombs coming up from a million miles in the air. Hard punishing the blobbed up Dowie units there. Little friendly fire on the great swords, but they are going to hang in and be able to finish up this Dowie great weapon. 2 more great swords incoming. Sterling's Revenge get absolutely massacred by the blasting charges. That light armor doing them no favors there. But we are holding the number 1. It's just so well secured. Great swords, you know, I don't see these guys creeping up on them. They're going to get massacred by the Rangers there in a moment. Hellblasters still chipping away. They don't do tremendous damage to infantry, but they are fairly effective against them. They're much better against cavalry and single entities. But if their shots actually do hit, each individual one can kill 1 or 2 models, and they can chip in a lot of decent damage over the course of a long, grindy game. And this one's been out all game. They've gotten 200 kills, 1,200 value, just about paying for themselves. I think they cost 1,000 straight up. Flagellants are fighting the Dowie Lord and actually doing a pretty good job of dragging him down.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I see the Rangers moving up here. I send the Greatswords into combat onto one of them. They are trying to push through now, though, to get on top of the Knolls, who I've turned around and are opening up on these guys. Rangers probably going to be going down here. The Knolls fairly compromised. I was getting a little too worried about this point. I didn't know if there were any more Ranger Great Weapons sneaking up on me, so I send the Knights of the Black Rose and one of the Great Swords, peeling them away from the middle because we just get a big win here. This Master Engineer has just locked this objective down all freaking game, dude. Every time the Dowie gets some momentum onto it, he just rallies back to the point, drops a pigeon bomb, punishes a blob, and then just runs over everything else in a big old circle. And he's got a lot of room for the healing cap still. 4,400 value. Borderline broken unit. I mean, they never adjusted him. People just kind of fell off using him for some reason. People were trying out Volkmar, bringing Boris a lot, who's also very meta. But I think the Master Engineer has a very solid place on the roster for the Empire, just because of his utility with the pigeon bombs. Very good at punishing blobs of any type. It's good against cavalry and infantry. And then his cannon's pretty nice to be able to chip through stuff. His grenade launcher, also very good at punishing things from afar. And then the AP that he offers on his steam tank as he like rolls through stuff in melee combat. More than enough to help clear out mass numbers of heavily armored units, which typically is where the Empire struggles the most. Just rallying up here for the last few seconds of the game. The Dowie are just completely off kilt and not able to concentrate their forces. Another pigeon bomb comes down. That was the last one that I've got there. Damage on the Slayers, damage against the Miners, and pushing through with these remaining great swords. Knights of the Black Rose back out on the field, running down these Quarrelers. They can still stand and fight against the Slayers reasonably well. You don't want to let them get charged for free, though. Knights of the Black Rose have a pretty good amount of melee defense. So against the Slayer unit, they do tend to lose out eventually, but if you cycle charge, Knights of the Black Rose can win big time against the Slayer unit. It's a pretty interesting little duality. They both get countered, yet also counter Slayers, just depending on the circumstance they find themselves in. Alright, well the replays must be okay, because that was exactly how I remember the game playing out. It didn't seem like anything funky was going on. I think that Tomb King's High Elves game, I think that we just had a situation where the High Elf player, very new, didn't really know what to do, making some panicky mistakes, but that's okay. It happens. I've been there myself. Hopefully I gave that High Elf player, if they're here, some ideas of what they can do in the future. And also given any of y'all, just from a more general perspective, a little bit more of an idea of how you can handle mass artillery builds. Mass artillery can be scary if you play it incorrectly, but once you know the strategy against it, it's actually fairly easy to shut down. You just can't panic and overextend and push forward early. Like I said, you just cap the objectives, you pull back, concentrate, spread out, and make sure that when you do dive in, everything goes in at once. Because the artillery... The thing about the mass artillery is artillery can't peel for one another because they'll just destroy their own artillery pieces and be obstructed the whole time. The Tomb Kings did have the Ushabti Greatbows and Sepulchral Stalkers available to help peel, which is nice. But even there, as long as you're able to get some units to like lock those guys in their own melee combats and occupy them for a time, if you kill the Screaming Skull Catapults, you can then either focus down the Ushabti if you got the numbers, or just pull out at that point. Leave whatever infantry you got in there on an off chance in combat and let them grind. While the mobility goes elsewhere and starts to hammer down the crappy skeletons that the Tomb Kings have. Here in this game, we've got Kislev versus the Dowie. I actually think that there was a time where the Dowie had a pretty good matchup against Kislev, but I think Kislev is maybe a little bit more set these days against the Dwarves. They've just got higher quality dual-purpose infantry. They've got a lot of armor of their own. Zargard, very solid, grindy unit for killing miners, as well as slayers have a hard time against them. They can even do pretty decently against Dowie Great Weapons, just because they've got far superior stats. The thing that you gotta avoid stuff like this. Don't want your lords getting wrecked. You need the magic. It's actually fairly useful. Although here, Ice Maiden's Kiss and Death Frost, not very good options against the dwarves. I have a replay, like on the main, just on the channel. If you're struggling against Dowie, watch this. It is a game against the dwarves playing as Kislev. You want to bring the Tempest magic, because you got Blizzard there, which is a great AP spell. In fact, I'll just pause real quick. We'll go find it. So we've got the Lore of Ice here. Lore of Tempest right next door. Blizzard costs an arm and a leg, but if you overcast it, you're only paying 8 more winds of magic for double the damage. This will one-shot just about any Dowie unit. Even with the spell resistance they have, it lasts so long and the radius is so big, it's doing like maximum damage at all times pretty much. You can easily kill any elite Dowie unit that comes out, as well as also hit anything in the backline that they're doing a good job of keeping safe at a distance. Armored Kossars get on the number 3, going to be very good against the Slayers. Really good positioning here from Suga. Losing the healer, or the hero, not great. Not that bad though, just because the spells aren't going to be that useful. I mean, using Death Frost on Belegar all game, you probably are going to be able to kill him with that. More often than not, though, I just recommend that what you do to kill Dowie characters, or, like I said last game, just either ignore them, or you bring out a Great Weapon infantry unit, which can do big damage to these hero blobs. If the Great Weapon infantry surround units like this, there's not a lot that they're able to do. They get worn out pretty quickly. We do have the Ataman with his pistol here, which is kind of interesting. I haven't actually seen people using this guy on a regular basis. He does have a shield. And he looks pretty badass too. Hell yeah. If I had to guess though, I would imagine that he's probably still not the best option. Generally speaking, what I would recommend for Kislev in this matchup, in terms of Lord, you either bring your Lord as the Frost Maiden with the Tempest magic that I mentioned, or you bring Kastalton, and you just try to like maneuver Kastalton around between fights and positions, and lead the Thanes or Dowie Lords and Heroes on just like a wild goose chase the entire game. Brimstone Guns come out. They're going to get some okay damage against the Zargard. Not a terrible fight for Kislev. These guys just don't have a lot of AP damage, so it's going to take a long time to wear out the decently armored Zargard. They'd be better off shooting the things in the woods. Flamethrowers are actually fairly effective against monstrous units. I don't know if the Dowie player is aware of that or not. But having some kind of answer for the things in the woods right now is pretty important because they're kind of ripping the miners apart. The Armored Kossars ate all the blasting charges. They like soaked up all of that damage, and they do get pushed back without contributing a lot of value. Not that big of a deal, though, with the things here tearing apart the rest of the Dowie units. Slayers are getting off of the Zargard now. They were caught up for a little bit, but good reaction pulling them away and getting on top of these very lightly armored monster Chaos doggies. So Dowie getting a really nice engagement here. They'll easily pay for themselves fighting against the things in the woods. This is like the poster boy unit for what these for what Slayers are like geared up to kill. You know, lightly armored, respectable melee attack and melee defense that does get outclassed by the Slayers bonus versus large. Big weapon strength on these guys also. 48 for an infantry unit's pretty high. And with 24 models and about 6,000 HP, just a couple of attacks from one Slayer is enough to kill these guys. So if the Slayers saturate in effectively against the things in the woods, they can take them down in just a handful of seconds. The problem with Slayers is always just that they've only got 40 foot speed, so they can lag behind pretty badly and have a hard time getting into combat. The Dowie Heroes and the Lord are just dragging the Zargard down, man. Kislev did take a lot of even engagements here. Kislev does a little bit better if they stay back early and just use their pistols to outtrade the dwarves from a distance. Because miners, they do get slightly outranged by armored Kossars. You know, you got 90 range here. You got, what, 55 I think it is? Yeah, on the Ekron's miners. What you do is, the way the Dowie are going to engage you, oftentimes, they're going to, like, throw their miners up in just, like, a nice little wall here. What you do is, you want to have your armored Kossars set up in a wall as well, but instead of just having each one fire at different targets, what you want to do, as Kislev, you want to get one volley off on the unit on the flank, wear them out. You want to retreat some, and then you want to like try and engage the edges that are weakened now with another unit that isn't going to get hit by the blasting charges. So like throw up a thing in the wood to like get in on the flank and charge down the miner. That way you don't just get walked down and have all your units just get nailed by the charges. Because even though these guys have good armor values, if they just get mass focused by the charges, they will still take like a good third of their HP and damage. And then getting engaged in melee combat, they can get worn out, and then you've got the gyrocopters who have been chipping away at them and dropping bombs at them that has also really worn these guys out. And that's another thing you need to be prepared for. That's why instead of all of these guys being Zargard, you've got 4 Zargard in that opener. Keep 2 Zargard. 2 Zargard, really nice, but put 2 Streltsy out on the field. Because Streltsy are very good at killing gyrocopters. They're very accurate. The shooting is very hard to dodge. Gyros have to close a lot of ground against Streltsy to be able to get any damage going. And if the Dowie's gyros go down and can't help out the miner front line, that's where Kislev can really overwhelm the dwarves. Winged Lancers being used very effectively out here, taking out the Ranger Great Weapons, also hammering home against the miners. They can get this objective back. Kislev's not out of this. It's been a little messy, but they have done a pretty good job of drawing Dowie units back to the #1 objective here, and they do have the #2 now. And this Zargard should just go right for the cannon. Instead of chasing these miners that are pretty much dead, go after this cannon crew, finish this off. Give yourself a little bit more space to like maneuver forward your missiles without getting poked down at long range. Yeah, man, this Frost Maiden has really just not gotten a lot of value. Ataman continuing to fight. He is getting engaged by the Thanes now. So here's the problem. The Ataman, amazing melee defense. 65 is kind of insane. Not a lot of characters have nearly that much. And, in theory, more than enough to be able to withstand the 35 melee attack of the Thanes. Problem comes in is the fact that this guy's getting 2v1'd. So every time he's, like, fighting multiple targets, one of the, models that's potentially gets in behind him are going to be able to hit him for free without his, melee defense coming into play. That's why 2v1s with cheaper combat characters typically trade out in favor of the cheaper options. That's why really elite SEs need to be used very sparingly and carefully. They want to go in to try and finish off isolated heroes and lords, not try and fight them all in one go, just because that's rarely going to work out in your favor. Zargard getting murdered by all the brimstone guns. Smokey doing a very good job of focusing down the Kislev units with his gyros. Like, pulling them back in numbers and just focus firing these guys into oblivion. Trading very effectively with the gyros, who have all paid for themselves just about. If not, gotten more than their fair share of value already, man. This one's got a little bit of ways to go. But Kislev's looking really far on the back foot here. The Winged Lancers are going for the cannon. Come on, let's see it. Cannons fire at close range. I don't think they are. I think they're a little too close in. They are going to get charged down here. Get punted a little bit. Winged Lancers are so cool, dude. And I really love this color scheme for the Kislevite forces. The red and white. It's very, very cool. The army color picker, ever since it got added in Warhammer 3, has been one of my favorite little additions to the game. It's given the armies a lot of flavor and personality, I think. Kislev never recapped their home objective. They've got the Things in the Woods back here, who did good early, but very beleaguered now. Winged Lancers running over some miners. Gyro's just continuing to hound down these Lancers. And now Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer torpedoes going to get a good volley off here and do massive damage to these poor guys. Iron Drake Trollhammers are perfectly designed to kill cavalry because of the bonus versus large they have. And the like small amount of explosive damage they've got. They really chip down models pretty quickly on units of that caliber and type. They're okay against SEs and even like decent against armored infantry. But that really is like the perfect target for a Trollhammer torpedo, is like a Winged Lancer, or a Things in the Wood would be a really good target as well. Ataman getting compromised by the Slayers, more Slayers just rushing down the Kislevite units. And Kislev's just not going to be able to get up to the points in time again. I mean, they got no time to work with. They're triple capped. Didn't get their objectives anywhere that they're like sending units. The Dowie have just been way too stalwart. Instead of trying to contest all three objectives at once, what you want to do is try and find where your opponent's weakest, especially for the Dowie. Since they're so slow outside of the gyros, you can really isolate them on one objective, hammer them down, cap that point up, hold by throwing tattered forces forward to keep them off of the point for a long time, overstretch them onto this point that they need to recapture, and then you can throw your healthier forces around the field to try and cap up on another point while they're occupied contesting. If you try to fight the Dowie in a straight-up fight, they're usually going to beat you. There's only 3 Zargard here. My point still stands. Get rid of 1 Zargard and 1 Armored Kossar and get 2 Streltsy, and you don't really need to do anything else. Just get the Blizzard Caster with the Frost Maiden. The Adaman didn't seem all that impactful either. Maybe swap this guy out for something else. Dwarves just did a good job of punishing Kislev for the early aggression. Thane's got some reasonable value. Bellegarde did, you know, what he does. He survived. Miners were nice. Slayers were nice. Cannon didn't have a lot of great opportunities to shoot. So it was pretty lackluster, but the gyros more than made up for it, man. And this is where the big MVP performance for the Dowie is. That's why you have to have answers for them. It just took too long for the Streltsy to move up the field. So the Angry Beards beat the Angry Poles in this particular battle here. We've got Nurgle versus more Counts, man. Actually, did we watch this one? Yeah, we did. We watched this on Saturday. Duplicates. Alright, Bear versus Fabrosi here. Kislev into the Vampire Counts. Usually pretty decently favored for Kislev. Vampire Counts, or Vampire Coast, I should say. They've definitely got some options that they can bring forward to counter Kislev. They've got their own decent shooting. It's just really lightly armored, so typically what I recommend for Kislev is just mass Kossars. And what you do is you can wear down the front line from afar a little bit, like get the zombies down to about half HP, leave them potentially crumbling and force out magic from Noctilus.
Fight with bravery and honor. Do not disappoint Ursun, Salyak, Dash, and Thor.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, moving on from Zarina's little speech there. Once the front line for the Vampire Coast gets worn down, oftentimes people get antsy when their front line just starts taking a bunch of damage, even if it's just low quality decane mobs and stuff. They will oftentimes overextend trying to lock horns with you at that point. Even if they don't, and they try to send their bows forward a little bit, that's where you can use the Kossars to really punish the handguns, because while the handguns do good damage in return to Kossars, it's a little bit of an inefficient trade for the zombie pirates, because the Kossar bows are a lot more accurate. They hit just as hard against all these really lightly armored guys. They're pretty good at wearing out the 7,000 HP on the handgun mobs, and leaving Coast without any shooting and firepower is typically how you just pull them apart, because without the handguns, Vampire Coast just are not equipped in the melee combat grind to beat Kislev. Bear moving around the flank with the Horse Archers. I don't like Horse Archers against Coast. I don't like skirmish of any type, really, just because you can poke and nibble away at the edges all you want, but Scurvy Dogs and also bats and even handguns getting into range of Horse Archers are going to very favorably value trade against these guys, because they don't have nearly as many models. There's only 60 models here, and even though they have the same damage profile as a Kossar, just the 60 or 30 less models, I guess it is. Or is it 40? I think it might be 40. I think Kossars have 100 models as well. That difference in the number of models firing typically means that they're just not trading nearly as well. They do kill the bloated corpse in the woods here. Very nice volleys from those guys, just blasting him into ruins there. Zarina hiding behind the pillar is a pretty good idea. Kirinade trying to open up. Little Grom did get ranged a little bit by the Carronades, but is freed now to open back up. I don't think Little Grom is a great unit, but it can be really strong against like Rotting Prometheans and the like. We do have Ice Maiden's Kiss. Now, one of the things about Zarina's really nice. She's a great character, and her magic is really strong against Chaff, specifically. Ice Maiden's Kiss. The thing about it is, it's got a very short cast range of 100 meters. That's putting her in the danger zone of getting ranged by the handguns, who will just absolutely pummel her on the Frostworm. In my opinion, you want to bring Hawks of Miska against the Vampire Coast. It's much better at clearing out the Chaff infantry, and it can do really well against the handgunners also. Good jump with the Cossack Dervishes on the Scurvy Dogs, looking to maneuver around the flank and shut down the cannons, maybe. It's going to take a full dive. We've got more Cossack Dervishes here. They are getting into the handguns here, or the pistol mobs, I should say. Horse Archers poking away, looking to commit here. The Vampire Coast, instead of... Fabrosi needs to, instead of sending the Rotting Prometheans over here, just have them go sit on top of the cannon crew to protect them. That's going to make it really hard for the Horse Archers to trade. They're going to have to sit at range, and then you can just keep like throwing sirens and stuff to buffer them out. And we do get the hand cannons, or the handguns, turning around here for the coast. Opening up a little bit. Although these guys a little slow on the turn. Do get compromised. Armored Kossars moving in. This is the time to start trying to hammer down these infantry units with your Armored Kossars. But the Winged Lancers should be trying to get through the back line to help out the rest of the cavalry that's diving. And this is a big loss. I mean, 2 Kossovite Dervishes trading out for 1 gunnery mob here. Pretty awful for Kislev. They didn't need to keep these units here either. The second the pistol mob shows up, you just maneuver around them. They're too slow to outposition you. Better Micro is the counter to these Vampire Coast units coming out to try and defend their cannons. But Kislev over pushes. They get all of their horsemen killed just about. They've got the Horse Archers available and this Winged Lancer, but that's about it. They are grinding down a lot of the deckhand mobs with the pistols here. Handguns are still very healthy. And once they get an opportunity to open up on the Kossars, it's going to be a little unfortunate for the Vampire Coast. Carronades also shooting down some of the horsemen out here. What do the Vampire Coast need out right now? Honestly not sure. Probably a Mourngul or 2. Like 2 Mournguls would be really nice. Mournguls are a great counter for heavily armored infantry. Bringing them up and trying to keep you know, some polearms alive and sirens alive to then contest onto this middle point will definitely give the Vampire Coast an opportunity to take the middle point away from Kislev here, I think. Although they are struggling pretty mightily. They got some, there's some Kislevite warriors hanging out on the back point here. Little Grom is hammering away, killing these animated hulks. Not an amazing target for Little Grom, but still half decent. It just needs to micro back a little bit, because it is in range of the Carronades now, who are going to start to trade very favorably against this thing. Little Grom's advantage is the mobility it has. And it might seem kind of crazy to say that a 35 speed unit has a mobility advantage. That's pretty significant compared to the 20 mobility of the Carronades. Pushing up, going to poke on the number 3, moving up a lot of cavalry, man. There's not a lot of infantry for Kislev out on the field. There are some Zargard. I guess the infantry they do have is really durable stuff. They should be able to hang in for a while. Man, just trickling in here for the undead right now. Not the best call. They really need to pull the trigger right now. They need to send all of this stuff to swarm out the armored Kossars and commit with their Mournguls and Rotting Prometheans at that point. Because if the Mournguls and the Rotting Prometheans are in melee combat, Little Grom's going to have a much harder time shooting them. Going to be downright impossible, in fact. And Noctilus could also be moving up to engage here. He's really durable. It's kind of hard to kill him. But just all of these mobility fights, I think, is why Fabrosi is not advancing forward. I'm just really determined to hold the number 3 objective here. But should just get another infantry unit on this point if that's the goal here. Because probably going to lose that, and getting outcapped by Kislev in a 3-0, you'll be able to retake this middle point with good value trades. Yeah, you've got a good value trade going right now, but you're getting danger close to needing all 3 points. And the Vampire Coast are just not a faction that is well equipped for trying to do something like that. The polearms get hammered on the way in and don't quite close the distance. Kossars have just been laying waste to all of these lightly armored gun mobs, as well as some of the Deccan mobs. You can see why it's such a favorable matchup for the Kislevites. They just got good cap weight. They got really durable infantry. They've got amazing cheap bows that can just ruin the gun line of the Vampire Coast. They've got great cavalry as well. That's pretty hard to break off the field thanks to Dire Blood. But the Vampire Coast do hang on to the number 3 here. They are able to get their guns and bomber bats, or just regular deck droppers with the pistols in position to be able to keep the cavalry off that point and unable to fully cap it. Zarina moving in, doing a good job of killing the Prometheans here. Prometheans struggling pretty mightily against the Zarina. Also fighting on top of the Kislevite Warriors, not the best fight in the world for those guys. How much value did these dudes get? 635, pretty much paying for themselves. Armored Kossars fighting and scrapping in here. And the Mourngul's getting worn out a little bit. The Kossar Spears moved up, and they've got a good amount of melee attack. Although right now they're charmed, so it's pretty abysmal, in fact. Their bonus versus large of 15, though, does mean that they should still be able to hit the Mournguls on occasion. Man, oh man, the Undead really cleaning up these infantry units. But Kislev's brought up some more units to replace their losses. And I think the attrition game, just because the Coast are not really able to like hyper-focus onto one point because all this back pressure, they might not be able to cap the middle objective before Kislev can just rally up on the one objective and take it away from them. One halberd unit is not going to be able to do it. The deckhand mobs, again, just not very good combatants. Kislevite warriors, even being damaged already, might be able to grind out this entire polearm for the Vampire Coast. And they do have Kossovite dervishes that can like rear charge those guys when they do get into combat. The Prometheans do get a heal, so they're hanging in here a little bit now. Doing much better, and Noctilus finds Zarina Katerin and starts to lay an unholy beatdown on her with the halberd he's got, man. He's a pretty good duelist, he's just really slow, is his problem. 38 foot speed is okay, but definitely not going to be able to catch Zarina if she's microed around properly. Beard definitely needs to pull her out of combat and keep her safe for the rest of the game. That's really one of the only ways that you could really lose this at this point. You've done a good enough job of scrapping with the Undead. I know it says that the Vampire Coasts are up by about 2,000 gold, but you gotta realize that they've also not done a lot of damage to the very expensive Lord that's out on the field for the Vampire Coast. And a lot of value is tied up in killing Zarina Katerin now. So the infantry fight is fairly even. And in an even infantry fight, that's always going to favor the faction that the Vampire Coast are going up against. Just because even though they're infantry at full cap weight, they're still pretty awful at actually doing damage, which means that they're a little lackluster when they're trying to recontest points. Carronades got good value, dude. They've done a really good job of hammering the Zarina Katerin now that they've killed Little Grom back there. But Beard is getting her away, going to be able to save her bacon. Zargard just continuing to hold the line. Deckhand mobs are getting up on the point, but a good roadblock here of the depth guard with the pole arms. And out here on this other edge of the objective. Come on, where's the border? Yeah, you can see these halberds are trying to get here. Tattered Armored Kossar intercepts and just keeps them off the point entirely. And all that's left is like range units. And if range units are like forced to path onto the points, that's really nice for you, honestly. If you're going up against all those handguns, because it makes them a lot easier to shut down if they're really close into the front line. And actually trying to hold the points. Winged Lancer's going to be maneuvering over, going to help guarantee that that number 2 objective stays friendly for Kislev. Animated Hulk's getting hammered down by the Kislevite warriors, who have done a very good job of just sitting back here and, you know, being guards for it. Not doing anything too fancy. Number 2 is going to get capped here. Cavalry was not sent forward. You could have held that till the end of the game, but just keeping stuff here just to hold your number 1 objective, not a bad idea either. Vampire Coast didn't even have time to cap that middle, unfortunately. Well played, though, to both sides. Kislev did a pretty good job with their cavalry of occupying space and attention. For Brosi, I think just needed to maybe foregoing handguns in this matchup is a good idea. Bringing more pistol mobs, I guess. Although you do have a limit on how many shooting units can bring. I'll have to come back to this matchup. I'm not really sure what the Vampire Coast does against Kislev. Maybe they go for a rush build with Sirens and Mournguls and lots of deckhand mobs. And for their shooting, they develop out all the handguns in reserve with pistol mobs as well. Maybe that's what you go for. It's definitely a pretty tricky matchup for the Coast. Handguns are for screening cav? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. What's up, guys? Glad I got to do your game, Marco. What's up, Jaden? Yeah, I don't know what you do in that matchup either. Screening of the cav is nice, and the carronades were really solid. It's just a lot to have to keep off of the points to try and protect your artillery. And Kislev's just got such good durable stuff to throw up on the points. That'll just clear your deckhand mobs all game. I don't think that you can just slow push them at range. I think it's way too even, or even potentially favorable for Kislev at range. Little Grom's opening up. They missed by a mile and still did damage to that Frost Maiden. I mean, I'm not blind, am I? Did they not just, like, completely whiff that shot and still damage her? Okay, no. I mean, it, like, buried in, like, next to her, but still did full damage. I don't know. Little Grom's pretty crazy, man. Stupendous artillery piece. And even pretty good against infantry. Just because it's so accurate, dude. I mean, you can see they actually land in, cleave through multiple infantry on the Zargard Great Weapon there. You don't want to double target with arty, though, generally speaking. Especially single entity artillery, because oftentimes they fire into the same place on a formation, so sometimes what happens is one artillery, the one that shoots first, will clear the path and then the next cannonball will land in the same spot and not do any damage as a result. It's very funny to watch. Because you can see there, they like end up in the same spot despite being spaced out differently. I generally recommend just targeting different units entirely. It's one of the few missile pieces that you don't want to focus fire with. With artillery, you do genuinely want to spread the damage out a little bit more.
Keep it from the foe.
Yeah, 31. Only 8 kills on this one, but this one I think did hit the Frost Maiden both times it fired, so that's where its value is being made up for. These poor Zargard Great Weapons just getting massacred right now. Ice Maiden and Boris rolling around. Kislevites Warriors moving away from the number 3, looking to rally to the number 2. And the Armored Cossars doing a great job of screening out these Horse Archers, just crushing volleys in against these guys, man. Horse Archers aren't going to do anything to these Cossars either. Silver Shields and 80 armor, way too tanky for those guys to deal with. Zargard Great Weapon over here for Suga, though, does get on top of White Bear's Armored Cossars, and we're going to be able to beat these guys down pretty quickly here. Good value for that Zargard Great Weapon, but the other tools not doing nearly as well. And the Snow Leopard summon just being sent in alone, not great. It just gets isolated by the Kislevite Warriors with their halberds, as well as Boris Ursus rolling in there, although he didn't actually get any damage done. Yeah, it looks like it was just the halberds peeling for Little Grom there, but that's really nice, you know. Halberd's very good at protecting single entity artillery pieces, because you can just put them in a big box and just like cover them completely to where like nothing is going to be able to touch them. Little Grom opening up, big damage on the Griffin Legion there. 10 models lost right off the bat, man. And the numbers are starting to push into the number 2 here. And keep Suga on the back foot. You did kind of give up this objective, but, you know, the Groms are doing a very good job of making Suga pay for taking it back. Gotta get one of these objectives, though. You don't want to be triple capped for any period of time. Ice Maiden fighting with Boris in the front line. Not really a great spot for her to be. They're not bad in melee combat. They're some of the better, like combat casters in the game. Just because they have respectable stats and they've got magic damage available to them, but they don't have a lot of weapon strength. Melee defense is pretty poor. Usually better to just keep them back and safe instead. And here comes the Frost Maiden of Ice, running into the Winged Lancers, though. Winged Lancers can actually shred through lightly armored horse characters. Because their weapon strength combined with their charge bonus ends up being really, really strong. And Frost Maidens just get absolutely hammered by them if these guys get the surround off. Griffin Legion don't even get into combat, really, with Little Grom. They just took way too much on the way in. And White Bear pulling the Winged Lancers through, going to be able to crush the last of the Griffin Legion there. Boris getting hit by Death Frost, not that big of a deal for him. He's got a lot of HP. He's just motoring after her. If she stops for even a moment, she's going to die. Number 2 does get taken by White Bear. Still trading really well. Little Grom is kind of carrying this game, though, right now for him. Definitely need a little bit more movement elsewhere on the battlefield. These Horse Archers could be used a lot more aggressively. They're just kind of sitting back here. They've pushed some stuff back and helped keep Grom safe. But using these 3 Horse Archers to move up over to the Kislevite Warrior that's alone over here, focus firing that guy down, and then capping number 3 would be really nice. And the Winged Lancers can just kind of focus on keeping this artillery piece safe. Armored Cossars trying to shoot Boris. Still chasing, and she does stop for one freaking second and gets absolutely slapped up by our boy here, and he does take her down. You know, that 500-600 pound horse landing right on top of her, definitely breaking her back. Adaman also being focused by Grom now. Super, super accurate, even against foot characters, as you can see, man. Adaman's, he's got a broken leg or something. He's shuffling real funny like. Very lucky that shot missed. This one's not, though. Oh my god. Oh no. Poor guy, dude. Oh, Jesus. He just had shaken off the sprained ankle, too. Just takes the full blast right to the chest and goes down like a sack of potatoes. Suga is holding on to the number 2 here. Number 3 still capped up. We are losing a lot of mobility for Suga now, and the infantry are a little too tattered to be able to just swarm over the field and keep it locked down for the rest of the game. I think it's gonna just continue to be death by 1,000 cuts. And one of the death strokes is coming in right now, with the number 1 objective being taken away. Armored Kossars moving up. White Bear, very, very solid patient play, man. Using up all the ammo, not panicking in anyone's spot. Overwhelming cavalry charge here. Normally, like, Kislev Warrior against a couple, or even just one cavalry unit, going to be able to trade really well. But being as weakened as they were, and then just getting hounded down by 2 horse archers and a winged lancer, way too much for them to be able to contend with. The tattered Kislev Warrior can occupy here, and then you can just get rear charges. With the Adaman dead, the leadership on all of the Kislev units looking pretty bad. Snow Leopard coming back. It just diving with these Snow Leopards on a Little Grom has just not worked at all. Like, neither time has it been successful. Little Grom turning their attention to the infantry again. Really cleaving through them. Again, though, focusing a little too much on keeping them targeted onto the same units at the same time. See what I'm talking about with the single entity artillery pieces? They like fire into the same spot. Oftentimes, what happens in matchups like this, if you're shooting infantry a lot, one artillery piece will have great value, and then the other one will have like half of what the other has. Here, though, White Bear has been a little bit more lucky. The Groms have still been doing pretty good damage, and they've been fairly accurate shooting into the single entities. So it's been like a pretty even trade out with both of them, and they did get their value back. Not anything extra, but at least they're very healthy for the unsummon, and then you can bring out more infantry. Just like capping these points and then pulling off of them without overextending is giving White Bear more time to work with, which also is perfectly viable for like grinding out a game, because the infantry here are on their way out, Things in the Woods, trying to hang in and rally up. Salyak's Lullaby healing up Boris a little bit. He's also dropping his Colossal Strike, giving him the extra anti-large bonus and weapon strength. He's such a good duelist, man. He is a beast in combat, and the cost reductions on him are really nice. He's actually back to being a fairly viable Lord option, especially if you're going for just like a standard Ice Maiden and you're not trying to just like hyper-focus heals from the Patriarchs. He tends to be one of the better options for that very reason. And he's just a really good combatant against big, scary single entities. And Kislev can definitely bring those in spades at times. So we do get the number 2 here. We've got the number 1 as well. It's very well secured. Oh, but there are some Streltsy coming up. With a Kislevite Warrior, Armored Kossars need to close the gap and open fire on the Streltsy, wear them out a little bit. Winged Lancers can stay back and wait for the Streltsy to be a little more beat up, and then they can charge in against those guys. Because the Kislevites warriors are going to have to get up to the point here. More Streltsy coming out. More Kislevites warriors on the field. Whitebear doesn't... Alright, does have a Zargard going to the number 2. So is going to be locking that point down. The Patriarch could be really useful here. So the Patriarch, I don't know how many heals he's got left. He's got 2 left. Okay. Patriarch can actually run in here. Break the bracing on the Kislevites warriors, and then you can follow up with your cavalry in a charge after, and then you can pop Salyaks as they all get in to combat together. Horse Archer screaming around the flank, get on top of the Streltsy, doing a little damage to these guys, and pulling the Kislevites warriors into a blob fight, and the Buyer Blood passive active for just long enough for the Winged Lancers to carry this charge home, doing some pretty reasonable damage here. Not the most in the world. You don't want to stay in combat here for too long. I would pull out right about now with the cavalry and leave the Kislevites warriors to grind. Got another one coming in here. With that extra damage from the cavalry charge, you probably just outgrind your opponent at this point with all those Kislevites warriors. Griffin Legion versus Zargard, and this is actually the right call for Whitebear. Since these guys don't have brace, they might as well get their charge bonus off against the cavalry. They are going to do respectable damage here, and Zargard Great Weapons will win a prolonged grind because they do have better stats than the Griffin Legion, and they've got the armor piercing. It's a pretty even trade. Griffin Legion are better used to cycle charge here. They could have pulled out they should be pulling out now. And then if they get another charge off, they can probably win that. Whitebear pushing up, doing a decent job out on this flank. Hammering down the Streltsy pretty nicely, but more armored Kossars coming up. Shuka's not giving up the ghost here. He's actually done a pretty good job of scrapping pretty evenly for the most part, but Whitebear's patience has really paid off and has the supply advantage, has the cap advantage, has a slight value lead as well, and should catch up shortly enough to where you don't need to hold all 3 points. In fact, could probably give up the number 1. Since your opponent's got so many units over here, what you can do, you leave this Armored Kossar to roadblock here. Use this Armored Kossar just to clean up the Griffin Legion, and then just retreat off with the remaining unit. Don't need to hold it. You'll be able to hold on to it long enough to where now you are in double cap territory again, and you can just consolidate your forces and have a better position than your opponent, since it's going to take them a long time to reposition all this infantry away from here. By the time they're able to get up to the other 2 objectives, the game's going to be damn near over. They'll have a whale of a time getting the number 3. There's so many Kislevites warriors over here. 2 of them should hold, and honestly, what you could do with this one, this is really cheesy, but I swear by this. If you end up in a position like this, where you can use a healthy infantry unit to just sit on your opponent's deploy zone, you should actually do it. Because then your opponent just can't summon out of that zone. Spawn camping is a viable strategy. In every game, every scenario, man. Oath Brothers of Tor come out into a really ugly fight. This is not where they're going to be able to do much of anything. Griffin Legion get a rear charge on them. Gonna poke them down a little bit. There's a lot of shooting here. There's Kislevites warriors here as well now. Oh, although the armored Kossars are doing a very good job of like locking those guys down. Oath Brothers do actually push in a little bit. The Kislevites warriors running. They should be able to shut down the armored Kossars for the most part. This Winged Lancer just so annoying. Staying on top of this Streltsy and just not leaving them any room and actually breaking their leadership here. That Lord Dead debuff really hurting Shuga in the late game here, man. Just being hounded down across the battlefield. We can fast forward through this. It's going to be stuffing strategies. You didn't need to hold the number 1, but Whitebear is playing well enough that actually probably going to be able to hang on to all of these points and keep the I guess the, I don't know what you would call them. The Kislevite Traitor Legions, I guess. You know, history is written by the victor. The Ropsman clan are going to be taking the win home today. And writing down all of the wrongs that were committed by Suga's Kislevite forces here. A lot of damage on the Horse Archers. Groms did really well. Armored Cossack Great Weapon did nicely. The Frost Maiden did a good job of wearing out the Hero and the Ataman, and then Groms was able to get the finish there. Winged Lancers, respectable value. Oath Brothers of Tor were doing alright. I don't love them, but they're a pretty respectable unit. If you micro them really well, they can trade up for you. They just tend to be a little too expensive, in my experience, to be a consistent unit. What's up, Broccoli? How's it going? You need Silostra to rush down infantry. Yeah, Little Grom does wreck any large lords, man. It does so much damage. I waited to kill Little Grom with my Kyrenaids, so Crabs could move on to the point. Fair enough. It works. It's just tough, man. Like, Kislev, you know, they were really strong when they came out. They got some nerfs. They've been finagled with over time, and now they're in a pretty mid-tier position, I would say. In fact, let me go look at the win rate for them on Total Tavern right now. Yeah, I mean, they're like right here in the middle of the pack with a lot of the other factions right now. Who are they losing to? Lizards is pretty even. They've only got a few really bad matchups. Yeah, Vampire Coast they're actually losing in pretty badly, but I think that's a little bit of a trick. I do think Vampire Coast is reasonably good against Kislev. I would say, though, it's probably closer to a 50-50. It's going to come down to a little bit of a build roulette in that particular matchup. Build roulette's not nearly as big of a problem in Dom as it is in Conquest and land battles especially, but it is still something you can run into at times. There are definitely matchups where it can be really difficult to figure out exactly what your opponents are going to be bringing. Give me a sec, guys. I need to answer a question a friend is asking me. Okay, so Jaden up against Bretonia here. Lizardmen, I would say they're pretty favorably matched up against the Bretonians. Bretonians have good tools for dealing with some of the bigger monsters, but there's a couple of schools of thought that the lizards can go with. They go with just, you know, Sauruses, which are impossible for Bretonia to kill outside of Trebs, and then Foot Squires, especially the Spear variant. They're just really hard to break down because they're high HP pool. So you do like mass numbers of those, you back them up with some Salamanders, and then bring a bunch of Spear Riders in, and the AP Cab typically are going to just out-trade the Knights of Bretonia. That's one way of doing it. Probably the best way of doing it, and that's kind of what Jaden's doing here with Burning Head to like clear out a lot of the chaff. The other option is you go full heal build, and you bring the Shredder of Lustria, which Bretonia, as good as they are against big monsters, the Shredder of Lustria is just a little too much to handle for most factions. It is really gnarly. It's such a crazy unit. Skinky Boys moving up to the number 2, and do push back the Mounted Yeoman. Mounted Yeoman could have actually maybe stayed at the edge of the point here. Yeah, they would have been just out of range, and Skink Skirmishers don't have missile resistance like Chameleons do. They also aren't stealthed either, because they don't have Stalk. So the Mounted Yeoman can actually poke these guys pretty effectively. That's what I would be trying to do right now. It does actually look like that's what Force is moving up to do. You have to be very good with your micro, though, and there we go. It's a good response, pulling back immediately. A little bit of a tickle, didn't lose any models. Definitely got a little bit of a leg up in the trade. Nothing crazy, but just doing stuff like that consistently and being able to do it well is what you need in order to be able to take games. Though the Umbral Tide, I should say, does have Stalk. They are going to get revealed here in a minute, and if they get a good order and a good volley off on the Mounted Yeoman here, it's going to be a big loss for the Bretonnians. Firing in. These guys did kite out of the range, and it all goes for naught for the Umbral Tide there. We do see the Spear Riders coming up. I want a Temple Guard unit coming out as well. Really nice stuff. Dude, I love Temple Guard. They're actually really strong. They've got everything that a regular source warrior has. Their AP is just better. Like, it's a straight up flip on the weapon strength AP split. And they've just got better stats, too. I mean, the same melee defense, which is, you know, a little bit of a letdown, I guess. But they've got better armor, a much better shield, way better leadership. 10 extra with the same speed. And then better melee attack. And they get all these other cool things like Guardian, Sacred Duty. They've got Predatory Fighters, same as these other guys. And they can just really tank through a lot of damage. They're 1200, which is 400 more than a Saurus Spear. And I don't think they're good in every matchup, of course. But I do think against Bretonnia, like, one or two of these guys in your build is a serious deterrent for Bretonnia to have to, like, match into. Although I would say, probably... bringing the Star Chamber Guardians, I think, would be the best option for the Temple Guard in this matchup, because you've got a lot of killing power in the form of the Green Knight, who does have Phys Res, and the Star Chamber Guardians have magic attacks, so they can just absolutely cleave through the the physical resist the Green Knight has. And you'd easily be able to keep your Slan safe with the unbreakable Star Chamber Guardians on top of them all game. Beautiful Burning Head. Just seems hell-bent on killing these Spearmen at Arms. Roasting down half their HP. They're going to rout. Their leadership sucks. Down they go. Big overwhelm on the flank here with the Coldwind Spear Riders. And they're going to be looking to kill these Spearmen at Arms. And then get right on top of the Peasant Bowmen here, who have lost almost all of their protection, man. Where are the Knights? What do we have here? Grail Knights coming up, but the problem with Grail Knights against Lizards is they just get surrounded. Either that, or they get killed by Salamander Hunting Packs, who do respectable damage to them, and are reasonably quick, so they can just, like, peel back once they fire a volley off and get through infantry, and then the Grail Knights have a horrible time trying to shut them down. Jaden is just all over this Bretonnia build right now. This is probably not going to be a super long game. Saurus Spears, one of the few spear units that I would say is actually worth bringing on a regular basis, even if you don't necessarily end up using them against large targets, just because their weapon strength is so high. And their melee defense is so good at 38. They're chunky, dude. It takes a long time to break them down, and they do reasonably well against stuff like Spearmen at Arms and Empire State Troopers, units of that quality. They tend to just beat no matter what, and do so in just, like, mass numbers, man. Grail Knights do get a regrowth, but here is the problem. They do get a decent amount of damage on one of the Coldwind Spear Riders, but the other gets in on the other side, and now they're surrounded. And once the regrowth wears off, they're probably just going to be on death's bed or routing already.
Has been destroyed.
And Albric is not going to be able to save them, man. Albric's a respectable lord, but he can't do everything. This is generally where Bretonnia falls into big issues, is when their front line of low-quality infantry is gone and their knights are outnumbered. They just fall apart, utterly and completely. Oh, and the Green Knight, no, he's being murdered by the Umbral Tide here. Ugh, brutal stuff, man. And Temple Guard, very healthy. You can see that 55% Fizz Res is great and all, but it's just not going to be able to keep him alive. And the Slan does have magic attacks. It's very unlikely he hits the Green Knight, but if he does hit him just once, he will probably kill him. Oh, he does actually hit him, leaving him on 28 HP? No freaking way. Oh, he gets poked in the butt by a Temple Guard. Down he goes. Huge loss for Bretonnia. Bretonnia just in complete shambles now. The Lizardmen are so good at mid-tier against mid-tier factions like this. Factions with a lot of mobility, but then who are also very reliant on chaff infantry tend to just get absolutely rolled by Lizardmen because of Saurus and because of the quality of skink cap weight and numbers and their dual-purpose shooting, whether that's like the skink skirmishers or the skink javelin cohort, who are really my preference for if you're going to bring a skink unit to poke around in the skirmish phase. I really prefer going with Chameleons against most factions. Maybe skink skirmishers are better against Bretonnia, I don't know. But, you know, Chameleon Skinks fell off for a while. People were like, oh, they're so much more expensive than the Skink Skirmishers. Why would you bring them? You know, they just get run down and they die. It's better if it's a 425 gold unit than a 651. But I think that was just a little bit of a, I think that was people just not using them really well in their intended role, which is as, like, mid-range infantry. And Chameleon Skinks aren't really meant to, like, push side points. Like Skink Skirmishers can do it because they're so inexpensive, relatively. Chameleon Skinks are really good at, like, sucking your opponent into your formation by, like, screening it over the top of it early and then retreating back through the front lines. And you can really drag your opponent to their doom if they're trying to, like, attack Chameleon Skinks that you've set into your formation. Colossadon Hunters hanging around. Feral Cold One's out, running down some mounted Yeomen, which is a really good use of these guys. And if they get charges off, if Feral Cold Ones can get charges off on Knights, their AP is more than enough to be able to, like, drag those guys down fairly easily. Knights of the Realm coming in here. And mounted Yeomen getting hammered down here. The Slan, very vulnerable. Big mistake here. Albric is able to get on top of this guy, but he is able to kite back to the safety of some spears. The Colossadon Hunters are able to charge down in here. If they get a surround on Albric, they could probably kill him. It's a very good reaction from Jaden as well. The Colden Spear Riders were going to charge in here into Albric, but then he noticed the Knights of the Realm were going to get here before his infantry could come in and support. Just to save a rear charge onto the Saurus Spears, he uses the remaining Cold One Knights to take the charge instead. They get a little extra damage in, not too much, but about 600 HP, helping pay for themselves. 1900 value on these guys also is pretty saucy. Now the Saurus Spears turn around and they can actually fight, and the charge bonus for the Knights of the Realm, which is their big selling point, no longer active, and they're going to get wrecked if they stay here for any amount of time, man. Yeah, Skink Cohorts getting on top of the Battle Pilgrims. It does look like they also threw all of their Javelins and actually took half the HP off of these guys, and a Burning Head coming in over the top. Absolutely disgusting. Oh, you filthy bastard. Oh my god. The Burning Heads have been so good this game, man. Jaden, if you're watching this, this was pretty perfect Lizard play. You did a great job. You even kept the Umbral Tide alive, despite your opponent going in hard for them. They've managed to pay for themselves, they're chipping a little extra damage in, and with 14 models, they can still kill some knights with some decent focus. As Colden Spear Rider charging down the hill, cleaning up the battle pilgrims who are running. Colostodon Hunter's fighting the damsel, who is getting the Braid of Bordalo, which raises her bonus versus large, which is pretty hilarious. Actually letting her hit against the Colostodon Hunters. But, you know, it's just Alberic versus the world. He's got no cap weight. The value trading is pretty foreboding, and the life magic just hasn't been super impactful for Bretonnia. They've been trying to use regrowth here. I honestly don't know. I just don't know if the heal magic is good enough against the lizards. You probably do need it. Just thinking about it objectively, because your knights are already losing to a lot of the tools lizards bring. Being able to get good heals off is pretty important, but I think you probably just want to bring Earthblood and use the regrowths as sparingly as possible. Just bringing regrowth, oftentimes what I find is that people get a little stingy with where they use their regrowths. They're like, oh, I want to save it for another better target. If you bring Earthblood, you can just proc that, and you get the passive heal across the battlefield. You heal up whatever is in the radius, which is up to 4 units. So even if it's like healing just crappy Bretonnia infantry, you're going to stay in the fight longer. You're going to deny your opponent a lot of value and momentum. And then you can also use it on big engagements in mobility fights to heal up multiple targets instead of just one, which I think is pretty useful. Regrowth is really nice if it's going to be a one-on-one between really expensive targets. Like, say, a Grail Knight charging into, yeah, I mean, a Grail Knight charging into a Horned One or a Coldwind Spear Rider. A regrowth on top of the Grail Knights will definitely give them the edge, and they won't lose a bunch of models. But you can see that regrowth just can't save you if you get surrounded. Like, that Grail Knight got surrounded by 2 Coldwind Spear Riders, and it was dead even though it got a heal. So you can't over-rely on your healing as Bretonnia. It can only get so much work done, right? Hold on, I'm reading a message on Turin's Discord. Oh, okay. A Total War community playing Warcraft 3 games. Sounds fun. One sec, guys. Okay, there we go. We did see Commissar bring a build like this, but it wasn't against the Greenskins, so... It was against the Vampire Counts, the last time we saw this build. I'm curious to see how it works against a much more aggressive faction that has maybe a little bit of a better time shutting down mass range. Although, really, the Vampire Counts are pretty good at that. I think it was just the... opponent going up against Commissar didn't quite know what to do. Kind of fumbled the bag on the dive. That's something you really can't afford to do against dwarves. Dowie are a faction where you have to be able to execute your initial engagement very well. Otherwise, you can just fall apart, grinding into them for the rest of the game.
If my doom is at hand, I
Yeah, let's go. We got the Thunderers. We got Malachi. He's going to be trying to buff everybody up in the army, basically. Ugh. All of the AoEs in this game that are like passive effects like this need to be 55 meters from now on. 35 is itty-bitty. It is so small. It's like this, basically. You can have like 1 or 2 units at most. Should be 55 meters across the board, because then you can like actually use it on most of an entire objective. Like Grom with Language of the Boys here, he'd be hitting pretty much everything that we're on this point. I'd like to be able to see the circle and the square in action together. But yeah, there you go. That's about it from the center of the flag. There's a lot of abilities that still have 35 meter effect range in a radius. I just don't agree with that. I think for like Guardian it makes sense, but for stuff that's trying to buff up your army, or for just multiple units, I think 55 meters needs to be the new gold standard. Ballistic calibration, so like the idea is just like insane buffs to the reload time of the Thunderers in this entire army, basically, and they just massacre everything on its way in. The Master Engineers need to be careful to not get too far away, though, because these units are going to lose the buffs from these guys in a minute here. Oh, and this is only an activatable. Never mind. Okay. Regardless, the positioning is still really important. Arguably even more so since it's an activatable and not a passive. Yeah, Cuban being very smart here, just posting up on the high ground, not overextending onto the third objective that the Dowie are kind of planning on fighting from, it looks like. What was that, Vindictive Glare? What the hell was that? Had to have been Vindictive Glare. Did they give it a different, give it like extra damage animations or something? That was funky looking. Okay. Well, regardless, it actually did just as much friendly fire damage as it did against the Thunderers. I really don't think it's all that strong anymore. It used to be like a mainstay spell for the Mean and Green Machine. Against the dwarves, though, I think you just want to bring in Orc Shaman with the buff spells. And if you do bring Night Goblin Shaman, you want to bring Sneaky Stabbin', as well as Gorkle Fix-It, because you can slow the dwarves down even more. Like, hitting a Slayer with Gorkle Fix-It, lowering their speed down to about 20-something, and then hammering them with Airboys would be pretty awesome. I just don't see... Itchy Nuisance is not that useful. Dowie just don't have a lot of like high DPS units in melee combat outside of Slayers, which you already have answers for. Sneaky Stabbin' is pretty nice. Curses of the Bad Moon gives pretty nice debuffs. I guess you could use that. Very messy engagement. You just don't need to do this against the this dwarf army. You pulled the trigger way too early. A lot of your shooting is out of position as well. And this Orc Boar Chariot is way in the back line, not doing anything. There's more Biggins back here. You also don't need Savage Orc Biggins ever against the dwarves. Just regular Savage Orcs will do it for you. The extra weapon strength and a little bit more melee attack is not that important for the extra cost that these guys represent. Yeah, Grom is just getting massacred by the Focus Fire, man. Really nice Focus Fire. Wrecking the Paunch there. Are Dowie going to be able to take the points? I mean, they're getting a really nice value lead. They've got a lot of very healthy Thunderers. One of them is pretty beat up, but did ultimately end up surviving the Biggins getting into combat there. Leadership problem's going to be rearing their ugly head for the the orcs here for the rest of this game, dude. I am not sure how they're gonna withstand all this firepower. We got a bolt thrower. Now, I mean, this is honestly, this is what you should have just stayed back and used the bolt thrower to poke the Dowie units as they're just sitting back and building up. Just wear down the Thunderers one by one, rather than this risky dive onto the third objective that you don't need to begin with. Because all these Dowie units, man, just being able to weather a lot of this fire, because it's very unfocused as well. You can see, like, the airboys are not, like, firing on any one target to try and finish off in one big go. While the Dowie are doing a much better job of doing that, and they are just crushing greenskin units left and right. Like, they killed the Boar Chariot as it got into combat there. It made contact, 5 kills, and then it got annihilated. Those things cost like 850 gold. That's a pretty brutal loss, man. Chariots are pretty good against the dwarves. You gotta be a little sparing with them and micro them appropriately, otherwise they just end up being a waste of money, though. These poor Savage Orcs, dude. There's just too much trickling in going on. You gotta surround the Dowie. You can't just push in one blob straight through their front line. It's not going to work out. The factions that can do that, though, there are some factions that can just push into one area of the dwarves and, like, go right through their front line. That would be demon factions, where they've got hard-hitting demonic infantry with a lot of AP. Like, Bloodletters would just can opener all of the Thunderers and the Miners and the Dwarf Warriors, and then you use Furies to lock down everything else that's not engaged. And you'd be fine as Chaos, but the Greenskins cannot do that. They need to be a little bit trickier. And they were just a little too impatient. They're paying for it now. Longbeards against Savage Orc Biggins, fighting pretty evenly, and that is going to be a tap out from Random Cuban. Commissar walking away with the win here. Really crazy build, but honestly one that is, every time I'm watching it, works out, so pretty nice stuff. What do we got in reserve here as well? Bolt thrower is getting good value. Just leave this thing to shoot all game. Force the Dowie to move into you. You do not need to be moving onto them when their whole army is just bricked up and waiting for it. It's always a bad idea. Savage Orc Biggins. I just don't think you need the Boar Cav, man. Let me do a little build for you. Show you what I'm thinking you need for that. Malachi without Barge is wild tech. I think Malachi is not a bad option. I honestly don't think he's even very good at supporting the Thunder Barge, truth be told. Like, the heals just aren't that important for Thunder Barges. It does fine without Malachi. And arguably Malachi is just squishy. So if he gets killed on the ground and you lose all your momentum there, and you've got your Thunder Barge in the air value trading, it's just not going to do enough for you to be able to win on the ground. Okay. I'm going to show a Generalist build that I think is pretty effective against the Dwarves. You do bring Grom. You bring Lucky Banner and Language of the Boys. You don't need either of these other ones. You want him to be as cheap as possible while still giving decent buffs to everything. To himself with the damage resist, and then Language for, you know, I mean, Saturdays for the boys, right? He knows what they want. I actually do think Fanatics can be kind of useful here. Just bring like the 8-peak loonies and like sneak them up on the side of a formation, and just throw them into like the mass of the Dowie's heart, and just cackle as they get absolutely annihilated. I really like Black Orcs against the Dwarves. You just bring your standard Orc boys, bring a ton of them, and then get, you don't need Savage Orc Arrow boys. Well, you could get them. Actually, Savage Orc Arrow boys might be a little bit better against the Dwarves because of their Phys Res. So, the Gyrocopter Brimstone guns won't do nearly as much damage to them for that very reason. I think that might actually be a pretty good idea. You can bring Rugloods if you want, or, another Night Goblin Fanatic. Maybe cut that. Yeah, just do 2 Squigherd. Squigherd are pretty respectable against the Dwarves. They got a good charge bonus, and a bonus versus infantry, as well as the AP. They can chew through the Dowie. I used Mangler's Squigs a while back. They were okay, not super impressive. I'd probably avoid bringing those. You could do some shielded Black Orcs if you really wanted to, but I don't think it's that important. Where's your... There it is. Orc Shaman, bring him on the War Boar for speed. Here we go, Fist of Gork, that's all you need. I guess you could do... we saw Foot of Gork get used to a good effect by somebody this like last tournament, but I'm not 100% sold on it still. You bring the Rusty Arrows for the Stalk, as well as Sunder Armor that they imbue, so your shooting is more effective. These guys can be your first summon. That way you can kind of poke at the Dwarves. You can do the Bolt Throwers. Not bad. 650 gold. They can poke from really long range. Keep the Dwarves honest. Crimson Killers are fun. I recommend them. They're an absolute nightmare for any Dowie unit to fight. And, you know, just thick and chunky. Stone Trolls could be okay. I don't love them. Night Goblins, Squig Hoppers are alright. You can bring a couple of them. But you could also just do regular Orc Boys, because they got a higher charge bonus. They got a little less melee attack, but it's not that big of a deal, because they've got better armor. They'll hold up a little bit better. You could also... You could do the Savage Orcs, if you really want to. They're 50 gold more, a little bit more of an investment, but they're even better at all of the relevant stuff, and of course they've got the Phys Res. The Swamp Things, having a terror-causing monster against the Dwarves is actually half decent. Because Dowie, of course, like I said, they don't have ITP. They can get run off the battlefield by terror routes pretty easily. Hammer of Gork is also a good option against the Dwarves. Does good damage. And then you can bring, not another Bolt Thrower, Pump Wagons. Flappas are really good on the charge. They do a ton of damage. And then you can do some Savage Orcs. And anything else? Yeah, another Squigherd? Sure. Something like this. Decent amount of infantry, lots of shooting for the, whatchamacallits, Gyrocopters, if they come in. If they don't come in, they can still poke away at Dowie pretty effectively. You got the Rusty Arrows for the armor sundering, which is nice. Goblin Bolt Thrower can hit Gyros as well as just poke at their main formation if it needs to. Hammer of Gork can't double up on duty against the Gyros, but it is very good at hammering down expensive Dowie units, and it imbues Blinded as well. So against that big range build that we saw, it could also be very good for keeping that honest by blinding those units and lowering their accuracy a bunch could make it a little easier to engage it. You just want to build up. You want to get all your units ready and in position surrounding the Dowie. Preferably, like, what the Dowie are doing in that last game, they're moving in one big brick, right? You want to isolate exposed units that they're sending out alone, and when they move their main formation to go and try and take another point, they're gonna have to split their forces. They have to leave stuff to guard the objective that they're leaving, right? Otherwise, you'll just walk in and take it. So what you do is you pull back off of the objective that the main army is moving to, right? You want to give them some space to advance, and you want to use your archers to poke away at the exposed flanks at that point. And then, when they're, like, fully inside the net, that's when you collapse with all of your infantry, squigs, flappas, and everything, and just swarm literally every unit all at once. Smother them. Do not give them any room to open fire on anything. And you will beat a build like what Commissar had by doing that, because Thunderers and Grudge Rakers, they've got, like, reasonably, they're, like, reasonably good at defending themselves. They've got, like, okay melee attack and melee defense, but they're not going to be able to beat a bunch of Orc Boys, as well as Black Orcs and arrows and pump wagons, like, rolling around and just flattening them all freaking game. We watched this one? I don't think we did. We'll get into it. Okay. Lots of Nehekar warriors. A lot of swordsmen. A lot of Screaming Skull catapults. Against the vampire counts, I cannot discourage artillery enough. Vampire counts just have so many tools they can use to kill artillery. They've got Vargeist and Fellbats and Direwolves. If you have just decent timing and micro, easily going to be able to take out these very squishy artillery pieces. So we'll see what Drakthor does. I also got Crypt Ghouls who can, like, sneak up on those artillery crews if you really need. And shooting zombies and skeleton warriors with your Screaming Skull catapults is, you know, maybe not the best use of your time. Hot take for me. Unholy Lodestones here. We've got one of those. We've got lots of Nehekar warriors, as I mentioned. Going to be trying to cap the points away from the vampire counts. White Kings with Scab Scrape are going to be an absolute nightmare here. They will easily murder the Skeleton Warriors and the Nehekar Warriors with their Scab Scrape charges. Cetra is in the Sphinx, so he might be able to roll around, and especially these Crypt Ghouls really bully those little guys. He can do reasonable damage to the White Kings and get after Kimmler. It's going to be really hard for him, though. This is still a really tricky matchup in general for the Tomb Kings. Very, very odd choice of spells here. Just Jaffs. And he brought Unyielding Will and the Crown of Nehekar. These are not good. Neither of these are useful for the Tomb Kings. Like, the extra stats for your skeletons, almost never going to be very helpful. Especially when you're on this Kemrian War Sphinx. You use this thing to charge around and cycle charge stuff. You don't use it to sit in combat, which is where Unyielding Will becomes useful. Crown of Nehekara is maybe a little bit better just because it gives more charge bonus. But it doesn't affect Cetra, right? Like, you can see here, it doesn't do anything for him. So he has to be next to stuff that he's going to be, like, rolling around with for it to be of any real use for him. I just prefer cutting them. Cut them, bring you Syrians and Neru's Incantation. Or, yeah, Incantation of Protection. and you'll be way better off, because those are very strong spells. Usurian's is great for killing cavalry like Blood Knights and Black Knights. And Neru's is just a big physical resist buff. 40%, man, for 18 seconds, which is pretty decent amount of time. So it gives Cetra the opportunity to like get into a fight against stuff that doesn't have the magic damage and just scrap for an extra few seconds without getting hard punished for being in that position to begin with. Catapults chipping damage in. Vargeist in a really good position here. Honestly, they should dive onto this artillery piece here. Okay, so, you know, oftentimes this would be a pretty risky dive, but your opponent just summoned in an incredibly expensive unit in the Ushabti Greatbows. You can land on this Screaming Skull Catapult, get the charge damage, get right back up in the air, and then get out of range of the Ushabti Greatbows. And your opponent is really not going to be loving that. Drakthor sending these guys in way far into the back line. Skeleton Horsemen come out immediately. Would have been better if they came out of the other spawn, though. But I guess you are using them to roadblock and pull the Ushabti Greatbows out. The next summon of Horsemen should come from the other side, though. The Vargeists are doing big damage to these poor Skeleton Horsemen, though, man. Good attention by Drakthor. Lots of times I see people fumble this kind of a situation. So the reason why Drakthor is actually winning this pretty convincingly with the Vargeists, oftentimes what people do is they give orders to their Vargeists to attack a unit, right? Your opponent summons in a unit to buffer out the Vargeists, and the Vargeists never get another order, so they're trying to push through and attack the Ushabti Greatbow, who are nowhere near them anymore. And then the cavalry get free attacks on the Vargeists as they're trying to push past. But Drakthor gives the order to actually hammer down the horsemen, kills them, and is now going to be shutting down the Ushabti Greatbows in just a second here, yet again. They even get up in the... Oh my god, that's gross. They did a little leapfrog attack almost. Get right up over the top, get on top of the Greatbows again. The catapults are punishing a lot of the units here. It's mostly just chaff and garbage, though. Low ground is being held by the Tomb Kings thanks to the Nehekhara warriors that are down here. Jaffs is helping out. Cetra is just trampling over these guys also. And Drakthor has got these freaking Crypt Horrors up in the trees. They are way out of position. So the thing about this is it's not a bad idea to keep the Crypt Horrors in the trees to start with, but if you see your opponent doesn't have Skeleton Horse Archers or just a ton of Skelly Archers on the field, Screaming Skull Catapults are not going to do that much damage to Crypt Horrors. Not through their region at the very least, and they really need to be up here because they need to be a threat for Cetra. They need to be mass that he can't get through. Mortis Engine can leech all that stuff down and do really nicely. I would say Vampire Counts are in a perfectly fine position still. God, these Sternsmen, though, are just getting wrecked right now, dude. Oh my god. They are holding the points, though. And if they can just leech all the stuff down here... God, please, don't mess this up. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen people make this mistake. You have to have your Mortis Engines in combat for them to leech stuff down. People think, oh, they just need to be within 35 meters, right? And they're not reading the fine print. Has to be engaged in melee combat. Okay, there we go. Drakthor does move it in. Okay, I was a little too antsy. Pulled the trigger on it. Drakthor knows what they're doing, folks. White Kings are grinding in the front line. A lot of the infantry for the undead, or for the Vampire Counts dying here. You can't forget about expensive units like this. Finally gets them moving. They've been hanging out in there for way too long. I know they were killing a Nehekhara warrior up in there. That was done and finished up like minutes ago. Precious time that could have been used to push out and get some time on target against Cetra, who is
One of your units
chasing
has
down
been
Heinrich
destroyed.
Kimmler. Good micro on Drakthor's part, though, keeping Heinrich away from the worst of the damage being offered there. Ushabti Greatbow is trying to shoot him down, though, now. He does get into combat. He's going to be able to activate the Chaos Tomb Blade. You can see there, very powerful long-term heal. Needs to be careful about getting in the open field here, though. Probably just needs to run away. Double Crypt Horror coming out. The Crypt Horrors, where can they go? Honestly, they just need to get up into combat, and I think they'll be able to, I think the Vampire Counts will be able to outgrind the Tomb Kings. The Screaming Skull Catapults are running out of targets to shoot at. They're shooting at these Crypt Horrors, but you can see, even when they're hitting, they're just not doing that much work. The Crypt Horrors with that region, like I said, in the time that they're unengaged, and not being shot at by the Screaming Skull Catapults, they'll have healed a lot of that damage up again. And the leadership debuff, it's nice. It's not that punishing, though. As long as these guys stick together and stay next to this Unholy Lodestone Corpse Cart, getting the extra heals from that, Tomb Kings are never going to be able to kill those guys without just insane amounts of focus fire. But losing Kemmler could be a way for the Tomb Kings to get back into this game. I know they've got a value lead, but it's very deceptive because the Screaming Skull Catapults are doing a lot of that heavy lifting. And once these guys get unsummoned, it's going to take a while for them to come back out, and the Tomb Kings have just not been able to get the objectives easily. All their infantry died down here. Mortis Engine did a great job of leeching it all down. A little bit of friendly fire is not helping out either. And cap weight problems for the Tomb Kings, man, are going to rear their head. You've got like 2 cap weight on all your Skeleton Warriors. Necrar Warriors have full cap weight, which is nice, but are you going to be able to like focus on bringing those guys out is the question. And you just don't have any answers to the Crypt Horrors. No bows. Ushabti Great Bows are respectably good against them. I think you just don't need the Screaming Skull Catapults in this matchup. If you're worried about chaff clear, you can just bring Sandstorm
One of your units has been destroyed.
on Cetra or something if you really wanted to. Even there, though, I don't think it's all that important. I do think that Vampire Counts, generally speaking, though, are just far and away the best undead faction because all their passive healing. And they're very good at shutting down shooting armies. Just by grinding them down in melee combat. Like, good mobility, they can cap multiple objectives, they can throw up equal numbers of bodies, they've got durable monstrous infantry, they got Mortis Engines. There's a lot that's going right for the Vampire Counts. One of the White Kings is very low here. He could crumble out here, but these guys have rock-solid leadership. It's very hard to finish them. The Crypt Horrors are blobbed up on Cetra and doing some good work against him. Crypt Horrors do overextend back here, though. As good as Crypt Horrors are, if they do get pushed up into a position where shooting is able to focus them, they'll die pretty quickly. Kimmler is being forgotten about. He needs to run. He needs to, like, just get out of here and go elsewhere. It's triple cap territory. Tomb Kings need 3 points. Yeah, leave the spears here. I would leave both skeleton spears here, because the cap weight, it's not that good. Theoretically, 1 skeleton horseman could take this, but it just kind of gets blundered in. Big mistake here, trying to engage. And yeah, that's going to be a GG for the Vampire Counts. They just got up on the points first. And yeah, it's so much shooting, man. I mean, you killed a lot of chaff, but you didn't kill a lot of high-impact units. And you just kind of ran out of space and opportunity to cap the points here. That's the risk of going arty heavy. If you can't kill your opponent's entire army with an arty focused build, and they trade evenly in the front line, they're ultimately winning. Just because domination is, you know, cap-centric. Objectives have to be played to be able to, like, scrap for value over the course of a long game. Dowie really tough for many matchups and people to handle with anyways. Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm always trying to give people extra advice whenever they see Dowie. Because I love going up against the Dowie. I never lose to dwarves. I've played like 30 games against the Dowie in the last year, and I've lost twice. Like, I can tell you which games it was. There's one against Jack, who is one of the guys who has won a new player tournament, by the way. He beat me with Dowie one time because I fumbled my dive. And there was, I think, a game against, who was it? I think it was Uber. Uber OG beat me with Dowie in one of our friendlies. I didn't play that on stream or anything. I can't remember who I was playing. It was not Khorne or any of the other factions that I'm very familiar with against the Dowie, but most factions are able to beat the dwarves. It's just a matter of figuring out exactly how it is that you do that. Because it's pretty tricky. They are a very tough faction to play into. We watched this one on Saturday. Levis just absolutely rolled over Hall's build here, unfortunately. We got Broccoli. Oh my god, look at this freaking game. Okay. I have no idea what the plan is here. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that Warshrine Mammoths aren't good, but one of the big benefits of Warshrine Mammoths is the fact that they give a lot of physical resist, and against demon factions, you're not going to get an opportunity to use that. So I don't know about bringing those. Alright, we'll see how this goes.
Tear into them, so that I may survey the splendor of disease and rot.
Let's go, Epidemius. Just doing his schoolwork.
Keep it from
He's
the
writing his thesis statement there. You know, very serious stuff. Foot Sorcerer are going to be very vulnerable here. Epidemius is tanky as hell. He's got reasonably good combat stats, but he just doesn't impact the battlefield all that much, in my personal experience. I don't really like him. I know there are definitely people who are able to get value out of him. I think that's a little bit few and far between on the usage case, though. Warshrine Mammoths moving up with Throg here. Sounds so freaking cool. And this Shaman guy on top with his evil book. What's he got in here? Can we copy your answers, buddy? Yeah, look at that. Drew a little chaos thingy there. He drew the 8-pointed star. All the good stuff. And the Warshrines themselves look cool as hell, too. They got these cool runes on the back. Mammoths trampling over the poor little Nurglings. Throg getting in here as well. You know, doing his part. This guy's got 101 leadership with the boosts from the Favor of the Ruinous Powers. A lot of Famir. I like Famir. The Great Weapons are alright. If you're going for the anti-infantry variant, then the Miststalkers are the only anti-infantry variant that's worth anything, in my opinion. And the poor Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle getting caught here pretty badly. Sands of Time being used here. All those nasty debuffs, man. I mean, melee reflection being given to all of the Nurgle units. Getting some vigor as well. They also the melee defense. Whew, excuse me. Big yawn needed here. Lowering melee defense and speed on all of the enemy units is pretty nice as well. So, pretty annoying stuff for Norsca. Angels of Decay are going to be totally uncontested here, it looks like. You have to account for these guys. Oh man, excuse me. Once again. Angels of Decay, you just can't not prepare for against Nurgle. If you don't, then they kill your big expensive units. I think, honestly, the best thing that you could bring... yeah, Fate of Buna's not going to do anything. Spirit Leash is actually more effective against these guys. Believe it or not. It does more consistent damage over time. This is going to wear off, and they're not going to have lost any models. And, I mean, only losing, like, you know, what, 20% of their HP? Not that big of a deal for them. A Chaos Frost Dragon is very important to have here. You can bring all the horsemen in the world in the mid-game, and that's nice, but Nurgle, Nurgle's not going to mind too much. They got the Noxbringer after all, and these horsemen are very blobbed up. This thing hitting any shots accurately is going to get disgusting value here. Oh my god, dude. Ouch. And people forget that this, the little circles of goo there is actually a vortex, which does extra damage, which is actually quite punishing. Nurglings die in the open field, but, you know, the War Mammoths are pretty beat up, and the Angels of Decay move in once again. Gonna be throwing in the unholy hand grenades, doing massive damage. These things are easily gonna pay for themselves before they run out of ammo.
One of your units.
Come in here. You can see what the actual projectile looks like. That one's split apart too soon. Just like these nasty little seed bomb looking things. And they do burst at the end to become multiple projectiles, which is kind of cool. So that's why they're so damn punishing. They're just strong as hell. The Famir Great Weapons won't be a very good target for the Angels, and that is a good volley with the Horsemen there, but the Noxbringer, again, doing a good job of punishing these guys, and we do get another Sands of Sickness, another big set of buffs and debuffs going down. Marauder Horsemen being dragged into the Plague Bearers, and then Furies descending upon the other Horsemen, wrecking those guys. Epidemias did use the Tallyman's Blade. I didn't see when or where. Oh, this is the game where Broccoli was talking about the bug. Apparently Tallyman's is bugged, so sometimes if you drop the summon, it doesn't actually appear on the field, which is really rough. But luckily, already having a unit that's going to heavily counter the Mammoths out on the field. And, you know, Famir are fine. They're a decent unit, but they're better in sustained combat. They don't have a very good charge bonus. And just grinding into all of these demon infantry with no chaff support is brutal, man. That's really where the Famir shine, is in a support and utility role. Them fighting unsupported, not a position they ever want to be in. They want to be able to sit in fights where they can use their bonus versus infantry to make up for their mediocre melee attack, and where their melee defense can really shine through, because they're just fighting like 1 or 2 targets at a time, instead of being like fully surrounded like they are now and being hit in the back by everything. Mammoth's getting worn out too. Noxbringer with good value. Only 1 volley left. Its shots have not been nearly as effective this game, but it should still be a respectable melee fighter once all is said and done, to be able to clear out a lot of the Norsean units that are left on the field. And yeah, look at the vortex damage, man. Really working on those poor guys. Where'd the Fate of Buna go down? Ah, hitting the Plague Bearer. Fate of Buna is okay against infantry. Typically, the reason you use it on cavalry, and very sparingly on infantry, is because infantry just have so much health and models that it's a pretty inefficient damage spread, and these guys are only 700 gold as well. Fate of Buna is really good for killing expensive stuff. Not so good at clearing out chaff just because of how much it costs, man. I mean, 22 Winds of Magic is a big investment. Norscan Ice Trolls moving up. Back pressure being attempted here by Legatus, but so far down. And Nurgle has been healing this whole time. You know, they've got the Children of Nurgle lore passive and miasma and everything popping off. I've also got Fecundity. I'm sure that's been used at least once here. They've been getting a lot of charges on it too because of Sands of Sickness, as well as whatchamacallit, like the miasma, overcasting that and spreading it around. Lots of opportunities that the Nurgle forces are taking full advantage of. While Norsca, it's a cool build, but this is definitely a cool build that is not going to work against this faction. You can do double Mammoth, but you want to bring it into factions that are actually going to rout against you, you know? Nurgle's got too many answers for big single entities like this. And I think this Mammoth's just been forgotten about. Unless the replay's bugged out. That is still a possibility. Not discounting it completely for some of these situations. Yeah, the fact that Exalted Plague Bearers are not being given an order here tells me that this is just like a bugged out replay moment. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes just how borked replays are based on the hotfixes. But when you see bizarre stuff like this happening, that's how you can really tell that something's not right over there. I do think that all this other stuff is playing out the way it's supposed to, though. Throg fighting. He's just going to get worn out by all these other units on the field, and he's getting taken down. Let me just fast forward through that. Let's take a look at the Norsca build. I don't know what you could possibly bring to make this effective. Alright, you can bring a War Shrine Mammoth, but if you're going to bring the War Shrine Mammoth, you have to bring a Frost Dragon. Because Frost Dragons are very good at killing the Angels of Decay. You use a Frost Dragon, a Death Sorcerer, and you could even bring a Manticore, right? As Norsca. Or you can still do that. Still bring Throg. You can bring Marauder Hunter Javelins. And then you can bring the Famirin behind that. With just some Marauders to hold points early. I like this. Spirit Leech, Buna, cut all these. Horse, 870, very affordable. Bring some horsemen. Although I do think, yeah, probably just 2 throwing axes, probably the best bet. Couple skin wolves, beasts, a Norsen Ice Wolf. 1 Marauder Champion, and what you're trying to go for is you're just trying to value trade against your opponent. The Marauders hold your home objective, and the Marauder Hunter Javelins just screen out any of the big stuff that are trying to kill the War Mammoth. Although the Noxbringer can do pretty good damage to these guys. Yeah, maybe you do just have to do the Cold Voider build. I mean, the Cold Voider is amazing against demon factions, no matter what anyways. It's immune to contact effects as well, so no effective poison or any of those shenanigans. This guy just literally does not care. He says, I'm literally so chilly I could give a shit. He's got Frenzy, which means he has extra melee attack. He's got really crazy melee defense. HP pool is the only thing that holds this thing back from being monstrously overpowered. Bring the Cold Voider, man. Dragons are cool, and the Norscan dragons are actually pretty insane. It's got Frostbite as well, so the, whatchamacallit, the Angels of Decay if they get caught by the Cold Voider, are not going to be able to pull away far enough from it to be able to escape. And then you can use the Marauder Hunters underneath to just like hound the Norscan formation, which is gonna just be getting obliterated under the weight of fire that you're able to bring up against them. Did we watch this one? I don't think we did. High Elves versus Khorne, one of the worst matchups in the game. Fortunately, High Elves don't have a lot of, missing one of your replays. I think I got... No, I got both of your, Counts games. I think I did one of them on Saturday. And I just did the other one a little bit earlier today. Piston coming in here with a pretty solid Khorne build.
We cannot interfere with the path laid out by our master.
Oof.
Crush them underfoot.
Yeah, so I like Marauder Horsemen. I even like them into the High Elves, but you don't want to start out with them in this aggressive vanguard against a faction that can bring their own horse archers, because you'll just downtrade horribly in that trade. It does not go well for you at all, because you just get massively out ranged. And the Lyrian Reaver archers are fast, so they're kind of hard to shut down. Charging in with the cavalry against the rangers, not a very good charge though. Doesn't do a lot of damage, and then they get countercharged in return. Really good response from Pop Flux. Exactly what you want to do in this situation. That's a big loss for Khorne early. They do kind of need their cav to control some of the bigger targets, but there's not a lot of big, scary monsters on the field. Normally, that's why you want the horsemen, is to shoot dragons and stuff. But we just got Tyrion, we've got lots of Reaver Archers, White Lines of Trace, we've got Rangers as well. So what's going to happen is the Bloodweight Berserkers and the Chaos Warriors are going to get up on the point. One of them needs to rotate over here to hold the number 3, though, I think. And the High Elves are just never going to be able to take this point. Their archers are just not going to be able to kill all of the warriors. Bloodweight Berserkers can get behind the pillar here. They don't need to run into combat like this, but it's not that big of a deal. You know, they're immune to flanking. They got crazy sauced up stats anyways. They're going to massacre the Rangers. Valkia is vulnerable to Tyrion and the Warhounds here, or the War Lions, I should say. Pops Demon Shield. She's looking to escape now. So Piston obviously does know a little bit about what needs to be done with Valkia. And it does wear off, and she is having a little bit of trouble getting away from here. But the War Lions are going to run into the Bloodweight Berserkers now, so they're going to get absolutely dunked on. Pop Flux needs to get Tyrion out of here, actually, at this point. Because the Bloodweight Berserkers have good mass, and Tyrion could get trapped here and absolutely pummeled. Because these guys have 400 apiece, just 32 models. If they surround Tyrion and just keep him locked in combat, there's nothing he's going to be able to do to escape and win that fight. Chaos Warriors doing nicely. Marauder Horsemen getting pushed back, but they'll be able to sit in here and just fight for days, man. It's a good transmutational lead. I do like it. It lasts for frickin' ever. I mean, literally, it's like a 60-second cast when it's upgraded like that. What the hell is this guy? Oh, it's just 50 seconds regardless. Oh, it lowers melee base weapon damage. Okay. But 50 seconds is crazy, man. The thing is, though, is that these guys still have 56 melee attacks, so it's not that big of a deal for them. And Valkia is still having a hard time getting out of combat here, man. She just can't get off the ground. That's why you don't see Valkia nearly as much anymore. Lots of people have just moved on to Skull Taker, who's a lot harder to kill, a little bit easier to utilize. High Elves are going to take the number 1 objective. We've got some Chaos Warriors looking a little isolated on the number 2, but a good rear charge. from the Fleshhounds. Piston, excellent use of the fleshies. This is exactly what they need to be doing, is countercharging stuff and attacking units that are low armor with physical resistance. They just absolutely shred units of that caliber and type. Fleshhounds back here, catch one of the Illyrian Reaver archers, tearing into them, and Khorne is just going to grind this game out at this point. Valkia got back up in the air. She doesn't need to do anything else this game. Bloodwake Berserkers can just maneuver around and kill everything at will now. There's not enough to fight them. Oh, and Chaos Knights at Khorne out on the field. Okay, so they charged in here. They need to get out and then re-engage. Because they got a really good charge bonus, and yeah, their stats are super solid, but they do want to make use of that charge bonus. That's where they can really shine. I like Chaos Knights of Khorne. I think they're a pretty good unit, actually. They're really good at crushing lightly armored cavalry, and the High Elves actually have a lot of that. Like, the Illyrian Reaver Archers, very lightly armored. They're Illyrian, they're just regular melee Illyrian Reaver Cav, also lightly armored. And these guys can even do reasonably good against Silverhelms. The only unit that can beat them is Fireborn, who are coming in now, getting a good side charge. They'll clean up these Chaos Knights pretty quickly. They didn't get that much value. That's kind of the risk of Chaos Knights. They're good in certain matchups and in certain scenarios, but if they get put in a position where they're getting countercharged by AP anti-large, they tend to just get absolutely rolled over. Khorne with a value lead, though. Really nice position to be in. Bloodwake Berserkers, I'm sure, have gotten, yeah, they've gotten 2200 value. No worries. They've dropped 2 models and are down about half their HP. These guys are just so insanely tanky. There's no Plague of Rust here. Oh, there is Plague of Rust. Okay. Plague of Rust and shooting these guys with arrows should have been more of a priority than trying to use Transmutation of Lead on them. Like the Illyrian Reaver Horse Archers, after shooting down the Horseman Cav, really needed to focus down the Bloodwake Berserkers with Plague of Rust. Because these guys will go down to 10 armor, and 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers hitting these guys all at once is going to wear them out really quickly when they've only got 10 armor. So that's what I would focus on next time for the High Elves. Fireborn, you know, doing reasonably well. Fighting Fleshhounds and Marauders. They can just sit in here and do that all day. It's not that bad of a fight for them. They got a little support from some War Lions. Khorngors are out on the field, though. Oh, and Tyrion is just so surrounded here. Is this finally where Tyrion falls? Sunfangs are also a little bit off here. It'll show you... So when you cast breath spells like that, it'll show you the cone on it. So you just need to make sure that you line up the cone appropriately to, like, maximize the value. It would be really good hitting the Khorngors and the, well, this is a Summon Bloodletter. It'd still do good damage to them. As well as even do a little damage to the Chaos Warriors. Not a lot, because they're heavily armored and have spell resist, but it would do something. Oh my god, Skull Crushers! Getting a flank charge off on the Fireborn and the War Lions here, they're going to get a lot of value just grinding against these guys here. They've got really solid melee attack and melee defense. Even in a prolonged fight, they can do reasonably well. Are the Fireborn going to be able to take it? Oh, and Tyrion is routing. Going to be running for the hills. Although Heart of Avalorn will proc in just a second. 15, 13... About 10 seconds and it'll be off, and maybe he rallies before the edge of the map. He's so close to it. It's going to be really close, though. He'll healing cap here, at least. Right? Yep, okay. Okay, and he does rally. Alright, that's nice. Okay, good for the High Elves, man. Oh, and Valkia running now. Oof. An Arcane Phoenix making its appearance out onto the field. Skull Crushers, big victory from them. Fireborn routing away now. I very much do feel like the High Elves are a faction that can benefit from a double caster type of build. Because you get the Starwood Staff, which gives a bunch of extra WOM. And you can bring 2 mages. You can bring one with the Metal Magic for Plague of Rust. And Searing Doom. And then you can bring a mage with Earthblood and Regrowth. And both of them have the Starwood Staff. And they just pop that all game. You should be able to make good use of both the heals and the debuffs. White Lions getting run down here. You know, the High Elf Cavalry charging in. They're just not going to be able to do anything against all these warriors here. They've been holding in pretty nicely all game. They've all gotten pretty respectable value. And the Marauders have also been doing their thing. Not nearly as durable, but still decent enough to hang around for the majority of this battle. The Skull Crushers continuing to grind out some pretty solid value. Plague of Rust on these guys, but no missiles to follow that up. And they still have a shield and 70 armor, even with that hitting them. Mighty Roar being procced. That's a really nice leadership debuff, and it does actually break the Chaos Warriors here. Both of them being hit by that, lowering their leadership enough to send them running, and wow, the Skull Crushers might be going as well. Before they're able to finish value trading, but the Bloodwake Berserkers are still here, dude. Oh, this unit is so troll. Just shredding the poor White Lions of Trace, man. Chaos Knight coming back out, Minotaur's coming out. Pretty elite Khorne army. You know, only 18 units in the whole army. But Khorne does pretty well when they skew elite. They have some pretty good units. The only thing that I would not be bringing regularly is the Chaos Knights here. But everything else is reasonably powerful.
Unending glory is yours.
Khorne's just controlling the objectives. There's Khorngors here, and a very healthy Bloodweight Berserker. Skull Crusher's got some good value as well. Good stuff across the board. The only unit that was lackluster was the Horsemen. Fleshhounds were reasonable. Oh, and the Chaos Knights were lackluster, but Khorngors did well. Marauders were there, you know. They got a participation trophy. It's usually about as much as you could say on them. The Skull Crushers got 1,500 value. I don't know if you need Cultists nowadays. I mean, I guess they're good to hedge into High Elves with the summons. I think you've got better stuff to spend your money on usually, though. The matchups where Cultists are really good, I would say, tend to be matchups where you think your opponent's going to be bringing foot characters of some type. Or they have a front line that's pretty hard to get through. High Elves can be that way, but they usually are not going to be bringing regular archers against Khorne. They're going to be doing the Illyrian Reaver archers, so the Bloodletter summon's not that good against them. These guys are good against Skaven, Vampire Coast, and Dark Elves. They're pretty good against Dark Elves. Other than that, though, I would say you can probably do the same job that a Cultist is trying to do in terms of doing damage to ranged tools by just bringing a Skull Cannon. Skull Cannons are still pretty good against the High Elves. They do a lot of damage to Rangers. They do really good damage to Spearmen, obviously. They can poke away at White Lions and Illyrian Reaver Archers. And do so much more safely than the Throwing Axe Cavalry, who are very, very squishy in this matchup. I like the Minotaur. I like the Skull Crusher, too. Skull Crushers are definitely making a comeback. They're a much better unit than they once were now. Yeah, no worries, Broccoli. No worries. Alright, let's see if Tyrande is able to what's the word? I don't know. Scrap back some honor here. Their game against the Tomb Kings was kind of a mess. I just feel like this is a very new person who's just trying to figure things out, but that's what we're here for. So we're going to try and give Tyrande as much useful advice as possible, so their growing pains are a little less severe. I do think the Rangers are actually a pretty good idea. This build looks honestly pretty solid. I think this might be too many Shadow Walkers. I think you bring 2 max. They're a respectably strong unit. They're a little squishy, but they do have some insane range and poison and decently powerful missiles. They might be able to wear down the Goblin Great Shaman pretty quickly, even. Despite the 120 armor this guy has, he could be pretty vulnerable. There's a Sun Dragon here. There's Teclis on his horse with Net and Flock of Doom. Both pretty strong here. And Bound Fiery Convocation to punish any blobs or just like, you know, elite infantry. Yeah, good first volley, man. Oh my goodness, the Shadow Walkers. Kill them. Oh, that's going to be a Curse of the Bad Moon, so definitely need to get out of here. It's actually a pretty powerful Vortex. It does a lot of non-AP damage. 14 per second. Oh, the Shadow Walkers kind of cut off a little bit, but most of the models survived here. Still got 60 left. It's a little bit of a shame Teclis doesn't have like Earthblood or something. It'd be nice to give them an Earthblood, but man, oh man, are they massacring the Orc Boys here. It did need to use a lot of ammo, and yeah, the Savage Worker Air Boys, pretty reasonable range on them. Definitely need to focus fire the Air Boys here. If you can do that and just keep kiting back with the Shadow Walkers, you'll be able to shoot your opponent to death before they take the number 2 here. Oh, Snotling Pump Wagons wrecking the Rangers right now. Brutal stuff for the High Elves. Their poor Ranger infantry just getting folded up right now. Yeah, good volley off on the Savage Rook Air Boys here. These guys rallying in, doing a good job is, Jaden's doing a very good job of focusing down the already weakened Shadow Walker unit. You know, this is where most of the damage has been concentrated. They got a good opportunity to finish there. The Dragon is not being used very well, and it's also getting shot by the Goblin Bolt Thrower. You just gotta be aggressive with your dragons. This was a problem in Tyrion's last game as well, was just flying around and never landing this thing, and getting it into combat against anything important. Yeah, so the Rangers kind of got run over. The Illyria River Archers are poking away in the front line here, which is a good use of their time. Just wearing down some Orc Boys, allowing the Rangers one last opportunity to get in here and do something. The Rangers just have no value. Oh my god, dude. Sucks, man. Oh my god, but the Shadow Walker's shooting! God, they're so accurate. That was disgusting. Oh my goodness. Now, they're well off from paying for themselves, and they've only got 9 volleys left, so that a little less than half their ammo. They probably won't pay for themselves with just the bows here. But they should be able to rally in and do some reasonable damage in melee combat. I think what the High Elves needed to do, they needed to not engage up here. Just keep your, just use your Rangers as bait, like have them right off the point, and kite back a little bit and see if you can pull your opponent in and then punish with the Shadow Walker core. Because the kite has been working very well. It's all of the other stuff that's not been going very well for the High Elves. Like their melee engagements, they've been bleeding a lot of value away to Jaden, and the Dragon has also not been very efficient. It's only gotten 200 value. It's very injured. There's no heals for it either, which is just brutal. And I haven't seen a lot of magic from Teclis either. This is a mistake as well. Silver Helms are a really good unit, but they're just charged up into a bunch of spears and stuff. And the Air Boys are doing a good job of punishing. There's a decent Flock of Doom. It's not hitting the best targets in the world, but still reasonably effective against all of these spears and whatnot. Silverhelm's retreating, bled a lot of value. Teclis has gotten only 240 value himself as well. I swear by Tyrion against the Greenskins. I think he's your best option. He bullies Grom. He can wreck this Goblin Great Shaman as well. He's got Sunfang, which can do good damage to the archers and the lightly armored stuff that the greenskins typically use. Lear and Reaver archers getting shut down finally. Now there's Boarboy Biggins charging down the Shadow Walkers, doing some good damage on the charge. These guys, man, looking like a very respectable unit for the High Elves. Maybe something that just needs to be utilized a little bit more. To, like, figure out how to maximize their potential. It'd be really nice to see them become more of a staple. At least in my opinion, in my eyes. Teclis is also about to get killed by Snagla, I think. He's only got 50 armor. He's a much worse duelist. Snagla actually has, like, good melee attack at 52 base. Good melee defense as well. He's got pretty strong weapon strength, too. No, why did you disengage? Just kill him. Get him. There's nothing over here to threaten, either. Wow, the Shadow Walkers are actually holding pretty well over here. Even in melee combat. Pretty impressed, dude. So as long as they got that martial prowess active, they're just a gnarly unit to try and trade into. This guy's got about 750. They're 1,000 gold, and they certainly seem to be performing like a 1,000 gold unit. Arguably, maybe even better than that. I mean, there are definitely things that Shadow Walkers are weak to, don't get me wrong. Like, one good Burning Head would absolutely wreck them in a lot of matchups. Light Cavalry is going to be really annoying for them, but if they're able to actually sit back and shoot and focus fire, and then trade out evenly in melee combat, I could see how the High Elves can maybe stop even bringing, like, Spearmen and Rangers, and just utilizing these guys as a bit of like a dual-purpose frontliner and then strong skirmish unit, and just run your opponent around in circles and keep them guessing as to where you're going. Because they also have Stalk, which is nice. They can creep up into anywhere on the battlefield and poke away at the opponent. Lyran Reaver's going down here. Fireborn, you know, doing reasonably well. No heals for them, though. Teclis is best served bringing Net of Amontok, Flock of Doom, and Regrowth, because he gets the Sword of Teclis, which gives him a lot of extra winds of magic, so you can usually be able to use all of those spells many, many times and get a lot of value out of them that way. Shadow Walkers finally going down. They didn't quite pay for themselves, but to be fair, they were in a really awful position for a lot of that game. So all things considered, they were definitely the better performing of the tools here. Snagla going back after Teclis. He didn't kill him earlier. I don't know why Jaden isn't killing Teclis here. It's just turning up his nose at the opportunity to finish off his opponent's, like, Caster Lord. And a very expensive Lord at that. I mean, Teclis costs a frickin' arm and a leg, dude. Okay, there he goes.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Teclis dies at the last possible moment. Buried in this grass. You know. We buried him. On a little hill. Overlooking a river with pine cones all around. And that's where Teclis rests this very day. Orc boys were alright. The Arrow boys were very well used. I didn't spend a lot of time focusing in on Jaden's micro. Jaden did a very good job of executing. Got a lot of value on the Snotly Pump Wagons. Oh my god. Yeah, so these things are kind of insane. They cost 500 gold, and they just wreck whatever they run over, oftentimes. Especially infantry-wise. I think it's Spearman or Bust, and then you can use the Shadow Walkers to gun these things down if they're trying to close the gap, and then you want to play a skirmish game. You don't need multiple Sun Dragons. And I think tier end, maybe you should retire the Dragons until you get a little bit more experience under your belt by watching some other people and how to use Dragons effectively. Because you keep leaving them up in the air, getting shot by missiles, and then only using the breath attacks and not actually engaging anything on a regular basis. You might have missed it, but I definitely did it here. I think it's somewhere in the middle of the stream. Tomb King's Vampire Coast for Brosi versus Apostrophe. So Vampire Count's very good at shutting down the Tomb King shooting. Vampire Coast, a little less good at that. The Gunnery Whites might be pretty solid, though. They can poke the Ushabti Greatbows pretty easily. And they could be poking Cetra as well, but there's no Cetra, there's just the footprints again. You got the Ushabti Greatbows here, you've got the Screaming Skull Catapults, who are going to be very good against the handguns. A couple Archers, who will also be good at poking down anything the Vampire Coast sends out. We'll see how Fabrosi plays it. Old Noctilius is also on his Necrofex Colossus here. Oh. Restock on the Gunnery Whites with Scab Scraith. Very sneaky, very tricky. Okay. We'll see what Noctilus can do here. So he's going to have to heal himself. He's going to have to do a lot of work against the Ushabti Greatbows as the Gunnery Whites are closing the gap. These guys are actually pretty quick, though. They got 40 foot speed. You can see them hoofing it, dude. You know, these guys are a little bit more like the undead pirates from Pirates of the Caribbean from the first movie than the deckhand mobs who are just slow as hell and kind of useless. Opening fire, good value, man, with those Ushabti Greatbows right off the bat. But Kieran gets summoned as well. Noctilus turns around, shoots. Doesn't actually do much damage, unfortunately. His shotgun cannon is good. The problem that it often runs into is the spread on it. It means it's a little bit lackluster against monstrous units. It's better against infantry and cavalry.
Keep it from the foe.
Although it could be good against the Screaming Skull Catapults if he closes the gap. Catapults opening up, doing a little damage. Are they shooting at the Gunnery Whites? No, they're just on fire at will. Okay, fair enough. Animated Hulk's getting shot up. Another shot coming down from Noctilus. That one actually doing a little damage. A couple of the spreads hit. Getting him a little value. Where are the Gunnery Whites focusing their efforts? They're not actually shooting, which is a big mistake. They really need to be. To that end, here's where the this is what the Gunnery Whites need to do. They need to come up here, be positioned in this gap that your opponent's like opening up for you. So this is something that you should be very cautious of as like a box formation type of faction. On home objectives, you don't want to push up two separate infantry formations. You want a continuous line because you're opening up a big gap here. Scurvy Dogs could get up in here. If you were playing a not slow faction like the Vampire Coast and they had light cav, they'd be all up in your grill right now. So you need to be a little bit careful about doing stuff like that. Handguns opening up on Skeleton Warriors and just shooting into Silver Shields all day feels bad moment, man. The Casket of Souls finally in range and opening up. Not doing a lot of damage, though, man. Casket of Souls is a little lackluster. It's good into factions with more expensive armored infantry. I just don't know how effective it really is going to end up being against the Vampire Coast. Bomber Bats coming out, but a load of carrion up here on the field. Bomber Bats just are so sad, dude. They are a very mediocre unit. They still have some weirdness going on with their targeting priority. If they get caught in the air like this, they just die in mere seconds, man. Even against Carrion, who don't have very good melee attack, they're still just getting ripped to pieces right now. Ushabti Great Bows doing pretty good. Noctilus is still poking away at the Ushabti and just not hitting them, which is really frustrating. Come on, man. You gotta be freaking kidding me, dude. What are you doing? Bozo, missing every shot, it seems. He might need to close the gap a little bit. I don't know, you don't really want to do that against the Ushabti. But it's better than doing this, where you're just not getting any value out of this guy. What a dork. Come on, man. Gunnery Whites are still sitting back here. So their missiles do pierce through units. They're really long range too. I mean, 180 meters. You can see how far they reach out from back here. If they were up here, then they could hit the Ushabti. And they could even hit the Casket of Souls. And I'm pretty sure these guys fire quickly. Yeah, every 8 seconds is pretty fast shooting for a, like, musket unit. Finally moving up. There we go. It looks so cool with their hats, dude. Good focus fire with the handguns now. Doing some good damage to the Carrion, but the Carronades do get shut down. Albeit probably just temporarily. I think it's going to survive for the most part, but with some Casket of Souls fire, hitting the Carronade crew maybe not going to be lasting nearly as long. A little bit of damage. It looks like a Scab Scrape may have gone down there. Yep, that would be the culprit. Scab Scrape is so good against unarmored infantry. Basically one-shotting the Skeleton Warrior unit. But the momentum on the objectives is favoring the Tomb Kings right now. Fabrosi is just not getting any value out of Noctilus. I mean, he's just not doing anything. I don't know what's going on. He's been firing all game as well. He's even gotten restocks. Good grief, man. Maybe... Oh my god. Alright, maybe he is not good on the Necrofex Colossus in this matchup. Wow, that Wraith Storm, I think, did more damage than Noctilus ever did to any of the other units on the field. Where are the Gunnery Whites focusing? They're shooting at the Skeleton Spears here. They're in range of these Ushabti. I'm really curious what they can do against Ushabti. On such an expensive hero core that just isn't paying for itself right now. It's making me a little ill watching this, to be quite honest. I mean, you just hate to see an expensive Lord option like this get absolutely nothing done. Maybe what Noctilus needs is just an accuracy buff. And change the way his cannon works. Change it to where he fires either three really accurate cannon shots in rapid succession, or give a tighter spread to this and make it so that it hits more consistently. Because it just seems like he's overfiring all the time. Ushabti, you're being shot at by the Gunnery Whites. Not obstructed. Alright, guys. I'm gonna shoot. What the hell is going on? Oh my god, what are they obstructed by? Are you kidding me? Wow, they like tickled him. Jesus, dude. What is this? Buff Gunnery Whites, please. Somebody. Somebody help them. This is a very unfortunate situation developing. Breaking news, vampire counts struggling mightily into another undead faction with decent shooting. Good focus fire with the skeleton archers as well. Screaming Skull catapults. A little bit of friendly fire on the horsemen, getting into the handguns here. Handguns have also just not been very effective. Fate of Buna, not the best target, but, I mean, enough to probably wear these Morghuls out at the end of the day, with the focus fire from the skeleton archers getting in there as well. Unsummon on the great bows coming down. Are they going to get unsummoned in time? Yeah, they are. We do have Rotting Promethean surrounding the Tomb King, killing him, but I don't think that Kos is going to be able to get back up on the points. I mean, they got, like, nothing on the field. They got some supplies in the bank. That's really the only thing that they can pray for to provide some success at this point. Noctilus has just been awful. What a disappointment.
No, the enemy has slain our lord.
Maybe he can make it up by shooting down these Tomb Guard halberds or something. Now, where is he shooting? Still shooting into Shabti great bows. Wow, that was actually the first time he hit these guys. For real. Like, actually did some decent damage that time. Just still not enough, though, man. Now he's shooting at the other ones. One Screaming Skull catapult died here. So all the artillery got to fire all game and use up all of its ammo. Still didn't get that much value, though. Depth Guard coming in. They're going to be a much better target for Screaming Skull catapults. But that's going to be it. A bit of a tap out. That was really awkward, man. Oh my god. Yeah, catch you around, Jaden. Take care, man. Alright, so Noctilus total ass on his Necrofex Colossus. Oh my god. Dude. Could not counterfire anything. Like I said, he's okay against cavalry and infantry, but, you know, Tomb Kings are not renowned for either of those. Their cav are stupid cheap, not the best target. Gunnery White, they did okay. They got a lot of value on Scab Scrape, but their shooting was a little lackluster. I don't know how to feel about that one. It does not look good for Vampire Count, or Coast, though. Oh my god. This is a Dowie build with some teeth. Alright, anyways. So Zeddern coming in here against the Dowie. This is a super favored matchup for the Vampire Counts right now. But I will say, Dowie are not hopeless here. They just have to work a little harder than in other matchups. They need to be very good with their focus fire. And they do have lots of good answers. Thanks, okay. Lamian Lord. Anyways, they do have good answers against a lot of the more traditional Vampire Count units, such as the Crypt Horrors. They're pretty good against Vargeist, because Vargeist are really lightly armored, so even just regular old Quarrelers can pincushion them pretty quickly. But the Vampire Counts have really, really annoying infantry, actually. Like Sternsman, regeneration, really solid stats, especially if they're by a corpse cart. Graveguard, great weapons, same deal. Another very annoying tool against the Dowie. Can just grind through their front line endlessly. Black Coaches, another really annoying unit for the Dwarves. Double Black Coach against the Dowie, honestly, probably pretty meta. I would not be super surprised. They do a lot of damage to armored infantry. And they would be really nice early because they can rock up here and just like run over miners and start charging up their abilities. Like Black Nimbus and the Vigor regen they've got. Should definitely keep them in the game quite easily. Flying around up top here, we're just trying to avoid damage with the Lamian Vampire Lord, basically. This is like Zetern's specialty character. I like any of the Vampire Council Lords, quite frankly. I think they're all good. I do think there are some that are better than others. And I think this is a matchup where our boy Vlad von Karstein can be an absolute nightmare, because running in on foot with really good combat stats, he can duel single Dowie Lords pretty easily. And he's much faster than them, so he can beat the living hell out of them. And against multiple Dowie characters, he's usually... you can usually just throw a zombie up there and support him and keep him alive that way. The Lamian Vampire Lord, I don't know what she's doing right now. Oh, a zombie summon on top of the artillery piece. That's not that useful. It'd be much better used here on the Quarreler line. Because look how blobbed up these Quarrelers are. One zombie summon right here shuts down 2 of them. One right here shuts down 2 of them. Definitely where you should prioritize the summons right now. Because, yeah, bolt throwers and artillery can be kind of scary and rack up a lot of value. But it takes all game for them to do that, because they fire so slow. They're usually not a high priority target early on, unless they've just got something absolutely insane, like, say, the Black Lions War Wagon unit is something that you have to dedicate attention to early to shut down. That's really about it, man. I mean, honestly, a flame cannon, I guess you would probably want to get after quickly. But a bolt thrower or a regular old cannon, definitely not. Graveguard Great Weapon break through the front line. Get right up into the Quarrelers. Same here, Dwarf Warriors just get absolutely annihilated by these Graveguard, and then the Quarrelers are getting shut down by AP Infantry, who are just going to take the Dowie to task now and kill all of their missile pieces. Zetter needs to fly in over here and drop a heal for his Graveguard that have broken through. They're reasonably healthy, but they could definitely use a little bit of extra assistance here. Cryptor is getting focus fired really nicely and getting massacred right now. Oh my goodness. I do think Vargeist would be a better early summon than the Cryptors. Because the Vargeist have speed on their side. They can land in here against the Quarrelers, fly over the front line, and keep these guys locked down. While the Cryptors are a much more honest unit. They're reasonably quick. They just can't close the distance before they get hit by multiple volleys of Quarreler fire. Which is usually enough to kill them because of the low armor they've gotten. Down goes one, the other over here. Fighting Dowie Heroes and a Dwarf Warrior, which isn't great, but the Undead do have the #1 objective. Look at this zombie, too. Just tar pitting these miners. Oh, the White Kings brought their Scab Scraiths. You don't need Scab Scraith against the Dowie. The only thing Scab Scraith is good against for this matchup is Rangers and Slayers. If you can hit Slayers with it, awesome. If you can't, then you're wasting your time bringing it, in my opinion. Graveguard, great weapons, grinding a lot of stuff down here. These guys have gotten their value back. Losing out to the Slayer at the end here a little bit, but they've, you know, they've done what they needed to do. They got through the front line, they killed a Quarreler, now they've killed most of a Slayer. Cryptars over here locking down the other Quarrelers. Yeah, the bodies and the durability for the vampires becoming a big issue here, and the Black Coach definitely becoming a menace in its own right. Getting Black Scythes charged up nicely, a little bit of Black Nimbus and Unholy Vigor going. Does it have a... No, it's still diminishing. It doesn't quite have the Vigor per second going. I think it only activates once it's got 100% intensity on it. Shouldn't take too long, though. Stearnsman, very healthy. White Kings doing a very good job of grinding down the Thane and the Lord here. Taking a long time, though. So the lords for the Dowie are really annoying because they have Star Metal Plate, which lowers melee attack as long as they have more than 50% leadership. And Thanes are pretty respectable fighters in their own right, too. Typically, though, I would say you would want to bring against the undead maybe a Runesmith or the Master Engineers for their flash bombs, which can be very good for punishing the swarming elements that the vampire counts typically bring up. Dowie actually persevered through here. They've actually got a lot more Quarrelers than I was giving them credit for. These guys are all fairly healthy. The Bolt Throwers also alive. The Grumbling Guard have done pretty well. There's a lot of Slayers out here too. How long are the Sternsmen going to be able to hold? That was a good scab scrape there, hitting both of the Slayers. I don't know how much value it's really contributed to the White Kings, but definitely something. Oh, and the corpse carts died. Oh, that's a big loss for the undead. So losing the corpse carts, the reason it's so bad is it's a lot of passive healing that they're missing out on. Also, it gives perfect vigor to all of their units, and that perfect vigor is super crucial for the undead units to value trade over the course of a really long game. Sternsmen fighting Giant Slayers, actually. I didn't even notice these were Giant Slayers, man. Let's just watch for a minute. Yeah, just kind of jumping in here and flopping around. God, the animations are so funny, dude. Vargheists should not be landing in here like this, in my opinion. The Vargheists should be landing on these Quarrelers, and the Cairn Wraiths need to help clean up these other units here. Black Coach is... yeah, fighting the Grumbling Guard and these Quarrelers. Is it trying to get out of combat? Doesn't really seem to be. Maybe, though. Anyways, it might start crumbling here in a moment, and the Lamian Vampire Lord, she's not gotten a lot of value doing much of anything. She's trying to kill the Lord now. One of the reasons why I don't love her in a lot of matchups is for this very reason. She doesn't have a lot of AP, nor does she have any debuffs. If you want to bring a Hellsteed Lord, the best Hellsteed Lord is the Red Duke, because the Red Duke has Elsif, so even against heavily armored characters, he lowers their physical resistance, as well as their melee defense and speed, and he can just land in and absolutely smack them up. He is super strong on the flyer. Stern's been going down here, man. Brutal. The Slayers and the Giant Slayers, man. Just grinding the undead into dust underneath their feet, man. Oh my goodness. Cairn Wraith's trying to make it happen. What's going on with these Quarrelers? Maybe they're bugged out. This might be a replay thing. They probably died, but for whatever reason the game didn't register the actual, like, real damage that was contributed. So they're just, like, standing here and doing nothing as a result of that. They're theoretically gone already. Grumbling Guard and the Quarrelers back here, just chilling. Of course, our opponent could, not our opponent, our Dowie player could be microing a bunch of other stuff and, like, trying to, like, unsummon things or rally scattered forces. Do need to hold on to the #1 objective, because the Cairn Wraiths get here, actually start to grind it back for the undead here.
Has been destroyed.
Tried to cast a heal on the Black Coach, but it dies anyways, unless that was the Vargheists. Unholy Lodestone, some Skeleton Spears, Dowie get the back point. Just with that, they'll probably be able to outlast the Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts don't have a lot of supplies either, and they're bringing out a lot of Garbo. Where are the... no, don't send them there. Send them to this back point. Grumbling Guard moving up. Going to fight the Skeleton Spears. They're very healthy, too.
No. The enemy has slain
Relatively.
our Lord.
Wow. And the Dwarf Lord survives, and then down goes the Vampire Count's Lamian Lord. She was not good. She did not do anything. She didn't really provide a lot of value. There were no gyros for her to attack. And she's just so lackluster landing on these armored characters, man. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I really do think that Vlad is your strongest Lord option. Just like throw him up in there, let him grind and fight and be annoying and hard to kill. Good combat character. He can just like sit next to the White Kings all game, and the hero squad for the Dowie can't do anything to that. While you use the rest of your army to go and like bully the rest of the field. It would theoretically leave you a little thin in the air, but you can always bring in Fellbats and then a couple of Vargeist to control against gyros. You don't really need much more than that. Gyros can only do stuff if they're able to sit and shoot, and Fellbats are usually able to keep them on the move, so that gyros are not really able to grind out a lot of value. Cryptars were very mediocre. Feasters in the Dusk were alright. This Vargeist was not used super well. You don't need a Mortis Engine against the Dowie. It's too vulnerable. And look at the Bolt Thrower with 3,500 value. Oh my god. Wow. I would guess that it was probably shooting the Lamian Lord all game. Because she just seemed to be on perpetually low health and also really close to her healing cap. So that's where I'm guessing all this value is coming from, is just shooting her all game. And keeping her from healing the rest of her, like, units and being very functional is just kind of painful. You're so welcome, Uber. I'm actually super hyped to hear that, man. Well done getting three wins in any tournament. Doesn't matter, new player or otherwise. The skill gap between people is actually pretty narrow in my experience. It's just the knowledge gap that needs to be closed by newer players. What's up, Aggie? Oh, a build against the dwarves that the vampire counts can reliably use to win. If you want the Lord on the Hellsteed, then you want to do the Red Duke. Just because Elsif is so strong. I mean, he can land in and just bully characters. But, truthfully, Vlad, Blood Drinker in the Karstein Ring, he's gonna heal himself up fine. You don't even need Aura of Dark Grandeur. You can just bring the Hunger, Curse of Undeath, Invo, Van Hells. He does benefit a little bit from having Raised Dead. He's 2,100, he's pretty affordable. Do your double White King. I would cut Scabscraith in this matchup, just because it's not that useful. You could also do Necromancers, though, if you really want to. Couple of those, couple of these. I really don't think Cryptars are good against the Dowie, but you can probably bring two. You just need to be very sparing with them. I love Black Coaches. Super awesome unit. Lots of zombies. Do you want Skeleton Warrior? I think this might be an instance where you do bring the Spear variant. Rather than trying to get extra DPS out of the Skeleton Warriors, because at least these Skeleton Spearmen hold longer. Like, yeah, generally speaking, the Dowie are... Actually, maybe you do bring the Skeleton Warriors. These guys are 25 gold more. Bring the Skeleton Warriors, damn it. Don't worry about it. Or actually, bring the Konigstein Stalkers. I've got 80 armor with a decent shield. They can survive a blasting charge volley pretty easily. Be a little bit harder to kill for the Dowie. Definitely want the Graveguard. Wow, and you're 10 frickin' gold off. Are you serious? Okay, cut them then. Konigstein Stalkers in reserve. Not really. Just more of that. So it's like the same build, same opener for the most part. I guess you don't need the Black Coach in the opening. I do really like it there, though. You can always bring in an Unholy Lodestone as your first summon, I guess. Have 2 in reserve. Slow walk them out. What else do you need here? Look, not to say that Karen Wraiths are a bad unit. You probably just want 1, though. So you can bring more Graveguard great weapons, because I think Graveguard are just a little bit better. Because the issue is Karen Wraiths only have 60 models and 6,000 HP. Good Focus Fire will kill them because they have no armor. Graveguard great weapons at least are chunkier. They're a little bit harder to finish for the Dowie. Anything else you need here? You got 1,500 to play around with. I would not bring a Mortis Engine. It's just going to get shot to death. Another Vargeist. And then a Direwolf. Sure. Lots of hard-hitting AP. Some swarming elements here. Durable stuff that can survive once you've taken the missiles offline. So prioritize the Vargeist early. Focus on killing Quarrelers and Bolt Throwers, and then you can bring the Crypt Horrors in. The Crypt Horrors are your late-game finisher unit, basically. That's how I would think of it. And then, like, Graveguard and Karen Wraiths you just bring out when you're running low on your other 2 AP units here. Because having this anti-infantry bonus is really clutch. It's so good for giving extra damage as well as melee attack into the Dowie front line. You saw how quickly they broke through the Dowie warriors, man. You really need to take full advantage of that, and then like compound on it by swarming with the Fellbats and the Vargeists and just getting all over the Dowie's expensive units. It was pretty well played by Lazuka, though. Good stuff here. Good stuff. Very well executed wide Dowie build there. Baby, we got some Dark Elf action. Let's go. Our other Dark Elf players were not in this tournament, it seemed. A little missing in action, I guess, on that front. But here we've got a Lokir sighting on the Dragon. Duelist and Helm of the Kraken, Merciless Slaver. Okay. I've already got some thoughts. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Lokir is a terrible lord, because he's not. Into a shooting faction, though, I think he's a pretty bad pick. Also, he doesn't need Dreaded Duelist. Not really, in my opinion. Cut Merciless Slaver and Foe Seeker and try to get him as bare bones as possible. He's already strong enough on the Dragon, right? He's got a heal as well, and this gives him melee defense in melee anyways. So, I mean, you're talking about a Dragon with 60, 56 stats, which is just crazy. He doesn't need the extra stats from Dreaded Duelist, usually.
Have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Especially not if you're cycle charging with him, so... It's actually sneaky, man. The gunnery mobs here actually cap the points early. Now, the Black Ark Crusader handbows have Vanguard as well, but I don't know if our opponent... Or our... How do I keep saying our opponent? I don't know if our Dark Elf player is like aware of exactly how that works potentially, but you could have vanguarded your crossbows or your handbows like all the way up on this point basically, and they will outshoot zombie pirate gunnery mobs pretty quickly. They just don't have AP, and you have better missile strength and more projectiles and fire faster with the similar number of models. Like, what's not to like? Scourge Runner Chariots could run these guys over. Just hit them. Is that a, oh, some of the deck gunners are opening up. Okay. Already crumbling these guys down. Lokir's moving up. Repeater crossbow cav out here, firing in at the gunnery mobs who are being ranged. But you don't want to retreat here, because these guys are too slow. You might as well actually just push up here. Because these guys fire on the move, right? They'll be closing the gap. As they close the gap, the second they're able to open up, they will, and they'll start killing models on these guys. You gotta make sure that your units are better spaced here also. This is not a good formation for these bow cavalry. They're just like obstructing each other way too much. One of the gunnery mobs opens up, gets a little damage in there. This is a 300 gold unit, and they've already like half paid for themselves if you really want to think about it that way. Holding ground with pistol mobs is actually not a bad idea. Even if your opponent's closing the gap with them and you're worried about their bad melee stats, if you just get a couple volleys off at these guys, especially against skirmishers, like what the High Elves have out here, they can very quickly get their value back. Too much blobbing here. Gotta spread it out. Gotta spread it out. The deck gunners are just gonna get disgusting amounts of value against this formation here. Because their missiles pierce through multiple models. I think the deck gunners' shots go through 2 or 3 guys in any one volley. And having this many dudes blobbed up is obstructing your own shooting and allowing the deck gunners to just like maximize their potential value. They usually take a while to get up to about as much value as they've got now. But only firing off 4 volleys and they're pretty much done paying for themselves. They're actually fairly inexpensive. I think deck gunners are 850 gold, maybe 900. For the damage potential that they've got, well worth the price. Yeah, this kite build's just not going to work against the undead. Undead usually are pretty bad if you just commit to some solid melee infantry with some good high DPS bow units to like poke them down quickly. That's usually where they fall apart. And big dragon lords typically don't do too well here. They can, but this has not been Lokir's game. He's not been very well positioned or microed so far. Oh, this Wraith Storm. Oh, no. Oh, that's why you don't blob, man. That's why you don't do that. Huge value there for the Vampire Coast, and they're just, like, walking it down, dude. Going right up the main avenue here, just kicking the Dark Elves while they're down, man. Definitely going to be finishing these poor little guys off. There they go. Running for the hills, trying to get out of here and avoid any more punishment. I don't even want to know what kind of punishments the Dark Elves come up with for their units who end up running away. Alright, zombie bombers just getting a fat volley off on the poor Cold One Knights. Pistols opening up on these guys as well.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Just an absolutely brutal showdown here. And Lokir is just not being used. I mean, it's better to like land him into combat and just let him, get killed than to just fly him around and do nothing. Because he's big, he'll at least occupy a lot of attention. You just have to do something more than flying him around to where he's just getting shot up by missiles. Like, come land him in combat against the Night Terrors here or something, or fight these Scurvy Dogs so you can get some healing, get a little value. Maybe force your opponent to, like, push up to try and, like, get in range of him again. Instead of just landing directly in range of the deck gunners on top of a 300 gold unit that you're not going to do any good damage to. Not going to get away with that. Eat the Rich doing a very good job of punishing here. Versagon, I think, just needs to spend a little bit more time taking some lumps and we'll be okay. This is definitely one of those learning experience type of situations. Losing games like this can feel really discouraging. But that's really just because you're not understanding what it is that you're doing wrong. Really, this is kind of coming down to like a build issue. While the hand bows and even shades and all of the like Dark Riders and Witch Elves, Blackheart Corsairs that are being brought out can be strong. There's a time and a place for everything, especially in domination mode. There's really only a handful of units on each roster that are like genuinely useless. Most everything you're going to be able to find an opportunity to be able to use effectively. Wraithstorm coming down, killing some shades, doing some damage.
Has been destroyed.
Just triple capped, pushed all the way back. Nothing on the field, just about. Witch Elves coming in and getting wrecked by bombs as well. Brutal stuff. You've got to know where your opponent's counters are for your units. If you lose track of that, then you're almost always going to lose if your opponent is equally or better skilled. Deck Gunners just never got touched that game. These guys are too fragile to leave online like that. Noctilus was fine. Some of the gunnery mobs did alright. The pistol mobs specifically, I mean. This one got 700 value, 400 here. The others got worn out pretty effectively. This one got 400 as well. Deckhand mobs were trash, but, you know, at least soaked up a lot of damage. Sirens came in at the end, were annoying. Scurvy Dogs were fine. Morn Ghouls were fine. Lamprey's Revenge never came out. Scourge Runners were okay. One of them got its value back, the other two didn't. I don't like the repeater crossbows here. You got a Death Sorceress for your magic. I'm gonna make a Dark Elf build here that I think can actually do something in this matchup. If you want a big dragon character against the undead, against the Vampire Coast in particular, you bring your boy Malekith. You just cut everything except Soul Stealer, basically. Gaze of Malice can do some respectable damage, I guess. Maybe you take that. But he's got to heal. You know, he can pop Soul Stealer usually, I think, 4 times in a game is how many times you can use this. That's a 40% heal on 40% heal on 8,400 HP. That's a lot of healing. And that's a lot of damage you gotta do to him as well. He's got physical resist, missile resist as well. He's also got really good stats on the dragon. Not quite as good as Lokir in a sustained grind because he doesn't get the +10 to his melee defense, but again, he's still got Soul Stealer, which is arguably a little bit better of a heal. It does about 10% every time he casts it. It does a lot of damage to SEs, and it would even be good against the Deck Gunners. So I much prefer him. Some Bleak Swords are a really good idea. They got silver shields and really good stats. They can grind through deckhand mobs pretty nicely. Don't want to bring too many of them, of course. They're pretty lightly armored. Blackheart Corsairs, a couple of them. Another really good tool for getting through the front line. Dark Shards can actually be pretty solid because of their shield here. The reason you don't bring the Blackheart Corsairs is because they are just really heavily outranged in this particular matchup. They will struggle mightily and not be able to fight back very efficiently. I don't think you need Dark Shards, though, truth be told. Really what you need is a Burning Head caster. A Supreme Sorceress of Fire on a Dark Pegasus, or even her on a dragon can be pretty nice, but even on just the steed, making her as inexpensive as possible with just Burning Head to, like, nail ranged units. You can bring Flamestorm too if you want. It can also do some pretty respectable damage. She's the clear. You can bring a Master if you want to. These guys come in on oh, they don't have the Rakarth or High Beastmaster Chariot, damn. You could maybe do Footloke here. Honestly, Footloke here might be a really durable Lord option. And then you can use your Sorcerer a little bit more aggressively. It's only 1,000 gold, 2,100. That ain't a bad idea. Lokir's hard to shoot. He's really slender and itty-bitty. And in melee combat, he'll beat pretty much any of the Vampire Coast Lords. Outside of Silostra, who would give him an absolute shellacking. But, you know, you've got options for her. I like the Scourge Runner Chariots. I don't think you need 3 of them, though. 2 is usually the sweet spot. Although what you could also do is bring Bloodwrack Medusas. Because these are very good at poking down front lines. They do a lot of damage to chaff units. There's something to think about. You could do Bolt Throwers, even. The Bolt Throwers can outrange the Det Gunners pretty nicely. And give you a really good uptrade by killing those guys before you take frontline fights. There's a lot of things to work with here for the Dark Elves. They got a lot of options. They got a lot of really hard-hitting options, too. Dark Riders are also really good for diving. They're fairly inexpensive. They've got a shield. Their leadership is where they are a little lackluster. They can do some really good damage. Crozicane and Harpies in general can be a really good flyer onto undead units, because undead units typically fall apart pretty quickly, even against pretty low melee attack. And these have really high melee defense, so they can hold their own against anything that they're landing on top of, as long as it's one of the gun units. If they get countercharged, they'll get wrecked. Witch Elves are nice in reserve. They're fast, they get up, they clear bodies really quickly, but they're squishy, so you need to be sure that they're not going to get absolutely wrecked by missiles on their way in. A couple Cold One Knights, because you do need answers from Mournguls in close range combat. Dark Riders. You could do 2, just for Silostra, and any Rotting Leviathans and Prometheans would be pretty good. You've still got Scourge Runners for that. Couple Dread Spears. You don't need the Dark Star Cloak. Something like this. If you want to combine your lords, of course you can. That Burning Head and Flamestorm, just so strong. And you got 850 to work with here. Get another Scourge Runner, and then another Dread Spear. Having numbers on your side against the undead can be really solid, and your infantry will lose a little bit of leadership because of fear, but, you know, your 450 gold infantry with solid stats, losing 8 leadership, not nearly as punishing as a lot of other factions might find it. And just use your Dark Riders, your Cold One Knights, and the Crozicane as your backline dive units to be able to shut that kind of pressure down. A Harpy or a Dark Rider getting on top of a Det Gunner at any point with a clean engagement is an easy win for the Dark Elves. Should be pretty doable. And then you've got the Flamestorms and Burning Heads that can also roast those backline range tools pretty nicely. And you got 1950 to work with. Go crazy. This is like the bones of a pretty easy to execute, solid all-around army for the Dark Elves. We watched Spider and Lemur. No, I don't think so. So let's see what happens here. Got the Chaos Dwarves coming in. Lemur did very well this tournament, man. Ended up losing out in the finals, unfortunately. But did a very, very good job against everybody else and was just playing really solidly. I'm curious to see. I don't actually know if they went undefeated, though. That's like my one question. Solid Dowie build. Don't need to do much more than this oftentimes. It's got a little bit of everything. But the everything that you got is just really dependable. Don't have amazing answers, though, I will say, for the artillery pieces here. Dowie cannons can beat Deathshriek rockets, but you do need some favorable terrain in order to do that. So we'll see if the cannon's actually able to kill these things. My worry is that the double Deathshriek is able to kill the cannon before it's able to finish either one of these off. Typically, double Dowie cannon is the answer to the Chaos Dowie SE RD. Because Maverick cannons are not very good against Dowie cannons, but the Deathshrieks with their Deathshrieker ammo, the spread shots, are very good against these. Opening up on the miners. We're gonna dodge. You can dodge the artillery pieces. Kind of dodge them there. Very fortunate. Blunderbuss is moving in. Astrogoth does get outcapped here on the number 2. Oh, and a beautiful shot from the Ranger. Great weapons on the Hobgoblin. Wolf Raiders there. Big damage. That's an expensive unit. These guys are 575 gold. Can't afford to let them get shot up like that. Cannon's opening up now, but the spread shots are going to do massive damage to the cannon. Well, the cannon's not focus firing. Oh, the demo rocket kills the artillery pieces. Ah, okay. I see now. I see. I'm now trying to retreat away. That's a waste of time. Artillery is so slow. That is almost never going to work out for you. Where's this rocket going in? Alright, so what I'm seeing here is can't focus fire with the Deathshrieks like that on one artillery piece because they double hit an already dead, like, actual model. I think what a lot of factions need to do that can't dive these pieces with anything else, you just have to bring, like, double cannon just to hedge your bets. You can start with one, check your opponent's build early, and then you can send in the double cannon together to try and kill these things. Or Dowie can just commit to gyro copters and stuff. They're bringing the gyro bombers in. I don't find these things to be very good at killing single entities, though. Gyrocopter brimstone guns, on the whole, I think are the far more effective option for killing the Deathshrieks. And Deathshriek rocket launchers, the damage that they do with the mortar actually would be pretty good at taking out the individual gyro bomber models. Ouchies. Good focus fire. Where's that shot going? Way downtown. missing pretty spectacularly there. Dowie Blunderbuss is getting pounded. Some kind of magic going down. Rune of Wrath and Ruin, not very well placed though. I'm gonna just do it on top of infantry that are fully engaged. So the thing you do when you've got spells like that are, you know, like an explosion spell, just don't try to just like get insane value at all times. Like find little pockets of bunched up infantry to really focus on, because that's where you can just get steady, consistent damage over time that can really rack up for you. So hitting this pocket of Chaos Dwarf Warriors that's on the edge of your Dwarf Warrior here, that's the perfect spot for Rune of Wrath and Ruin right now. These Flamestorms are pretty freaking nasty from Astrogoth. He's gotten 1,300 value already. Iron Drakes are spending a lot of time shooting at him. Not really the best target. He's pretty small. They're also doing a lot of friendly fire damage, unfortunately. Deathshriek rocket, or Demolition Rocket trying to take out Gyro Bomber models. Missing a little bit. Just no punishment on these things. Like cannons, gyrocopters, en masse, getting back here and shooting these guys. Especially because your opponent doesn't have any Infernal Guard Fireglaives, shouldn't be that hard. Oh yeah, this is looking real ugly for the Dowie. I mean, they've got a little bit of a lead here. I don't know how long that's going to last, though, because they're losing a lot of momentum on the middle here. And Astrogoth will be able to kill this Rune Lord pretty easily. Oh, Deathshrieker shots wrecking these Iron Drakes. Big damage on those guys. Brimstone guns rolling up. Again, not a very efficient Dowie tool in this matchup. Good against the Chaff, for sure. But not good against trains, and I think you really need answers for the trains and the artillery as the dwarves. Everything else, your solid infantry and decent missile units should be able to clear without too many issues. I don't think you need Dowie Great Weapons either. I mean, they're like the exact same unit as their evil counterparts here. You're just not going to get enough of a leg up in that fight over the course of a long game. In fact, Dowie Great Weapons actually have more melee defense. No freaking way. Alright, so the evil cousins are actually just straight up better fighters. Some shots missing. We do get a cap over here on the number 1. The Gyro Bomber still has a decent number of models. Doing a pretty good job of clearing out a lot of the units over on this objective, and the Dowie might be able to retake it. Some of the shots from the Death Shrieks are missing. They haven't gotten a tremendous amount of value, really.
You have the foe's victory point.
I wouldn't be surprised if this Iron Demon ends up being the thing that, really clutches the game out for the Chaos Dwarves. And they did drag down all the infantry here. Maybe the Dowie Great Weapon Warriors aren't a bad idea. Maybe I'm being a little harsh on them. Blunderbusses are doing something here. They should be shooting the Rune Lord. If they were shooting the Rune Lord right now, they'd actually probably kill him pretty quickly, which would be really nice. Ouch. Gyro Bomber down. I'm gonna need to reroute the convoy over there, you know. Those demo rockets are gonna finish this thing off pretty fast. Another model going down here. This is actually, okay, so this is where you do need to focus fire. This is little matchup knowledge stuff that makes a big difference. Don't need to double shoot cannons. Do double shoot Gyro Bombers, though. 2 rockets kills a model. 1 rocket only takes most of his HP off, is what it looks like to me. Cannon here with 2 models left, getting some value. The Iron Drake is just not able to shoot much. It's trying, but it's just not quite working out. Ooh. Almost made it over. No. Whoa. Okay, and it just phases out of existence. Clearly a chaos portal in this pillar there. That was very funky. Iron Demon running over infantry, locking down this number 2, man, keeping the miners away from it. And the Bull Centaur Renders coming up, and the Dowie have no infantry. They've got a bunch of gyrocopters and some units way in the back here, trying to trickle up onto the points, and the caps are just not working out right now. Astrogoth has gotten 2,300 value. He's such a badass, dude. Firing his little wrist-mounted flamethrower there like Boba Fett. And, yeah, there we go. Come on, do the cool attack. Tired of the flamethrower, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Alright, well, he's just not going to do anything else, apparently. I'd like to see him do his little jump attack. Oh, of course we move away, and he immediately does it. Yes! Oh, it's so cool. He, like, choke slams the poor little Dowie there. Just bullying him relentlessly and mercilessly. Brimstone Guns doing some decent damage to the Bull Centaur Renders here. Again, I'm telling you, they actually have a pretty good damage profile against monstrous infantry. Now, the Dowie Great Weapons are doing the balance of the damage here, but these guys are lowering the leadership and also did a little bit of extra work to keep them off balance. Man, is Spider gonna maybe find a way back into this? This is a very close game still. The Iron Demon, though, is just an absolute nuisance. No answers for that on the Dowie side here. No way. Oh my god, a Dwarf Warrior got up back here. And on top of the Deathstreak rocket. This is not something that should ever happen. You gotta watch out for that as Lemur next time, man. Like, literally anything getting up here to protect those Deathstreaks, or just to move them away from the Dowie Warriors, has got to be your priority. Rune Lord here, Master Rune of Negation going down, or just the Rune of Negation, I guess. Astrogoth does find him. He is not going to be long for this mortal plane, I'm willing to bet, man. He's pissed. Gives him a nice little love tap there in the booty. Back shots from Astrogoth has got to be a feeling. I don't even want to imagine. Gives him a nice little razzle dazzle there. Rune Lord going to be routing, and wow, the Dowie do give it up there. I think just because they didn't have the caps. House Dowie, they've got a little bit better mobility and stuffing potential than the Dowie do at this point in the game. Gonna call it there. Definitely some opportunities for the Dwarves to take advantage of that they kind of passed up on. They just weren't very good about taking out the Deathstreaks. I mean, I really don't think the Brimstone Guns are important here. Use the Steam Guns and the Gyro Bomber, and you can go send both of them at the same time, and you'll probably be able to kill the Deathstreaks. As long as there's no Fireglaves to screen for them, you'll have a pretty good time there, and there's just not a lot of that. A lot of Bull Centaur Renders, so I actually think are really bad against the Dwarves. Kadai Fireborn are much better. They're cheaper, they've got some physical resistance, they have a better bonus versus infantry with more melee defense, so they're a little bit longer lasting as well. They got a lot more armor too. And they're almost as fast. So that's what I would be prioritizing. And you probably just need 2. I don't think you need a whole 3 of any of those guys. The Wolf Raider bows in this matchup, probably not this many. Probably just 2 of them is enough for shooting at Slayers, and that's it. and a fire glaive to protect your backline from gyrocopters. Because if you get a fire glaive next to the Death Shriek, it's going to be really hard for the Dowie to shut that down. It's going to be misery for them. It's going to be like dragging themselves over broken glass. Oh, baby. We got Chosen dual axes for Piston up against the Norskins. Hot take, I think they can do pretty well here. As long as they're not getting shot by AP missiles, they have insane stats. They are so grindy, and they have great leadership. Very hard to break Chosen. I do prefer the sword and board variant against Norska, but I think either or can work, and I do think that having one of either in your build is actually a pretty good idea. We got a Deathcaster here. Fate of Buna.
A prize for the one who collects him the most gold.
Metal Magic, man. You can bring Death Magic if you bring Spirit Leech and you want to just drop that on Khorne Lords all game, because that can be fairly effective even despite the spell resistance, but I don't like Fate of Buna against Khorne. It does decent damage, but I think you've got more efficient options with the Plague of Rust, which isn't having any of its effect mitigated by spell resistance. So I think you're better off utilizing the other options. Chaos Chariot of Khorne, capping up the number 3. It's going to take ages for that to go down, but, you know, I mean, will be happening here eventually. Fleshhound's going to go and lock down the number 1, while the Chosen just slowly advance here with the double Cultist. Alright, so you can see your opponent actually doesn't have that much infantry. Oh, and they're bringing a Feral Mammoth out. Okay. I would say both Chosen should go up top here, while the Cultists just sit on the number 2. Valkia supports either fight, and you want to use your Fleshhounds to support the Chosen, while the Chariots can support the Cultists. And the Bloodwake Berserkers need to get a little more active here, I think. The last thing you want to do is forget about these guys. I do think this is maybe a little bit of an overinvestment into infantry. It's a lot of really elite stuff, man. As good as Fleshhounds are, also, you don't really want to leave them out in no man's land like this, because these javelins have been doing some pretty nasty damage to them. And now they're kind of poking down the Chosen. So Khorne's going to be getting aggressive here. There's two things that can be done by Norska here. They can either rally the Famir up with their Berserkers and go in on the Chosen, or they can just pull back, maximize their throwing horseman value, and use the Mammoth to wear out whatever remains of the Chosen. Yeah, Fate of Buna on the Bloodwake Berserkers, doing about 1,500 damage. But the Famir very out of position, very isolated. They have to sit in infantry. They can't do it themselves. They get all these buffs, and they still just aren't doing very well in this fight. Just because of the crazy stats that Wrathmongers have available. And those buffs are going to wear off in a moment here. And they very well might rout, because they've taken so much damage. If all of these units were here earlier, like if the Berserkers were here, if Throg were here, and they arrived after the Berserkers did, and got on top of the Bloodwake Berserkers at that point, and you popped all those buffs, I think you would have a winning fight here. But doing it a little bit scattered, and you're just in a nightmare situation. And the Shaman Sorcerer gets caught here. And the Chosen dual weapons just absolutely rip him apart. Oh my god. No. Not the Shaman. He shatters. Mammoth doing good damage to this other Chosen, though. They did get a little damage against this guy. Fleshhounds locking down the Marauder champions here. And the Chaos Chariot's kind of running over these guys. Fleshhounds over here fighting Berserkers. Not great for the Fleshies. Because these guys don't have great melee defense. They've got a good charge bonus. You need to cycle charge Berserkers. Because Berserkers actually have good melee attack and crazy high weapon strength. They'll beat a Fleshhound if the Fleshhound stays for the one-on-one. And they're both 750 gold too, so... Norsca getting a little bit of a win there, but loses their magic. Marauders kind of getting run over back here. Chariot's got a good side charge, but the Norscan Icehounds get in here and start taking these things to town, really ripping them apart. Cultists, Valkia, and Korngors trying to catch Throg and finish him off. Well, the Bloodwake Berserkers are pretty worn out, actually. They did take some pretty nasty damage. I think the Marauder Horsemen were also shooting at them for a little bit there. Pretty respectable value across the board on all those guys. You got Ice Wolf Chariots out here. Skull Crushers on the field for Piston. Don't focus on this point right now. Try and save what units you've got left up top here. You got a very healthy Chosen dual weapon that you need. The Ice Wolf Chariot's going to come down here. There ain't no way. Trying to chase down the Chariots is pretty important, I would say. That's where you should focus your efforts. The Cultists are going after the Miststalkers, which is a pretty good use of their time. They've got the Summons. They should use them very aggressively here. These are Marauder Champion Great Weapons. They've got most of their Rage charged up. A Bloodletter Summon on top of them right now would definitely clear through those guys pretty effectively.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Valkia's nice and healthy. You need the Chosen in here, man. You gotta pay attention to stuff like this. This is a new player moment. No shame in it, but for next time, these Chosen being up on this point is gonna ensure that you keep this objective. If all these horses just blitzed onto this point right now, you would lose it, which would be really painful. You got double Bloodletter Summon coming in. The Marauder Champions are going down. Look at the Bloodletters clearing through them, man. It's a 200 gold summon, and these guys have gotten about 400 value, which is pretty crazy. And they got another 20 seconds of combat, too, so potentially going to get up to like 450 or so. Oh, and a really good combo with the Fleshhounds and the Korngors in combat here now. Going to lock down the Chariots, and the Korngors are really going to start to plow through these things. Legatus really needs to get those Chariots out of combat. Feral Mammoth also needs to leave. Valkia should not be chasing Throg so much. She could just land where there's actual, like, fights going off that she can just continue to, like, pile in on and contribute that extra little bit of damage. Cultist gonna go down here. Cultists not being great fighters, you know, being a little lackluster. I prefer Blood Reapers in this matchup, personally. I think they do better damage, and they got fire attacks and magic damage. They can beat Throg in a 2-on-1, as well as clear through, what are they called? Frost Trolls and Skin Wolves aplenty. Absolutely no problems there. Khorne getting some crushing victories now. The Chariots are pretty beat up. Fleshhounds out on the field. The Skull Crushers need to get active here. Korngors doing some pretty good damage, and Valkia does find Throg, and he is running again. She's just going to be chasing him till the to the end of this game, pretty much. Scarlet Armor not charged up at all, unfortunately. I like the Scarlet Armor. It's a cool item, but Sleipnir is just far and away the better option. The Bloodwake Berserkers, man, very tattered and beleaguered, but just rallying in here, getting a little bit of extra value, up to 1900. They'll probably end up with like 2100 as they start to explode and do damage in the AoE around them. And the Skull Crushers folding in here with the Chosen finally coming up out of the trees, remembering this very elite unit finally. On the Flesh Hounds, getting a little damage on the Horsemen, who have been resummoned with a bunch of ammo. Just keeping the Norskins back, man. Being disruptive has really paid dividends for them. And Valkia actually kills Throg there. I didn't think she was going to be able to catch him and finish him off, but I'm very wrong about that. She ices the big boy there. Leadership problems, just way too much for Norska to deal with now. Still a very healthy Chosen here, with Skull Crushers out on the field to anchor, and the Bloodwake Berserkers with 2,300 value as everything breaks and routes, and they're just massacring it on the way through. Great stuff from them. Fleshhounds go down on the number 3. But we do have some Minotaurs and Chaos Chariots coming out. Khorne is just way too healthy at this point. Norska could theoretically scrap back a little bit of value in this game, but I think it's going to be a little too much to ask for from them. Fate of Buna went down on the Skull Crushers and did some pretty good damage. They are probably still the best target for that. I guess you can keep it mixed in if you really wanted to, but it's just not going to be a very consistent use case basis for that. You can do like the same amount of damage with the Plague of Rust and just focus fire from these Marauders. I'm pretty sure.
I knew it.
And that's going to be game. Good stuff from Piston, man. Couple notes, just make sure that you don't forget about your really expensive infantry. Check the battlefield, just scan around, use the mini-map too, it'll show you where your stuff is. And, stay scrappy, dude. I like the Skull Crushers, they're really good. I don't know if you need Khorne Gores against Norska, though. Not that they don't have targets, they don't have a lot of mass, though. And Exalted Bloodletters, with the fire damage and magic attacks here, honestly do a pretty good job of doubling up as anti-large units in this matchup. Chaos Knights I don't really like here, unfortunately. I think they're a little too vulnerable. The Skull Crushers are fine. Minotaurs are fine. Fleshhounds are good. I would like to see... like to see some Furies. Furies can be pretty damn good. They're a great value trade piece. And if you get them into the rear of combat on a lot of these targets that Legatus has out, they can still do respectable damage, even if Famir are not the like ideal target for a Fury to fight. Famir, great weapons especially, don't have amazing melee defense, so the Furies just like stacked up all over the place on top of those guys can really chip away at their HP steadily over time. And if your opponent goes for a wider Norska build, then Furies are still just as good, even better. Because they can screen out Horsemen pretty well. They can wreck Marauders of any type outside of the Champs, of course. And they can do really well against Skinwolves and Norscan Ice Trolls. We did not watch this one, so let's see how Drakthor does against Forskin here. Lamian Vampire Lord being the choice. Double White King. Lots of bodies, of course. Just the Sternsman for the elite infantry. We do have Faye and Gotrek, so I think we're going to see Faye on foot, would be my guess. Which isn't a terrible idea. She's not a good fighter, but she does have a good debuff and Mortis engine. As long as there's someone there to protect her, she may be okay. I'm just worried about the White Kings, because White Kings will just bully her if she's on foot. Oh, she is on horseback. Okay. Okay, thank goodness. Doing her very ladylike side saddle riding. Moving up, Lamian Vampire Lord, just trolling around. Lightning Reflexes, Raise Dead, Invocation. She'll be really good for sniping the Fae Enchantress, actually. The Fae is going to have to be very careful to avoid this Hellsteed character. Felix, You know, he's feeling a little lonely. Where's his boy? I mean, there's nobody to hang out with over here. But he'll be okay. He'll still be able to heal in combat. He heals himself and whatever hero characters are around. Royal Pegasus Knights being very aggressive with them, which isn't that big of a deal. You can definitely do it because there's no missiles that the vampire counts have to punish. Just fly around and be in position to potentially dive on something that finds itself out of position, so to speak. Falbat's coming in. Pegasus Knights should crush them on the charge. You got 24 models here. Reasonable armor and great melee attack. Oh man, come on, Falbats, get the hell out of here. Run! Oh no, they're getting a little indecisive, and now they spread out into the spaghetti line. Oh my god, brutal charge. Yeah, the Felbat's gonna go down here pretty hard. They'll get a little damage on the Pegasus Knights, but certainly not enough to make up for the fact that you're losing 750 gold here. The front lines will collide. Men-at-Arms are going to have a hard time holding. You know, thank goodness there's one Grail Relic here at least. That'll help a lot. But Men-at-Arms, still not going to be ideal. They just are very lackluster. They cost like 300 gold with the shield. The unshielded variant's 250. They have really poor cap weight, but there are some foot squires here, keeping the cap from flipping too quickly for the vampire counts. Vampire count zombies and skeletons obviously have very poor cap weight in their own right, which is kind of saving Bretonnia here a little bit. Vampires, though, just swarming around the battlefield. The Dire Pack coming in to fight a Knights Errant. Really good countercharge here as they're trying to run away. Should be able to drag a lot of these models down. They just don't want the Knights Errant to countercharge them. Oh, and the Pegasus Knights. That's good attention from Forskin. Actually, like, moving across the field here. Gonna be getting a flank charge off in the Dire Pack now, doing big damage to those hounds. One of the Peggy Knights did get annihilated by the Lamian Vampire Lord. Just took him right out of the air, dragged him to hell. Fanchantress not in any combats either. Oh, and the Lamian Vampire Lord maybe looking to go get her. Positioning up like right in front. We gonna land here? Nah, Faye is peeling out, trying to get away. More counter charges and cycle charging with the Knights Errant. Good value on the Pegasus Knights right now. 800 value on them. They got a lot of room to go. They could definitely use a heal now. Honestly, a regrowth wouldn't be bad for them. You could just do some Earthbloods over them. Like, get the Pegasus Knights, like, positioned here. And then drop an Overcast Earthblood, and you'll hit, like, all the stuff in here and do some pretty good work for yourself. Vampires finally flipping the number 1, even going so far as to push on to the number 3. A lot of peasant mobs back here. Frightened by enemy unit, but fighting with the Knights Errant, so it's evening out a little bit. These Knights Errant need to get active, chill guys on the field. Uh-oh. Really good counter to a lot of the heavy cavalry of Bretonnia. The Royal Pegasus Knights are going to have to be the answer for those guys. We do get some Vargeist out as well. What kind of knights we got over here? Oh, more Royal Pegasus Knights. Okay. Yeah, the zombie summons are just locking down the bowmen, who just can't do anything, man. It's really painful. And the zombie summons have actually been doing some pretty respectable damage to the peasant bowmen here. I mean, I do like the fire arrows. They're really, really quite punishing against the Cryptars, but that's not where Forskin is firing right now. You have to focus fire. You need all of your fire arrows shooting the Cryptars, who are the biggest threat to your units right now. Pegasus Knights get back up in the air. The Royal Peggy's fighting the Vargeists here. It looks like they got the charge off, and the Vargeists were not prepared for that fight. You can see they're being given orders to try and run away, and then they just get absolutely lanced from the front, too. Oh, baby. Beautiful. Hammer and anvil. More like a just double hammer from either end. Brutal stuff. Wrecking those guys. Knights Errant being used very nicely over here. Just to bully the Konigstein Stalkers right now. And the zombies. Knights Errant holding back the chill guys who they're going to lose to pretty soon. Green Knight coming out onto the field. Going to be good against the White Kings. Does need to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get double teamed by those guys. Although, actually, maybe he doesn't want to fight them at all right now. They're looking pretty safe. The corpse carts... Alright, this is another reason why your peasant bowmen need to focus fire. The shooting is just not being used well. You're doing a good job of saving it, Forskin. But you need to hit the corpse carts, because they're low armor, and they take extra damage from fire arrows because of their regeneration. If you can kill corpse carts, you can easily outgrind the vampires. It's really when they've got corpse carts giving everything perfect vigor and the passive healing that the vampire counts turn into the nightmare faction that they often are accredited with being right now. They're the number 2 faction in win rate currently. Maximilianaire and Scrambled Egg Special and a couple other people have been really locking down the meta for those guys and just been bullying people lately. You're doing a lot right. Your Pegasus Knights especially, you're doing a very good job of microing around and doing damage with. Oh, and you get an isolation on the Chill Geist out here. Oh, the Blood Knights arrive, doing big damage. This other Royal Pegasus Knight needs to save their brethren, or you just need to get back up in the air somehow. These Knights Errant need to sacrifice themselves for the Pegasus Knights to get out, is what needs to happen here. Pushed really far back, Questing Knights coming out, lots of peasant mobs. Capweight is flipping against you on this back point thanks to the numbers that the vampire counts are able to bring up over here. Wait, Konigstein Stalkers have full cap weight? Oh, no way. Another reason they're a really good unit, then. Hell yeah, because they're just a regular old skeleton, in theory, but they cost a little bit more. They've got more armor. They've got poison. Having full cap weight's a pretty compelling reason to bring them as well. Hell yeah. Okay. What is Fade? What are you doing? Don't do it! Oh no! Oh my god, what the hell is going on? The Fey Enchantress is becoming a megalomaniac, obviously. Enraged, she blows her own peasants apart. Oh, that's brutal. There you go. Now we're firing at the corpse card. One of them's actually crumbling out now. The Green Knight probably has also been attacking it, to be fair. These Royal Pegasus Knights doing great damage to the Lamian Lord. And the Royal Pegasus Knights on the other side did get away from the Blood Knights here. The Questing Knights fix them in place. They do kind of land just into the front of the Blood Knights. I would recommend flying over the top. People don't use shift orders enough. They're not super responsive, but they're actually pretty useful in a lot of circumstances, especially for microing your mobility into rear charges on infantry. But even in this situation, it would be nice to order your Pegasus Knights to like move out over here, then you shift click and give them the attack order to hit the Blood Knights. And no matter where the Blood Knights end up going after that, the Pegasus Knights will be following and chasing them, trying to give the attack order. And it's slow enough, honestly, that it does give you time to at least like glance around the battlefield and check in and see how the fight's developing and give a reaction order or not. Cryptor is chilling here. Green Knight just doing his thing, trying to grind through a bunch of units, but landing in infantry with your Pegasus Knights is your first big mistake with them. Not really where they want to be. Definitely not the most effective use of their time, and I don't know about the heals. I just haven't seen any Earthbloods. Where Earthblood, buddy? Oh, using Awakening of the Wood. I really would just recommend... I mean, you can use that, certainly, but prioritizing healing on your Pegasus Knights would be really clutch right now. I mean, they're still fairly healthy with 15 models. 3,000 value on them. Trying to kill the Lamian Vampire Lord here, doing some respectable damage the whole time. You do hold your back point, which is nice. But your opponent is up on you. I just don't see being able to carry this game. Drakthor is just not summoning stuff in, though. You've got to bring some stuff in here, Drakthor. You've got no reason not to with 4,000 supplies banked up. Like, yeah, your opponent is on the back foot, but you just can't be cocky and arrogant like this. Don't get lackadaisical, you know. If Forskin just had a little bit more infantry, a little bit more durable infantry on the field, you could end up in a really bad position here. Grail Knights are like charging around, doing some damage. I don't know what's going on. I think we're running into problems with the replay now.
Has slain our Lord.
Seems a little sketch. I don't know why Grail Guardians would just be sitting here, but they are active now. Once you get to, like, game 4 scenarios like this, you know, after about 2 or 3 hours, if I've been playing in a tournament, I do tend to find that my micro is just not as sharp. I love this game, but there comes a certain point where you just need to put it down for a minute. Some people are just not like that, though. Like, Anticity can just play for, like, 10 hours and never slacken up on the attention to detail, which is pretty freaking impressive. I've really got to give it up there. Felix gets dragged down by the Stearnsmen, who have gotten 1,300 value. Knights Errant getting attacked with the Vargeist. Insane amounts of supplies on both sides. I don't know what's happening there. Insanity. I think the replay broke halfway through. Attempt 462 at trying to beat Khorne with any faction. Khorne's tough, man. I can't lie. You just don't take fights against Khorne. That's how you take good fights against the Blood God. Never ever engage them in melee combat until it's time to actually finish their units off. If you do that, you won't have too many problems. If you're constantly trying to grind into them, that's where you run into real issues, because they will drag you around by the nose and just pummel you mercilessly. Can you imagine the vampire animated the bones of the Grail Relic? That would be freaking hilarious. That would be a super fun, unique death animation. She, like, resurrects it, and then, like, the skeleton gets up off of the, little post that the guys are carrying on and kills the two bearers and then crumbles into dust. That'd be funny as hell. Can we commission a modder to make that death animation for us? Either that, or if anybody's got connections with CA, they need to let them know to make that happen. Let's check out the, wow, look at this zombie. 345 value? What the hell is it doing? That's gotta be an all-time performance from a zombie. I've never seen that. The Skeleton Spears did really well across the board. That's actually really bad. Typically, if these things are not getting their value back, they're still basically paying for themselves by being a distraction, but the fact that they got more than their value in return, almost across the board. I mean, the poor performance of a couple was not that bad, and it was more than made up for by the others. That's generally a sign that you're just trading horrendously into the vampire counts, man. Corpse carts were out on the field for like the entire game. You gotta kill them quicker. If you can kill corpse carts, then the vampire counts are honestly kind of helpless. Their units just get drained and they don't perform very well at that point, and you can really just pummel them mercilessly with your superior mobility. And look at the value on this frickin' Pegasus Knights. Oh my god. Almost 5,000 on this one. Jesus, dude. Obscene. Bretonnia Flyers just hit different, man. Like Royal Hippogriffs, Royal Pegasus Knights, nasty units. Oh, triple organ gun, dude. Alright, so if Kislev takes a bad fight here, it's going to be over in the first, like, minute. Organ guns are just better Hellblaster volley guns. They do way more damage. They've got a little bit more range. And, of course, they have a more durable crew. So they're a little bit harder to shut down. We got 3 Thunderers, 2 Dwarf Warriors, and the Engineers and the Lord. So Commissar really going with a very consistent hero and Lord Core. Experimenting a lot more with the rest of the army. Thunderers outtrade... oh, excuse me, guys. Sorry. Thunderers outtrade Armored Kossars at range. Especially Armored Kossar great weapons who don't have shields. Ooh, need to get the shielded variant in the front. Like, over here, this is good work. Good positioning. Tons of Streltsy, man. Oh, God. I think the long-range shooting from the organ guns is going to be too much for Kislev. They're going to get easily ranged out here. They don't have Little Grom. So you can bring Little Grom against the Dowie for precisely this purpose. Little Grom is pretty good at shooting down enemy artillery. Takes it some time, but just being able to use its ammo to, like, kill the cannon crews and artillery pieces themselves here would give you an opportunity, because Direwolf is just walking right up into the killing field here. Kossovite Dervishes getting massacred by this organ gun back here. Organ gun opening up on the Streltsy now, doing some serious damage, man. Ouch. Like 15% of the HP off the Streltsy unit. 1 volley. Armored Kossars not doing much better. Dowie just chilling back here. Entrenchment and ballistics calibration nailing into these guys. So giving a big boost to the damage potential of the organ guns. Not just with the reload time, but also with the actual damage that the AP missiles are doing here. Oh, just a fine red mist on the entire side of this formation there, man. Dowie just doing the work of the gods here, man. Oh, and a brutal flash bomb hitting the ice switch here. This is why you bring that Tempest magic, dude. You don't bring the, just stop bringing Ice Maiden's Kiss against the dwarves. It doesn't do anything. The dwarves are too heavily armored for that spell. Blizzard, way better. What you can do with your Lord, you throw her up behind this shot blocker. You got 150 meters of range. You can probably hit this Thunderer from behind the pillar. And you can one-shot this Thunderer with a good Blizzard. Even with them in this spread-out formation, you'll do, if not full damage to finish this unit off, at least put them in range, where if they get shot at for even a second, they'll start running away. Organ guns massacring the Streltsy. Thunderer is also trading a little bit more effectively because of their shield versus the Streltsy who have none. Brutal stuff, man, and too much blobbing going on over here for Kislev. Armored Kossars, more of them coming out, also getting pounded. The Dowie are just gonna hold off of the points until the Kislevites have nothing left to give, man. Armored Kossars over here shooting the miners, doing a little bit of damage. Come on. There you go. Wow, they did nothing with that volley, dude. Pathetic. Really embarrassing. Little Grom. Yeah, Little Grom came out, finally hammering a little bit. Big damage on that Thunderer unit with just a couple shots. The organ guns, though, need to be the priority target. Like, yeah, you can use Little Grom against infantry, but not when you're getting tabled by your opponent's organ guns. Oh my god, dude. Oh, and a cannon coming up, too? That's gross. So this is why you do need some cavalry against the Dowie, is if they do this kind of a mass artillery build. You can, like, scream up through the forest here and maneuver into the back lines. Get behind the deployment zones and try and collapse from back here with your cav to shut down the artillery pieces. Then, when you've got the cavalry, like, kind of doing this, and the artillery and your opponent is, like, trying to figure out what the hell's going on, and they're, like, maneuvering this way and that, that's when your infantry go forward for the dive. Just waddling up to the number 1 into range of the organ guns early? No, never do that. Never, ever, ever, ever. This was an avoidable loss. At the very least, an avoidable table. Because only 800 value here for Kislev. Winged Lancers getting pounded by the shooting now. And they're just kind of trickling in and continuing to compound on the problems that they're running into. This is pretty great stuff from Commissar. Commissar's a really good Dowie player. I did play Commissar on stream on Sunday. Somewhere in there, I played Norska into... Oh, at the very last battle for the stream of my Sunday stream. You can watch me play against Commissar using Norska, and you can kind of see some of the strategies to use against the Dowie. It wasn't this build. It was an Ironbreaker build, actually. Which actually gave me some fits early on, but I was able to rally up and isolate them and really drag them down. It'll be a pretty good like viewing experience to get an idea of what you need to do against the dwarves on just like a general basis, because you can survive artillery heavy builds by value trading well in the front line, but you have to actually get to the front line, and the organ guns have basically just blasted Kislev off the table completely, and they just can't even close the ground. I mean, they're like all the way back in their deploy zone. It's like Classified Dervishes and some Winged Lancers have been the only thing able to actually get into range of the dwarves, and that was it, man. Woof. I called it. I didn't want to have to call it, but I called it. It's okay, Direwolf. Just bring Little Grom out first next time. Poke one of the organ guns down, because you massively outrange them. Just hold your home objective and be very patient building up. Get your Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion into the forest, flanking around the back, so you can dive onto the other 2 organ guns. And once you kill the organ guns, this Dowie build does not have the firepower or the bodies to be able to hold the points from your infantry. When new SFT? Next Saturday. Maybe I can try hosting some new player tournaments on my own time, which I think would be a pretty good idea. When you try to play Quick Battle, I really do prefer to go and find people in the Discords for PvP. You can go to Turn's Discord, you can go get on the Vermin League ladder. Dom isn't super popular there, unfortunately, but the more people who get in there and just start playing games, the more likely it is people start going there on a more regular basis. Just queue up, and then you can always be searching for games on other Discords, and you can just communicate and chat with your opponents to try and coordinate. Going to ranked matchmaking is fine. I really don't have that many problems playing on it. But you can definitely run into people who want to bring, like, all the really obnoxious, cheesy stuff, and are just not interested in having a very balanced experience, which can be a little annoying and frustrating, but typically it's fine. Most people on the ranked ladder are decent enough people who are not trying to just make the multiplayer experience as miserable as possible for new people. It's very rare that you run into somebody like that. There's a handful, but not that many. Skink Skirmishers are just going to absolutely destroy the Marauders of Khorne. You can't do this with your Marauders of Khorne in this matchup. So you can bring these guys, bring a couple of them in the opening if you want to, but you got to be very careful of the Skink Skirmishers and the Cohort Javelins, because they easily outtrade your Horsemen. They got slightly more range, or they just have more bodies and missile damage, and they fire quicker too. You win against these guys in melee combat, but you lose at range. Really what you want to do is push your Marauders forward, and you want to try and get as many of the Skink units occupied as possible, and then you want to use your Horsemen to try and like loop around and shut down the Skink Skirmishers by hounding them down in melee combat. But generally, I recommend Fleshhounds for that. Fleshhounds annihilate Skinks so quickly, man. I mean, they've got such a good charge bonus, and they are so fast that they're easily able to close ground even when they're poisoned. And they rip these little dudes to bits. Furies are also a pretty good answer, but the Furies need to be careful. What they should do here is they need to fly back over, and then they want to loop around to this side and get rear charges on these Skink Cohort Javelins. Marauders fighting red-crested Skinks. A pretty good fight for Khorne. It's going to be a really nice Sloughnir. Good damage on it. Probably like 300 value. Oh, 375 even. Beautiful stuff. Fleshhounds chilling over here. They can get a rear charge here. That would be really powerful. Even against the decent armor that Saurus have, Fleshhounds with their charge bonus are able to like shred through these guys fairly effectively. And you can just cycle charge them into oblivion. You can also hammer home here, finish these guys off. Furies should not be attacking the Slan. That is a huge waste of time. Slan are actually kind of hard for Furies to attack for some reason. I don't know what it is. They just blob up on them so awfully. Furies in general are not good against single entities. There's a handful that they do well against, but as a general rule, don't be trying to do that. These Horsemen could charge into the flank here, and these guys can get the sandwich on the other side, and probably break all of these Skink cohorts. Khorne is doing a pretty good job. The Saurus over here are going to start to grind down the Marauders, though, which is going to leave Khorne a little vulnerable on this objective. I would really be recommending some Bloodletters instead of Khorngors. Because Saurus actually bludgeon Khorngors pretty horribly. The Fleshhounds do get isolated by the Coldwind Spear Riders. That's really nice for the Lizardmen. Very well done. And the Marauder Horsemen don't get the charge off here and just get absolutely annihilated by the Amazon Barbs. Just a regular Razordon pack. Forsaken coming up. I don't like Forsaken against the Lizardmen. Lizards have too much AP and reasonably strong melee units for Forsaken to really clear stuff out. They're very bad at trading into red-crested Skinks as well. Generally speaking, what you want to be bringing is Khorne in this matchup, infantry-wise. You can do Forsaken, but I really believe in Bloodletter supremacy here. Bloodletters beat Skinks pretty badly if they're able to engage in melee combat. If you're able to shut down the Skink Skirmishers, Bloodletters are easily going to be able to beat Saurus. They easily beat red-crested Skinks. They easily beat Skink cohorts. I mean, that is an absolute blow-away fight in favor of Bloodletters. You just have to control the skirmishing elements for the Lizardmen as Khorne, really. And if they've got, like, the Shredder of Lustria, that's where things get really tricky. That's a much harder cookie to crack open for the Blood God. The value is being traded back very nicely in favor of the Lizardmen, and I think Khorne's going to run out of momentum here in a minute. Which is often the fate of the Blood God. Decent Sloughnir, good damage on the Saurus Warriors. I got a lot of Marauders running, though. They're really starting to falter badly here. I mean, you just don't have great answers to the Spear Riders. The Forsaken are in combat against these guys. Forsaken do good damage to these Spear Riders just because they're high melee attack. As long as they're not getting charged by the Spear Riders first, though. If Spear Riders get the charge off against Forsaken, it's an absolute massacre of Forsaken. Chaos Warrior Halberds are another really good option in this matchup. One of the few matchups where I think they really shine. They're very vulnerable to red-crested skinks, but you should be able to utilize your Marauders as well as your Fleshhounds and Furies to isolate the red-cresteds and keep them from just getting a one-on-one. And they still beat red-crested skinks because they've got good combat stats, but it's just not a great trade. It is generally a little bit of a downward trend for you. Cohort of Sotek coming in, and yeah, I mean, just look at the Forsaken getting folded up here, man. The Spear Riders, the Saurus Warrior Shields, as well as the Cohort of Sotek getting in here. Going to be able to crush these guys as well. This Lizardman player is just doing a better job of charging down the Khornate units than the other way around. The Khorne player was a little slow to pull the trigger on some really good opportunities, and the Lizardman player has been, you know, giving it right back in return and punishing for the mistakes. No answers for the Saurus Warriors either. That's why you bring just regular old Bloodletters, dude. Like, 2 Bloodletters would be really nice here. I swear by Bloodletters nowadays. They are super consistent against Chaff and more elite options. They're very good at trading. Much better than Khorngors. Where the hell did the Khorngors go anyways? Yeah, the Khorngors just got absolutely annihilated here. It's that physical resistance that Bloodletters have. Really helps them stay in fights, and they've got, like... Bloodletters don't have great armor, but they've still got 40 armor. It's something, at the very least. Khorngors only have 20 more armor, and they lack the physical resistance, so they're very squishy to missiles. And the Skink Skirmishers have been a nightmare. They've gotten a lot of value. I mean, they've all traded pretty evenly. They're just, like, sitting here peppering all of these Khorne units that just can't close the gap effectively against them. And you got all the Spear Riders out on the field now, just mucking up the works, making it really difficult. Khorne is still doing okay, but trying to kill Slann is just not ever going to work. They've got too much HP. They're annoying. They attract a lot of aggro that is easily shot up by the Lizardmen's Razordons, Salamanders, Skirmishers, Cohorts, or just countered by, like, Saurus Spears sitting on top of that guy. Fleshhounds get up on the number 1. Valkia being chased off here is pretty much over. Lizards get the number 1. Fleshy's fighting Rippers. A little lonely, and that is going to be game. Really well played by Jaden. Good job of weathering the storm early and counterpunching Khorne there. Much better work punishing than Khorne was able to pull off against you. Probably want to be a little careful about over-indexing into skinks, though, against Khorne, because if a Khorne player is really good with their micro, this is not a very scary build to run into. Skinks fold up to really good Hound pressure, as well as Fury play, and then just steady pushes from Marauders. I think this is just too many Chaos Warriors. You can bring 1. I like 1 or 2 Chaos Warriors because they're good for holding points in flank positions where they turn into a really nasty roadblock for your opponent to try and maneuver around. But get rid of 1 of these guys and get 2 Bloodletters in here, and probably cut the Horseman and get a Minotaur for the opening, and you'd be pretty set. Because the cost of 2 Horsemen is 1 Minotaur, And then Chaos Warriors cost the same as Bloodletters, so that would be a little bit better of a spread on your units, I think. And then you can keep 2 Horsemen in reserve. You can bring the same build for the most part. Get rid of this Chariot, though. Chariots suck against Lizards. They don't do enough damage. It's a lot of Forsaken. You just don't have anything to go fisticuffs with Croxagores or anything, even. Or the Spear Riders. You gotta make the decision. You either bring Khorngors or you bring Forsaken. I would say bring the Khorngors. Just be very careful with them. Get rid of these Forsaken and bring another Minotaur in reserve. And then with the cut money from the Chaos Chariot, you'd have 1150 gold, I think. And maybe you could get a Skull Cannon to just pressure some of these units from long range or something. There's a few ways you could go about it. I got just a couple more minutes. Oh, we only have 2 more replays, so we should be able to finish this. Easy peasy. Alright. So Tyrande coming in with a big single entity blob. No heals, though. Unless there's a healer in reserve, of course. Bear with Little Groms. Kislevites Warriors, Horse Archers, a Patriarch, and Zarina on the Frostworm. Ice Maids, Kith, and Death Frost. Hello, I'm turning into Mike Tyson over here. Alright, so what you do against a build like this from the High Elves, you just gotta put your Kislevite Warriors on top of Little Grom. That way, when the dragons try and land, they are at least taking damage trying to kill your artillery pieces.
The great Orthodoxy protects you. I protect you. Take not one step backwards.
Beautiful. What a great speech, girl. Alright, so use Ice Maiden's Kiss and Zarina to like poke down the couple of spears here. It should be easy enough for her. Fireborn, you're going to shoot with the Little Groms, which is exactly what's happening here, and just brutalizing 10 models right off the bat. Absolute insanity. White Bear is probably going to be able to win this game unless he really fumbles the defense on Little Grom here. Those shots weren't nearly as impactful, only take 3 of the Fireborn out. Still a really favorable trade, though, and the Horse Archers can still do reasonably well against these dragons, especially the Moon Dragon, which is only got 70 armor. It'll be taking some pretty significant damage, actually, from the Bowman. Maneuver over and getting a little box here. Akshinas, the Wolfheart's coming out. Going to be poking away at the Moon Dragon as well. These guys have really good AP, actually. Their missiles are incredibly powerful. Do big damage, actually. To pretty much anything. Fireborn still being focused by Little Grom. Oh, actually, they're shooting at Emmerich now. Missing both shots there. Not really the best target. If your opponent's like maneuvering around their flyers, shooting them with the Little Grom, not going to work out too well. Just focusing on killing the Fireborn would definitely work out a little bit better, but not dodging there and actually getting Collatz on the Moondragon and Emmerich with just one shot from each of these guys. Little Grom is some pretty good value. Definitely want to use Pack Trap here to lock down the Fireborn. Emmerich landing on the Halberds. The Halberds are not going to get a lot of damage done here. They're not really blobbed up around the dragons or the Phoenix or anything. It's going to be down to the missiles to really punish here. This is way too Man, come on. This is way too blobbed up for the Horse Archers. They need to be in a little concave like this to really be doing best possible damage at range. Yeah, and Zarina Katerin just scrapping in here. She's in a 3v1, but there is actually a little protection for her. And Emmerich is just getting pin cushioned by the archers, dude. The horse archers punishing really nicely. They've all got some pretty respectable value, I would guess. Yeah, looking pretty good for them. Ouch, dude. Emmerich going down real hard here. This is the risk of these SE-heavy builds, is your momentum tends to be really slow, and I think the Patriarch actually got shot, yeah, by a little Grom. The cannonballs bouncing off of Emmerich actually hitting him as well. Pretty unfortunate, but he should be able to heal. He's got the Solyak still. I don't think he's going to rout. Rangers moving up. Fireborn trying to get on top of Little Grom, but a really good intercept with the Winged Lancers. Come on. Turn around. Do something. Shoot the Fireborn down, and you'll have pretty much guaranteed a win here, because you can just use Little Grom to punish the infantry that's left on the field. Little Grom's a very good dual-purpose unit, and then you've got good magic also with Ice Maiden's Kiss that you can use to just like nail these spearmen. Moondragon retreating, Frostheart Phoenix on its last legs, big value lead. Triple cap for the High Elves, but to what end and how long? I don't imagine this staying like this for more than a couple more minutes. Little Grom's starting to open up on some of the infantry. Just big damage on these spearmen, man. Oh, and opening themselves up to enfilading fire. One more good volley off from these things. Sending them running. Oh, hit the Frostheart Phoenix now. A good charge with the Winged Lancers onto those Rangers. Just pinballing them all over the place. And the Zargard moving up and really putting the High Elves down bad right now. The High Elves didn't need to get too aggressive back here early. Little Grom is really annoying. But what you do is you keep the Fireborn out of range, and instead of attacking the number 3 objective and the number 2, I mean, you do want to attack the number 2 eventually, you focus on capping the number 1 first. Keep your opponent from capping these points up by playing footsie with them with your Rangers. Because Kislev didn't have a lot of infantry either. Just stay out of range a Little Grom and build up some more infantry and some cavalry. Push up to the objectives and then start trying to get up to deal with the Little Groms. Because if you stay out of range, your opponent oftentimes, they will move farther forward with the artillery pieces, giving you a lot less ground that you have to cover before you can really engage with them. Winged Lancers doing nice up here. Sisters of Avalorn out on the field. A very vulnerable target, considering the high impact cavalry that Kislev has available. Oh, and Zarina Katerin finds them, and she's just slapping them up. Another sister does come in, though, and the Fireborn get the surround and kill the Zarina there. Really unfortunate for White Bear. Definitely should be a little more careful next time. You didn't really need to send Zarina back there to do anything. You've got Little Grom, you've got plenty of missiles. Should be fine to just trade the rest of the game. You don't have to cap every point, after all. And the Zargard could have slow pushed back here as well, and done a perfectly acceptable job of it. Cleaning up the Rangers. See where the Winged Lancers go. Fireborn a little inactive here. They do get on top of the Winged Lancers, trying to push it past. Double cap, very securely held, though. Moondragon should go down here in a minute, so the Armored Kossar is just poking away at it. Kind of forgetting about this guy. Yeah, you just gotta have healing for the single entity build that Tyrion is kind of going for here. Doesn't really work otherwise. The idea is that you value trade with the dragons early. Don't give your opponent any like one position they can get comfortable on by like charging down stuff and just doing hit and run tactics. And your opponent runs out of ammo, and hopefully that's well before you've run out of HP on your big monsters, and then you take over in the late game when you've got the numbers, man. Pretty solid stuff for Kislev. Tyrion just figuring it out. Just stick with it, man. You'll get it. You had some good fights with the Fireborn at the end there. That was really nicely done. Just don't panic when your opponent has artillery. Know the counters, which is to just build up, wait, don't overextend anything expensive trying to deal with these things. And your patient play will more often than not be enough to keep your opponent honest. And give you an opportunity to potentially shut down the artillery once the main engagements are ongoing, and there's a lot less available to defend in the back line. Alright, last one here, and then I do have to dip out immediately afterwards. We've had some pretty good games, and we've had a pretty good opportunity to be able to talk about a lot of really fundamental ideas and concepts here, which I'm very appreciative for. So, thank you all for coming and checking the stream out also. I really appreciate it. So for Brosi versus Suga here, not a lot of long-range poke, which I'm a little sketched out by. Like I said, I swear by Mass Kossars with the bows in this matchup. There's nothing that the Vampire Coast can do against it. They can do a rush build, theoretically, with Silostra and a bunch of crabs and depth guard. But Kislev actually has pretty good units they can bring out to counter some of that. Snow Leopards being one of them. Snow Leopards are actually pretty good at fighting Rotting Prometheans. They're not that great against Silostra unless you've got multiples of them, but bringing 2 Snow Leopards here is not a bad idea. You've just got mass bowfire still at that point, and 1 damage is 1 damage on 120 or on 100 models, which I think is what Kossars have, unless they've got 120 like the Kislev Warriors. It's still a decent amount of damage against the big rotting Leviathans. And then, of course, if your opponent, like Fabrosi has here, is fairly wide build, you can just wreck deckhand mobs, blast bombers into oblivion before they even close the gap. And then the handgunners are just left alone with not a lot that they can do to counteract the damage incoming to them. Good Death Frost. Noctilus is going to lose about 1,000 HP here. It's a very high impact Spirit Leech spell. And the Armored Kossar is opening up nice and early, so doing a pretty good job here of wearing out the front line early on this side of the field. Probably should just play the back edge of this objective over here, because you don't want to just let these depth guard overrun you. Although your Zorkard Great Weapons should be able to do reasonably well here. Kislev Warrior. So this is an instance where blobbing your own infantry up isn't a bad idea because your opponent's doing it in return. And you also aren't under threat of any wind spells or really powerful breath attacks. It's just Melkoths here for Noctilus, so that's why clicking on your opponent's lords and checking their stuff is very important. You need to see what threats you have to factor in, so you can do stuff that's otherwise unadvisable. It still isn't great, don't get me wrong, but in a pinch it can work, and this is one of the few circumstances where I can recommend it. Oof, Melkoth's going down, and the Carronade gets a really good shot on the Griffin Legion, and we get a Wraithstorm. Just, oh my god. Punish after punish coming in here on these poor guys. Can't make their way up the field. Getting absolutely brutalized. Probably just bringing those Streltsian would have been the better call for Kislev. You don't need to fight over all 3 points. You have the number 1 and the number 2 is very firmly secured. Fighting over this number 3 is a little bit of an overextend. And Fabrosi is starting to get a little bit of a value lead. And you can see pulled back from the number 2 and is just road blocking here while winning the value trade on the low ground, which is really smart. Takes the number 3. Kislev does get a little bit of a value lead in exchange, but I don't know if it was really worth it for the price that you've paid. You lost the Zargard Great Weapon, you lost a Kislevite Warrior, you lost the Griffin Legion, and you're going to lose another Kislevite Warrior? How much gold value is that, really? Because I think this is a little bit deceptive. I mean, 2,800 gold value leads so far. You got 1,100 and 525, so 1,625. Another 1,625, and then 1,250. Damn, it's like almost 3,600 value that you're losing out on. That's pretty painful, man. Definitely not a good trade for the extra tickets right now. Kislev might be okay, though. They're consolidated up top pretty nicely, and the Armored Kossars are going to be really tough to break through here. No answers to the handguns is what I'm worried about, though. Snow Leopard going after the artillery crew. But turning around with the handguns and starting to poke away at this thing. They're friendly firing a little bit, though, unfortunately. One of the cannon pieces goes down, but from the Snow Leopard's pressure, might be able to kill another one before it goes offline. And functionally, that would be like killing 300 and, 375 gold value on that unit.
One of your units
Just
has
by
been
killing the
destroyed.
models. Oh, wow. Killed all but one of the Carronades. Holy crap. I think the friendly fire also playing a big part in that, though, unfortunately for the Vampire Coast. Kislev starting to get a little overwhelmed up top here, though. The Armored Kossars are holding reasonably well, but we do have really good stacking with the Animated Hulks and some Sirens fighting in here while the pole arms are crumbling out. Should be able to finish off this Armored Kossar unit. Snow Leopard chilling in the forest, things in the woods coming up. Streltsy not firing. What are they trying to hit, man? Gotta give them orders. Just because the fire at will bugs are mostly fixed doesn't mean that there aren't still moments where units have very conflicting ideas of what they should be prioritizing. Finally opening up on the Animated Hulks. Really should be shooting the Rotting Prometheans, though. Don't have a good line of sight, though, there. I actually think that the Streltsy would be better placed back here. And here's what you could do. You can cap this objective early with those 3 units that you had up here. But then what you want to do is kind of pull back off of the point and play out here. And then your Streltsy will have a good line of fire, not just on the units here, but also on anything advancing up the hill. Tactics and positioning can make a big difference, and Kislev has kind of been fighting on a little bit of a dead rise, right? Like the Streltsy being right here, they can't fire onto the other side of the hill here and help out on this side. And they're also having a pretty hard time, like, firing over the crest and hitting the Rotting Prometheans and the Animated Hulks. They did kill one, but that's mostly because of this one over here. These guys actually have the angle. This Streltsy, because of where it is and because of the way the terrain is laid out, can't actually fire. And they're having a really hard time with it. Atamon fighting. Actually doing some reasonably good damage with the pistol. Maybe this guy's pistol is really good at countering other foot characters. Because Noctilus has been pummeled here. The Death Frosts are part of the answer. It's got 1,900 value, but I do think that the Ataman has been doing a pretty good job of shooting this guy as well. Noctilus has been popping invos like Percocets, dude. Trying to keep himself alive here, doing his very damnedest, at least. Saltlord Scuttlers, reasonably good damage. They were firing into the Kislevite Warriors and the Armored Kossars over here, wearing them out. Things in the Woods intercepted. They are taking down one handgun. Animated Hulks helping out against those guys, and Count Noctilus doing his best imitation of a competent combat character back here. Clearing that out. Handguns with really good value, just no long-range Kossar poke. Definitely leaving Kislev out in the cold, I think. As good as Streltsy are, I think you should just bring some Akshinas and the Kossars instead of Streltsy. One Streltsy can be your contingency against the Rotting Leviathans, but bringing multiples of them in and hoping that you can find good firing positions for them, a little bit hopeful, I think. And there's a triple cap going right now in favor of the Vampire Coast. Snow Leopard running. The Ataman has been fighting and doing pretty well, just holding point, you know.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yeah, nice. It's pretty awesome. I mean, beating up on an animated Hulk, I can't imagine to be easy, even if they're not particularly strong monstrous infantry. Pretty badass, regardless, in my opinion. Yeah, the Ataman is going after Noctilus. How much damage does he do with each shot? Wow! Fabrosi with the frickin' dodge there. Nice. Very well done. About 150 damage on Noctilus, which isn't bad. Gets shut down now by the animated Hulk. It's going to be going offline. No way he's going to be rallying anytime soon. Heroic Resilience is nice. I mean, look at his buffs to his melee defense, dude. 103 is kind of insane. Good poke there. Death Frost did hit Noctilus there. But he did heal himself, mitigating a lot of that. And then he's going to close the gap on the Ataman now and beat him in melee combat, I think. Yeah, Ataman is really tanky. Okay. Maybe a worthwhile foot character lord in some matchups. This might be one where he's really strong. I kind of liked what I saw from him this particular game. Other games, not so much. I think there's probably better choices, but the Silver Shield and the pistol, with all this AP on it, fires pretty quickly, might be pretty solid. This guy might need a little bit of an ammunition buff, though.
I knew it. Glory is yours.
That might be worth looking into. He's going to fire most of his ammo off pretty quickly otherwise. Fabrosi with a really nice push there. Being patient, not overextending, and just scrapping over one objective and then consolidating forces before pushing to the next is exactly what you need to do sometimes. And just slow-rolled the Kislevites off of the map at that point. Frostmaiden with 2,700, but a lot of that was tied up in Noctilus, and he never died, so basically 2,700 value of nothing. If you want to look at it from an objective perspective. The Streltsy did get some decent value. It looks like the other one finally managed to open up and do some decent value trading, but I still think you're better off with Akshinas. I don't think you need this many Lancers either. You can probably cut 2 of these guys and cut one thing in the woods and bring the Akshinas out instead. And instead of all these armored Kossars, bring 2 armored Kossars, cut 2 Kislevite warriors as well. And bring your just fat Kossar line. Kossar spears, regular bow Kossars. Throw them up out onto the field, and you will not be disappointed. Not against Vampire Coast, at least. Other matchups, they're not nearly as good. Here's one, though, where I think they're absolutely clutch. I came right at the end. Go watch the other matches, Tyrend, and you'll get some good ideas of stuff that you can utilize to win some domination games. Because I noticed you making a lot of just, you know, new player mistakes. Nothing wrong with that. But if you watch it back, maybe it'll give you a little bit of a better idea of something that you can do to be a little bit more consistent. And the High Elves are a really tough faction to play, too. You have my respect for picking them. They tend to be pretty lackluster against most factions, in my experience at least. Any tips for Demons of Chaos? You just have to have godly micro for the Demons of Chaos, dude. They have no armor anywhere across the board, so you need to be very good with engaging isolated units and winning decisive victories over your opponent's tools. Otherwise, if you're trying to just scrap against them like you can with any of the other Chaos factions, you're going to lose because you're too lightly armored. And there's a lot of stuff that can be very menacing against demonic infantry, even without magic damage. Generally speaking, the best thing that you can do as the Demons of Chaos is, number one, find yourself a Lord that you really click with. They got a lot of really good Lord options. Typically, I would recommend, like, really high damage, characters. Like the Flying Demon Prince Lords, especially, because your army abilities charge based on the amount of damage that you're doing, with your Lord. So, like, Grand Vomitus can be a good option because he just fights infantry all game, and he can just, like, grind those guys down. He's got solid melee defense. He's got a little bit of armor. He can be a little lackluster at times, but he's got a good Lore of Magic with a lot of passive healing, which can be very solid. Sword of the Blighted is situationally good. I mean, you just hope that you get the proc, otherwise he just dies. Theoretically, though, you just fly him around and cast the magic and keep him out of really bad fights. Exalted Lords of Change tend to be the most meta options because both Lords of Magic they have are top tier. Tzeentch, very good if you're going for chaff clear and Lord sniping because of pink and blue fire. Two super cheap spells that do a lot of damage. You get Fires of Change and Greater Arcane Conduit, so harder hitting. And with, you know, a minimum on the lore passives and spell options, you can get a 2,500 gold Lord that's also a reasonably good fighter in combat. Zarevik's another good tool if you want to go for kite play and punish people with Gaze of Fate. That's really strong. He's also got Greater Arcane Conduit and, of course, Tzeentch Magic. And he's got the Overshield. Zarevik might be the best Lord option for the Demons of Chaos on a pound-for-pound basis because he's kind of tricky to kill. And he's got better leadership than a lot of the other Demon Princes. Like, Grand Vomitus has actually got pretty low leadership. I don't know why, though, truth be told. It's a little funky, in my opinion. Be'lakor tends to be a little too expensive, although he is an absolute beast if you can use him properly. Caress is really good if you want to go for Lord sniping, and if Pavane is not, you know, banned, which it often is nowadays. But Lash and Acquiescence can be really nice to give the melee attack and leadership buff to your army across the board. Has a shield, reasonably tanky. Can get really decisive engagements against big lords and snipe them, which can be really nice. Just play around with it. Your infantry are just so squishy, that's really where you can run into problems. Against factions that have really good mass bow fire or just have access to a lot of magic damage, you can struggle pretty badly. And Seekers being banned again doesn't help either. But Fiends are kind of the unit you want to fall back on if you can't use Seekers, because functionally very similar, very good at killing targets of any and all types. They have Soporific Musk, which is a good debuff, and Devastating Flanker, of course. Plague Toads are good against armored infantry. You've got the Changebringers. They're generally very strong. You gotta be careful, because they're super squishy. You can bring Flamers also, though. They can do really well for a much cheaper price. And Exalted Flamers are very good at long-range poke against infantry. The things you want to stay away from are... Hellforged Hosts are a little too expensive. I'd stay away from them. Demonettes are way too squishy. Bloodletters just do their job but better, typically. Like, Demonettes are like a generalist, and They can do really well if you're able to utilize their speed, but that's a lot of micro. If you want more consistent performance and you just want to kill infantry, Bloodletters are easily one of the best clear tools in the game for both chaff and potential uptrades. Plague Bearers are a good holding unit. Like mass pink horrors can work in some matchups, backed up by blues and stuff. Tooling around with it will work out really nicely for you. Generally, I would stay away from Soul Grinders. The exception is the Noxbringer and the regular Soul Grinder of Nurgle. If you wanted to, you could bring a Soul Grinder of Khorne with some Nurgle magic and heal this thing up, and it could be pretty obnoxious. Soul Grinders of Khorne actually are very good at skirmishing. They've got a lot of ammo, and they hit pretty hard with it. They can be a pretty obnoxious tool for clearing out infantry, and also clearing enemy skirmish cav. And with heals, it's very hard to break these guys down, because their leadership isn't super high, but they've got a lot of HP, and they've got a lot of speed, so they can be very disruptive moving around. And they got great attack animations against infantry. This is a very specialist faction, and a very high micro, high intensity faction. I do not recommend them for newer players. They need to be something that you find your way to over the course of time. I mean, that was pretty good for your second day and second tournament, Tyrande. Just keep playing and you'll get there. You'll be improving rapidly over time, especially if you go back and watch replays and get an idea of things that you can do to really like optimize your builds and your execution on your play styles. How do they compare to... I mean, Slaanesh is just as high of micro, but Slaanesh has actual armor on infantry, which is why Slaanesh is the best faction in the game. Because they just throw a shit ton of warriors out on the field who all have ITP and Strider and are actually really fast for how much armor they have. Silver shields as well. And then they just throw out... they throw out their fiends behind that with some Exalted Demonettes, and they just annihilate everything. Slaanesh is crazy. Even with all the bans on Slaanesh, like, you can remove Pavane, you can remove Seekers, you could even remove Fiends, and that still wouldn't change how powerful their army abilities are, or the fact that they've got a Waaagh just by spell spamming. It's really silly. I mean, immune to psychology, even on their 450 gold units. There's no use for terror, which is something that no other faction can just completely ignore, quite like Slaanesh can. The only thing that holds them back is their low armor on a lot of their high DPS units, but that doesn't hurt them that much. Just because they can fall back on warrior positions and hammer and anvil so well. It's crazy, dude. Slaanesh is way better than Demons of Chaos, way better than any of the other factions in the game, in my opinion. The only bad matchup that Slaanesh has on a regular basis is Beastmen right now. Funnily enough. And even there, it's still fairly even. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the regular Demonettes are not good, but the Exalted Demonettes, let me talk about them real quick. The Exalted Demonettes of Slaanesh are frickin' disgusting. That's just because they, like, have the same amount of HP, pretty much. In fact, they've got... they've actually got way more. I don't even know what I'm talking about. They got more HP, same number of models, more armor, more leadership, same speed. They've got a charmed debuff. They have Soul Scent, which is actually kind of nice to have on occasion. They have crazy good melee attack and melee defense. They outclass Exalted Bloodletters pretty hard. Exalted Bloodletters trade evenly into Exalted Demonettes, but Exalted Demonettes are good against everything. If your Exalted Demonettes surround a big monster, they will rip it to pieces. This is one of the craziest infantry units in the game. And the Bringers of Beguilement having perfect vigor are even crazier than the standard variant. It's nuts, dude. So you can bring them as Demons of Chaos. If you want a Demonette, you only bring the Exalted variant. The regular, almost never worth it. I don't know what it is. I mean, that just extra little bit of everything the Exalted Demonettes have just makes all the difference for their performance, it seems. I think it's especially true for the weapon strength and them debuffing melee attack on units that are fighting against them. So they don't take as much damage in return because they're just dodging everything. So yeah. I hope that answered your question. I gotta dip out of here. I gotta go run an errand for a friend. And then I'm gonna chill and maybe play in the tournament a little later, and I might upload some of those games another time. So take care, guys. Peace out. I'll see y'all around.